been fed propaganda since we were young kids with sitcom shows and Disney movies and society where these sayings about like feeling like you have value of a woman. We have been so indoctrinated with that rhetoric that women think that they need the relationship. That women don't realize that on their own, you're empowered enough on your own to live this life on your own. Matter of fact, this it's like we can scream the studies at the top of the damn mountain that the women who are single are happier, living longer, have better social circles with other women, and are able to build community and live for self. And women still feel like, oh, I still want to try it out. And that's because of the brainwashing, essentially. But like,
You are
hold
promoting
up,
singledom.
sir, I'm
Yeah, but
responding.
yeah, but you're speaking
But at the
in
same time,
paragraphs.
here's the thing you need to understand, sir. Do you understand that women are adults and that women can make their own decision? There's some women who will come across my live and they're like, no, it ain't for me. I love my man or I want a man. And I'm like, that's autonomy. That woman has the right to do that. But some women know that something ain't right. Something ain't adding up. So I'm here to validate those women. So what's the problem again? I'm sorry. What are you saying the problem is?
Yeah, now you're promoting singledom, and also on top of that,
What's wrong
you're
with that?
saying that basically men are benefiting from marriage. Can I ask you what do you bring to the table, and what does a man bring to the table? Out of curiosity, so I can understand how you are the victim.
I actually made a sticker for this question. I want y'all to subscribe. I want y'all to see one of my new stickers. Um, Here's the thing. Why the hell would I have that conversation with you? What are you talking about? And
I
let's go.
just asked you a simple question.
I know. Let's go back. What's wrong with women or me as a woman promoting being single? What's
I
wrong?
asked you, what do you bring to the table? It's a simple
I know.
question. Why are you deflecting?
I know. I responded to you in the comments. What's wrong with me talking about like it's okay for women to be single?
What's wrong with women being single?
Yeah. What's wrong with a woman being single?
Inherently, if you think about it, it depends on how you view it, right?
Hmm.
But that's you know what? I'm gonna reply to you just 1 second. The same way that you replied to me is, I think that's a dumbass question. You didn't answer my question, so why are you obliged for an answer from me? Are you gonna answer a question with a question?
No. I'm
So
talking
what
about
do you bring to the table? And then I will answer your question.
see. Here's the thing. You talking about what do a woman bring to a table? I'm telling women, fuck that damn table. What the fuck? Go fuck that. Kick that table over and take your ass in the house. What you talking about, sir? That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe you having a hard time conceptualizing what I'm saying.
Maybe you have a hard time answering a simple question because you know there is virtually nothing that you bring to the table.
All right, so before you ask your question, you said I'm promoting women being single, and then my question is, what is wrong with a woman being single? It's a very simple question.
Okay, I will answer your question, but then after, you have to answer mine, right? What do you bring to the table? Are we in an agreement?
Go ahead and answer my question, sir.
Are we in an agreement?
So you're not gonna answer the question.
I will answer it when you agree.
It don't make sense. And this is what I was talking about the other day when I was talking about, why do women initiate divorce? You're coming to me and I'm talking about being single, or women understand that they don't have to be in relationships. And your response is, what do you bring to the table? That's a conversation for somebody who's talking about being in relationships.
No. Previously, you said that women are falling into victimhood because they are being married, and marriage is
Never said the
a
word
psyop, is
victimhood.
propaganda, is
Never said that word.
brainwashing.
Yeah, that was facts. I ate
So
with that. You right.
you ate with that. So basically, men are protecting, providing, putting themselves lost, putting themselves lost, taking care of everything, and you just have to keep a house clean, right? Cook, and what else? Tell me what
No,
else.
that's what I'm saying.
Tell me what
No,
else.
that's what I'm saying. This is why why people shouldn't come in other people's lives and try to steer the conversation when else is hosting the conversation. Because like you're taking the conversation somewhere and you're not even conceptualizing what's like. I'm talking about women being whole people on their own, and we already had a conversation that I think women should be single. Women should choose themselves. Now
Who
you ask,
stopped
what
you
do
from
women
being
have to
an
bring to the table?
individual?
Because you saying something about what do women bring to the table for a man, and the man gonna
Hmm.
do this stuff. You ain't you. It's like you not understanding. Women wouldn't be at the table. There ain't no conversation to have at the table. That man gonna be sitting at the table by himself. If that's why I said like, what's wrong with
Are
women?
you really serious? Do you think there are no women out there that want to be married?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Something wrong with you.
We are gonna be, you are gonna be
Literally,
single,
sir,
and we're
sir,
gonna have the life of wife at the end of the day.
sir, sir. You can't you can't sit here and tell me I'm not gonna have a good time at a party and I already declined the invitation, sir. Here's the thing. I just said women have their own autonomy. If they choose that, fine. But that's not a
Who
conversation.
said otherwise?
You're struggling to understand what's going on.
No, you're saying that if a woman gets married, she drops down her, she basically lets go of her autonomy. She's not an individual anymore,
And I
which
say
is
that
a false
again.
statement.
You're struggling. I never said that, sir. What is going
You just
on?
said it.
Yeah, I think he might be she got the bed. Cause like, Lord. Lord, I don't know what type of accommodations
Are
and
you
modifications
single?
you require. I really
Are you
don't.
single?
Sir, listen to what I'm saying. I don't know
Are you
what
single?
accommodations you need, sir. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Um, what's going on, why you can't understand what words mean in basic statements and you can't like draw the conclusion from a point because literally the questions you ask not only from a point because literally the questions you ask not only did I answer them already,
You didn't.
you're misrepresenting what I said.
You actually didn't answer anything, to be fair with you. I
It's
asked you what women do you bring to the table, and you went and said they don't need to be
well,
at the
let me
table.
help
That's
you
not an
out.
answer.
You might not know what conceptualize mean. It's mean that like I'm saying it and you're not understanding it, sir. Like it's like right there, but it's not going in. You see what I'm saying? It's not even going in one ear and coming out the other. Like it's just not even going in. It's like I'm talking to a door right now, sir.
You
You
are
are the
single.
door.
You're overweight, from what I can tell. You're poor. I don't understand how do you think that this is the definition of happiness? You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, maybe you're
It's
not
so
happy enough.
interesting because if I
Maybe
saw
you're not
someone, hold up,
valuable enough. You
if I
know.
talk to that person and tell them what I thought about anything, I would keep it moving. It's very interesting that you would stop. And then want to come here and say these things to me. That is crazy.
Are you single?
Are you okay?
I'm okay. Are you single?
Okay, you didn't answer the question, sir. I literally said, "What's wrong with being single?" You just like bypassed that question, and your question has
Okay.
been
What's
answered.
wrong with being single, right?
Here we go. We back to the drawing board. Yes, sir.
You
What's
don't have
wrong?
a family. You
Mm-hmm.
don't have a husband where you can be feminine with. You know what I'm saying? And let yourself go from the dangers of this world. You don't have a protector. You don't have a provider.
For those
Uh,
in here, did
why
he?
are you? You're
Hold
gonna
up. Did he
replace
sell?
children with cats at the
Hold
end of the
up.
day.
Did he sell it, y'all? But he just gave an argument, right? Do y'all think he sold it? Is it a yes? Like, damn, he just broke that
You
shit
and your
down.
9 viewers, please.
I mean, it doesn't matter, sir. You one of those nine, and we having a conversation. It don't matter if it was 900 or two people in here. We still having a conversation. That's weird. But it's given no, not at all.
You know
Okay.
what? I want you to be single. I want you to be out of the market. You know what I'm saying? You're doing men a favor. Because at the
Thank
end
you.
of the
I
day, if
appreciate
you're
it.
somewhere where
I
you don't want to
appreciate it.
be, you're gonna make the other
Appreciate
person
acknowledgement.
miserable.
No, I appreciate it, sir. Like, thank you. I feel
I
seen right
mean,
now.
for the same question, right? You're gonna tell me why is it about to be single? I'll tell you. I'll tell
Listen,
you. I'll tell you this. You are gonna replace, right, your children, the company and the support that you're gonna be having from your children and husband with some cat. You know what I'm saying?
oh my God, I'm glad you said that. It's a kitten around here. Oh my gosh, she is so adorable, y'all. She be coming to
How
my
could I tell, man?
Oh my gosh, she is so adorable, y'all. She be coming to
How
my
could I tell, man? I could tell that you're
that cat is
single, that you have
so
a cat, and that you're overweight.
she is
I could tell.
adorable, y'all.
Why
Um,
don't you just hit the gym and find
um,
Why
um,
don't you just hit the gym and find a good man for yourself and see how good life can be, right? Because from what I can
so why do
tell,
you
you're
feel
attracting the wrong type of men.
why are you so obsessed with I'm doing my life? And I don't understand. Like,
I'm
but
looking out for your happiness, you know? Go to
I
the gym.
told you, sir, calm down, sir, calm down. I know you've been
Become a little bit more
hold on,
feminine.
sir, you've been injecting roids and you've been in the gym all week. Your arms getting big. You feeling good about yourself? Good. You
I don't
stay,
have to inject roids.
sir,
I don't
sir.
cut corners, you know, in
No,
my life.
no, you act like
You're
somebody
the
who's
one.
injecting roids. You acting like that. Let me be me. Let me do what I'm doing, sir. You just said it's like 9 people in here. Like, ain't nobody in here. Like, why did you feel like you had to come in here? For a woman you claim is fat, poor, and of no value. Like,
Are
why do
you
you
rich?
care, sir?
Do you own a house?
Sir, let me
Are you
be.
slim?
Let me hold on, sir. Let me be fat and poor and talk to my non-viewers, sir. Why you need to be here? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense.
Because you're shedding a bad light onto
But it's
men,
only nine
which
of
is
us,
not true,
sir. It's
right?
only 9 of us, sir. Like, what does it matter?
Why doesn't matter?
Yeah, go somewhere where you want it, where people want to listen to the message you spewing, where it's like 900 people in there, and tell them what you think. Like, why
Yeah,
come to
sure.
my small
Sure,
talk?
your whole panel was miserable at the end of the day. You're all cat
Sir,
ladies, you know.
hold up, sir. If you say my whole panel miserable, look at the panel, sir. You are the panel.
No, no,
You
no.
you cooking. You
I can
cooking.
see some women that have been siled
Hold up, sir. You
by
the
your words,
panel.
and they are subscribers for some fucking stickers. You know what I'm saying? They are paying you
Sir,
for
you
stickers.
the
You know.
panel though.
I mean, you all look miserable.
You know what? My panel does seem miserable. Damn. Lord. Why
You
you so
acting like a
low?
eternal victim for some reason. And I mean, I'm not gonna drag you out of it.
Like, how am
You're
I
more
acting
than
like a
welcome to stay
victim?
in the hole that you dug for
Sir,
yourself.
how am I acting like a victim?
Oh, let's break down patriarchy. Stay single. What is a man
I
good
didn't say the
for?
word patriarchy today, but you
All this
right. We
stupidity.
do need to break
Seriously,
down the patriarchy. And
what
again, what's
patriarchy are you on
wrong? You
about?
talking about a woman won't have a family if she's single? Do you do you not know people have families? Like, you're born into a family, you can build your own family with community. What's wrong with you,
With
sir?
community.
Where your family at?
Go and ask the community for a loaf of bread and let's see how well they're gonna respond. Right?
Sir, where your community at?
All right. Then since you are a community, ask one of your viewers to send you £10 right now.
Sir, where
Make
is
it
your family at,
do a
sir?
£10 donation from your
Where
community.
is your family at?
Listen, my family, I come from a 7-member family, you know. I'm fine.
What family?
I'm sure you don't even like your sisters,
Hold
brothers,
on.
father,
When you say
mother.
you come from what family? I didn't hear you.
A 7-member family, you know.
So you were born into a family, so you understand.
I understand the values of a family
Yeah,
and the
so
value
people
of
are
a family.
born into family. You don't have to go out and get married to have a family. Like, that's exactly what I was saying. So you understand.
No, I don't understand. I don't understand your
So
point.
you
I
having a
don't
hard time
understand where you stand on.
understanding. I know. Like, I don't understand why. That's the thing. It's like once you learn things, it's hard for you to understand and go back. Like, I'm not sure why you struggling to understand, but I can tell you.
It's like your arguments is like your arguments are bad. Your questions are bad questions, right? You're asking me why is it bad to be single, and I
That's
could
like a
just
bad question.
I could ask you,
That's an excellent
why is it
question.
bad to not have a brother? You know,
Sir,
it's great to have
considering
a
your
brother. You know,
position, considering your position and mine, that's an excellent question. Why would me ask you what's wrong with being single be a bad question. If it's helping you get your point across and it's helping me get mine.
Okay, what's the benefit of having a brother? Tell me.
Of a brother.
Yeah, of a brother.
That's so random. That's like me saying, "What's the wavelength of red, sir?" What? What?
No, it's not random because you asked me why should women get married? Why should they not be single?
Where
And
that
I'm
have to do
asking
with
you,
a
why
brother,
should they have a brother?
sir? Just make the point, because that is not connecting. Like you want to connect some dots that ain't even close together. What are you talking about?
My point is this, right? Some things you don't have to explain. I don't have to explain to you why having a brother is a good thing. Just the same way I don't have to
You do
explain to
have
you
to
why
explain
being
it.
single
The
is a
point is
bad
not
thing.
clear. The
You're
point is
in
not
your
clear. You do
own.
need to explain it.
Do you understand that human beings are tribal animals? You know, they have to have a tribe. They have to have
What does that have to do with
a
having?
group, a circle,
What's up,
right?
Ting? Okay, sir. Now tell me, what does that have to do with having a brother?
It intercorrelates itself and interconnects itself with you. Why you asked me? What you asked me actually? What's the benefit of not being? What's the benefit of being married? Why should women
Are you
stay
expecting
single?
women to marry their brothers, sir? Like, are you talking about incest? What are you talking about? How is that?
You are
What are you talking
problematic in your
about?
core. You know, I'll tell you that for sure. Because I told you,
So
right?
you want women to have brothers so they can marry their brothers? Like, I'm confused.
You are a nasty thinking person. Obviously, I don't have to say something to prove it. I mean,
Nasty.
your mind goes
What does
there,
that
you know.
mean? What does nasty thinking mean?
You know what it means.
I am on TikTok. I am not having nasty conversation. Don't do that. Like, there's nothing nasty about it. I know you're thinking of incestuous relationships, but I'm not going there,
No,
sir.
you actually thought about
No, no,
that.
no. You're the one having the nasty conversation, not
No,
me.
you actually thought about that, not me.
No,
I
you
told
brought
you,
it up. Like, you want to marry your sister, sir. That is problematic. That is not okay. I don't know where you at, but we don't do that where I'm at, sir. We don't marry our sisters.
you know,
You don't
you
want to be a
can't piss
nasty,
me off,
sir.
you know. At the end of the day,
I'm
you're
not trying to
just
piss you off,
ugly,
but I
fat,
am offended. You talking about
single,
I'm the one
a
nasty
mother of a cat.
conversation.
Don't
And
have
you
to,
talking
you
about
don't have
having
to
an
say anything.
incestuous relationship with your sister, sir.
No, you are having relationships with your brothers because obviously you want to stay single, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
You
thank
you be
you.
get you be getting a little bit of this and a little bit of that, you know? No strings attached. And plus drop the wig, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, don't sue you, you know? Tara.
It's not
Uh,
Tara. Tara will
uh,
be a TA. Like Apple. Like, no, it's not Tara.
Listen,
It's Tara. So I'm gonna
there
help you
are
out. Like,
benefits
he's
of
like
being
E is an
married.
elephant to
There are
Tara.
benefits in
Tara.
being married, right? You just can't see them because you never experienced what a good man is, you know? That's why,
But
because
sir, I'm
you
talking
are
about being
attracted to the wrong people.
sir.
You
I'm
are attracted to the
not
wrong
talking to
people.
the wrong people. It's crazy. I'm literally saying that women should be single, and you sit here telling me.
So you want to spread the poison that you're indulging in, right?
So you over here talking about incestuous relationships. What poison are you talking
No,
about?
your mind is going there. It's not my fault that
You the one
your
who
whole
said
mind
it.
is
You
poisoned.
the one who said it. Like women. What about women having
I
brothers?
s- what did I say? What did I say?
If you stop talking when I'm talking, you would have heard what I said. I'm not known for repeating myself, sir.
Sir, it's just that you all as a as a complete like when I hear your the way you speak and the stuff that you say, I have a very what's the name? I have a complete picture of what kind of person of what kind of a
You
person
don't
you are.
understand linguistics. You don't understand the evolution of language and linguistics. You don't understand vernacular. So of course you would think that, sir. You on the internet where you talk to people from all the parts of the world and you like projecting the way you think people should talk, like some standardized way of like you don't understand linguistics, sir. It's
My
simple as
man, my man, my man. Take a breath. You can speak like a person, you know what I'm saying?
again, sir, you don't
Like a
understand
woman.
this. Do you understand linguistics? Do you understand the evolution of language? Do you understand how like regionally people say things in different ways? Like I hear you come from
Your
like you sound like you
tonality is
come from
just pain in
somewhere,
the
sir.
ears, you know what I'm saying?
Sir, I could say the same thing about your tonality, sir. That like
No, I'm
yeah,
I'm sticking to my masculinity. You sound masculine, and
hold
you're a
up.
woman.
Talking masculine. How am I talking
Your
masculine?
tonality is annoying.
Okay, why would this don't make sense? Because you've been here for a little while. If it's that annoying, why would you be here? That doesn't make sense. I wouldn't talk to somebody. I wouldn't ask to join
That's not an
somebody's
argument, you
panel.
know?
I wouldn't be on somebody's panel. And I don't like the way they sound, and I think it's annoying. That's crazy.
No, it's just like your tonality matches your preferences of being single, of being overweight, of being broke, of being a cat mother, you know, and so on and so forth.
So why
You
do you
just
hate cats? What do you got against cats? That's crazy. You think cats don't deserve
you
love?
need help, and I'm not actually trying to help you. I'm trying to help the people in the chat, you know, because they've been
No, no.
psyoped by
Is
you.
anybody in the chat? Hold up. Is anybody in the chat? Listen to this man. I'm gonna do a poll for you because I know feedback is important.
Whichever person does
Hold up.
not
Is
listen to
anybody?
me,
Hold
they
up.
are
Guys,
single and
is
sad,
anybody?
you
Is
know.
anybody listening to this man? Y'all can do the poll. Get this man some feedback because he's talking to y'all apparently.
You got 3 people, 4 people, 5 people.
It don't matter if it was
Yeah.
one person, sir. You missing the point. Well, 7 people said they not listening, sir.
There
Like
you
what?
go. I'm gonna support my point.
Hold up. Let's do this. Give the person name that you talking to, sir. Who you talking to? Not you doing a poll. So you talking to yourself. That's
No, no, no.
crazy.
I'm supporting my
Why
team, you
would
know.
you do the poll? Sir, why would you do the poll?
The poll.
Sir, you did the poll. So you talking to yourself.
Bro, men can't fix
Sir,
women
did the fact there
that
was no
are
yeses
like
made
you.
you uncomfortable?
You
You had to
are
do the poll?
unfixable.
That's
Seriously,
crazy.
you are unfixable.
That is wow. Did you just do the poll?
Look at this. Look at
Sir,
this. She got the bag.
you say
Look
you
at her
talking to the
PFP bag.
chat and you did the poll. One vote for yes. So you sit here talking to yourself. As long as we understand, you sit here talking to yourself. That's crazy.
I mean, your
You
audience is
doing the
women, right?
poll is fucking wow. I'm sorry, that is fucking wow.
She's laughing and single, you know. The fake laugh as well.
You say you're like, let me do
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
poll.
Drag it, drag it.
Let me put a yes on this poll. I love that you value data, sir, because like it's important. That's why we have the poll. It help us get statistical data in real time. So shout
Overweight
out to
as
you
fuck.
for participating.
Damn. Your profile. You've been indulging in donuts instead of indulging in good men.
But
What's going on?
I'm glad you said that, sir. That's actually my live goal. I'm trying to get 100 donuts. I got 10 donuts, y'all. I need 90 more donuts for
So,
my live goal.
so
I
now
love
being
donuts.
slim is a bad thing as well
I
because
love
you are
donuts.
fat, right? That's
I
the
need
same way
90
you.
more donuts, y'all. You got me.
I'm
I'm looking
sure
for
you never
donuts.
saw a treadmill in your life, you know, at the end of the day.
Do you know treadmills
And
were invented as a torture device? Did you know that? Thank you for the donut, show.
yeah, feed her her hunger, you know
Thank
what I'm
y'all for the
saying?
donuts.
Yeah, give us some, give us some, give us some, give
I'm
us
eating
some,
my
give us
donuts.
some. All these women are overweight. All these women are single. And they
They like
support you so
donuts
they
too,
don't feel bad
sir.
as an excluded community, you know what I'm saying?
That's a good ass donut. It got icing on it and sprinkles. It's pretty. I like pretty donuts.
How many kilos are you? Like, are you 95 kilo or 100?
Kilo.
Yeah, kilo.
What's the conversion
Kilos.
for pounds?
200 pounds, you know what I'm saying? Are you close to that number? Or is that a checkpoint? You have not achieved that yet, but you're
Did
on
you
the way,
step,
you're on the track.
did you step on the scale this morning?
Yeah, I
'Cause
actually did.
you know your weight actually fluctuates, right?
Yeah. So it's
Like
90% water,
if
right?
I ate a big meal yesterday, like let's say I ate 6 donuts yesterday, and then I took a shit this
You
morning.
actually did.
When I get on a scale this morning, it will be a different weight than it was yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, being 200 pounds and being 199 pounds don't make a big difference. You're still at the, at the high end. You're high end. And I mean, at the end of the day, you being single saves a man a whole lot of grocery bills, you know what I'm saying?
But here's the
Because
thing,
you're high maintenance.
sir, this is what I'm saying. If me being single saves a man, right?
I
Why you
supported
not
them.
supporting me? You should be
I
supporting me,
support you.
sir. You
Actually,
just
I
said, hold
support
on,
you.
sir. You just said me and the people in here like donuts.
You
We
know
did.
what?
Sir,
Be
why
single.
would you be
Don't
worried
ever
about
get
what
with
we
a man.
doing then? Whoever call you, you need to call that person back, sir. And leave us alone. Let us be single and free, sir. Like we let it for us.
You know what? You enlightened me, right? Be single.
Are you
Be fat.
single? Sir, are you
Be
single?
miserable.
Sir, are you single?
No, I am not.
Because it's a Saturday morning. You ain't here talking to me. So are you where your wife at, sir?
I don't have a wife. I
Hold
mean,
up,
damn.
sir. Are you a single man up here trying to project on me because you're single, sir?
Wait a second.
Hold up,
The
sir.
fact that I
Not
don't
you.
have a
Hold
wife
up.
makes me
Sir, you
single.
are a single man.
Wait a second.
Hold up.
Do I have to
Hold up.
have a
Hold up.
wife? Is
You
that
are
what
the community. Sir, you the
single means?
community. You single.
Listen, I don't have a wife,
Yeah,
That doesn't mean I'm
Coconut
single,
definitely has
right?
2 boyfriends. That's right. Hey,
You have
Monica.
2 boyfriends. Damn.
Yeah, Coconut has
That's
2.
the kind of people you associate with yourself with, right?
No, you misrepresented You said that everyone here was single, and Coconut has 2 boyfriends.
She
So
has two boyfriends.
you're single. You're single,
Even if I was single, at least I'm not fat, you know what I'm saying?
sir.
Yeah.
But you still single, sir.
Listen, keep on stuffing yourself with sugar, Make it happen.
We already, sir.
Get
We already
get
had
to
that,
the checkpoint,
sir.
Say that treadmills were, what's the name, torture devices.
We're torture
So
devices.
you
That's
can,
it's crazy. And now we just like normalize in society as a, something instead of going outside, going for a walk or whatever. But I understand why people use
you
treadmills. They
don't
can be
even walk.
beneficial. They can be very beneficial. So you say I don't walk. I can walk, sir. I'm not.
I don't think so. I
But
don't
you know
think
what?
so.
Hold up. That's very offensive because some people don't have the ability to walk, and there's nothing wrong. Like you can't do that. There's some
I
people
can
who don't have
I
that
can do
ability.
whatever I want,
No,
at the
some
end of the day.
people. Well, I mean, that's a representation for the person you are. But some people, they are not able to walk for a lot of different reasons. And I'm not about to sit here and try to like put somebody down because they can't walk. That's not okay.
I mean, if you're overweight, it was your decision. I will put you
No,
down.
no,
You know
no.
what I'm saying?
Some people like could be paraplegic. People have like MS and stuff like that, sir. Like you need to expand your mind.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't think about all the people in the world when
Yeah, it's a
when I
lot
say
that you
something
don't.
about you directed to you.
It's a lot of things you don't think about, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, like men break women so they can stay in relationships, and like most likely the
You never
relationship
seen
you're
anybody
in,
with
you
in
probably
your
should have
life.
been love, right? Like,
You know
yeah. Shout out to being single, sir. What's going on?
what's going on?
This is why, sir. Maybe you need not to be single because, like, clearly you want my attention so bad. It's interesting.
Nah, I just don't have anything to do right now, and I'm
Of
killing
course
time.
you do. Of course you don't. You're single, sir.
Listen.
Thank you for the donut, Monica.
Right? If you go outside, even though you're a woman, right, and quote unquote you are the guardians of
You're not
smacks, right?
outside. You're not outside either, sir. You inside talking to
You
me.
wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend even if you tried. I think that's the case with you.
I don't need
You
one.
tried,
Coco,
you failed.
she got her boyfriend in mind. Yeah, Ashley.
You wouldn't be able to
We've been talking
succeed.
about that man forever. Apparently, you just need enough people to talk about it. Yeah. Lord, they finally got him. Get the rest of them.
Give her some goddamn donuts. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Melon, thank you for the donut.
No, 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 no. You don't do like that when you eat donuts. You go like this. That's how you eat the donut.
That's how you eat donuts,
That's
sir.
the
I
after
will eat my
sound, the
donuts as I
after effect.
please. So I will eat my donuts as I please, sir. As I please.
Did I try to control the way that you eating your donuts? Am I this of? Is what's the name? Am I mansplaining? Am I directing your thoughts and actions now? Am I orchestrating the way that you're gonna be feasting on this donut? Right?
I didn't say any of the things that you
Is
said.
this a part of the patriarchy? You know what I'm saying? Are men trying to instruct you? You
Are
know,
you trying to connect the dots?
to
So
the
you want
core.
to connect the dots? Is that what's going on?
Hey, girl. How are you?
Hey, Nada, what's going on?
Ooh. Another day, another day.
Another day, another donut.
He
Right?
mad because he want one of my donuts. That's all.
Actually, I'm not the type of person that's gonna be on the internet begging for money. You know.
No, I didn't beg. They just gave them to me.
You didn't beg.
Did it.
No.
But you on the internet begging for attention. So I mean,
Begging for attention.
what's up, Fo? How you doing?
It's my pleasure when I jump into a live.
Hold on, let me eat my donut,
And I
sir.
just
Let me eat my
eat
donut and peas.
I'm coming
the
in to tap
triple
the
donut.
screen. I'm tapping the screen. Y'all tap the screen too. Go ahead now.
Go ahead and tap the screen. You know what I'm saying?
Please. Thank you. Yeah.
Yo, all the
forget.
women in the chat are 2 out of 10s. Single, miserable.
Hold up, but you was in the chat voting, sir.
Birds of
You was in
feather
the chat
flock
voting.
together. You know? Do you know that saying?
Oh, so let me go ahead and answer the prompt. But broken women stay in bad relationships. Of course, I agree. Yes, heck yeah. Suffering isn't noble. It is not, and it does not do you any good nor your partner any good to sit in suffering, because there are lessons that some people need to learn, yourself and the other person, by you leaving and taking care of yourself. If the goal is for you to obtain self-love and to be healthy, and you can't do that in a relationship, then no, you can't do that. But I think a lot of people, just coming from my background, counseling and behaviorism, the reason why a lot of people stay in these broken relationships is some of them are trying to relive trauma. They fool themselves into thinking like, oh, this time is gonna be different. This is the time when I'm gonna make the outcome different. So they get addicted to that hurt and that pain. And so, but no, you cannot fix anybody. And leaving
Excuse
does
me.
not mean you failed, even though there's a lot of societal pressure on women to
Why
ignore
did you
things.
go with a bad man in the first place?
There's another aspect of cognitive dissonance that I want people to realize. There's a study that you could look up about how people lied about how much money they got for this study because like they wanted to feel like it was worth it or something like that. I need to find the details, but essentially, it's like the more time you say in a relationship, you don't want to feel like your time has been wasted. So like part of the cognitive dissonance is you'll make it seem like, oh, it's a reason why I was here. This made like instead of saying, you know what, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have been in this situation forever. You're going to rationalize because you don't want to feel like you wasted your time. But that's going to be to your detriment because that's not beneficial either.
Yep.
What's up, Tam? What's up, Tam? Hey.
This is what you will never be able to achieve.
Sir,
I'm talking.
You will never be.
Excuse me, I'm talking. My boyfriends would never. You're a very disobedient man, and I don't like when men
boyfriends are you on
don't.
about? You're
Don't
single.
push your titties on the screen. This not
I
that
don't like.
type of
I don't like when men don't know how to shut up. My men would never. Anyway,
Collect them like Pokemon, girl. I love
I
it.
was honestly just tapping, and then I realized I was up here. But I do want to
You got
speak to
2
the prompt.
cups. You know what
Excuse
I'm
me,
saying?
you're
Yeah.
out of line. Respect me.
Respect
It's
you.
Go quiet. Put yourself on mute. I'm speaking.
Oh hell no!
No, he like attention deprived. Go ahead, Tam. I muted him.
Go make me a sandwich.
My
Sir.
men's would never. They're already done cooking. We had breakfast. Anyway. Broken women stay in bad relationships. I absolutely think that's true. I think broken men and women tend to gravitate towards each other and essentially validate each other in different ways. And the
Faggot,
sad
faggot,
part
faggot,
is,
faggot,
excuse
faggot,
me,
faggot, 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 faggot.
excuse me, stop talking about yourself like that.
It's attention-seeking behavior.
My men would never.
Mhm.
Mm.
My
But it is
nerves
kind
is
of
level.
it's kind of sad when you think about it, when you have women that are willing to stay in something because one, they could feel embarrassed. Because I don't know if y'all ever met these type of women that love to post their man and say things in their little social media captions like y'all B words mad, y'all B words hater. They go so over the top for them.
Yep.
And then when it goes bad, oh, they were willing to hold on for dear life because they don't want to be embarrassed.
Yep.
They don't want to feel less than. And to me, those are those male-centered men that go a little overboard with their affection. But yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of the game too, because it's like when you first meet a man and he masking, and you feel like, oh, he's so perfect, because that's the illusion he's created. You're gonna tell all your family and friends like this guy I met, he's perfect. Even when your friends like, no, he ain't shit. You sitting there saying, no, he's a great guy, and this is another way women get distant from their own social circle. Because like you've been telling these women they wrong, he's a great guy, but then the man slip and you see him for who he really is, and then it's like you got to go back and tell them women they were right. And humans don't like doing it. Like you can be very stubborn. So it's like now you're even more stuck because like other embarrassment. Shit, go ahead and do it. Thank you for the donut, Monica.
And it's natural to not want to, like you said, because people don't like to be humbled or people genuinely don't like to be wrong. That's why if you are in a relationship, I recommend don't say Nathan.
Nope.
For
Nobody
like
know
a
about my
whole
relationship.
year and a half. People, like you said, Tara, put that mask on, and it takes them about 90 days, just like in the workplace. 90 days before that lure runs out, where they're no longer the best, they're no longer showing up on time, they're no longer doing all those things, and they really become who they genuinely are. And then Rashida is a good one because she was probably one of those at the beginning. I mean, she made a whole song to my son, put it on and make him want to marry me, and he was making babies.
Wasn't he like significantly older than her too, though, or something like that?
I don't know their age dynamic. I don't know. I know his maturity level is low.
Well, the maturity low or not, he is older than her. And like here's the thing. That's part of like what it's like. It's like it can't just be like I'm a good guy for you. Oh, they jealous of me. I'm a great guy. You really hit the lottery with me. Like, and it's so crazy because like, yeah, she did say that, but like at the same time, like you messed up, man. Like, no, we can see on the stage that man is horrible. So it's like, all right.
And that goes back to your prompt too. Maybe he was broken, and we know she broken. We ain't seen Rashida a whole person since she hit the scene.
I also think that the ways that we as women have been defined by our proximity to men plays a big role in this too. We raise women to believe that they can't make it in this world without men. You ain't nothing unless you got somebody and all of that stuff. And so we are already primed to try to make it work, no matter what. I don't know how many times I heard women calling other women and telling them growing up, oh, you can't keep a man. You can't keep a man. You can't keep a man. That pressure is just so negative. So when you do get in a relationship that's subpar or is not meeting needs, you have this whole social pressure to make it work, even when they're not making it work, even when it's toxic, even when it's not benefiting you, even when it's toxic, even when it's not benefiting you. And then I've also heard a lot of people try and put racial dynamics on it and say, oh, you will the community and oh, the divorce rates and oh, they divorcing easy. So it's just like a lot of women internalize that stuff. But I personally, hell no. Nope. If it's not serving me, if it's not giving me the level of happiness I can give myself, why the hell am I here? Get out my face.
No, it's interesting when black men talk about the community, they are indeed talking about themselves, right? And the community they talking about is their nuclear family that they want for themselves. But it's interesting when you say, when we get this message that they supposed to stick it out. That's what we need to. That's what I'm trying to address. Like, where is that message coming from? And why is that message there? Because that's not the message to men. It's
Nope.
like if you can elevate, go ahead and elevate.
I think the world doesn't acknowledge it, but everything they tell us it is women are the backbone. Like this whole world has been made off the blood, sweat, and tears of women's sacrifices, and so that's why they always try and train us as women to stick it out to make sure it's okay. Oh, y'all are the ones divorcing. Okay, you need to stay with the man. You need to stay. But no, like these institutions are not serving us, or it's taking years from our lives. It's draining us, and it's not making our community any better either. So, what are we here for? Just so you can have some place to lay your head after you spent your prime messing over women? So, just because you want to be able to go to a cookout in your old age? Nah, you don't get that privilege when you didn't invest in that nuclear family by doing what you were supposed to do when you was in your prime.
Yeah, and it's like this idea that like, oh yeah, you need to stick it out. It's so fucking crazy because
Disrespectful.
yeah, it's like you unhappy. You know your situation is not like you crying. You feel alone. You laying next to somebody and you feel lonely. You feel like you need you don't know where to go. You isolated from your friends and family. You don't know how it happened, but you are. And it's like a lot of times because that message has come so strongly from everywhere,
Yep.
women don't feel validated enough to be like, you know what? I don't feel okay with this and it's okay to leave. And that's why they push that rhetoric. Because essentially the goal is to keep you staying even when everything in you is telling you should leave.
Yep. Because we see what happened when we do leave. Countries got to offer us $35,000, $75,000, $4,000 to have children. It's like when this shit don't work,
Yeah,
society's crumble.
that's interesting because the man he said something about the table. They always talk about the table. Show me where they offering men money. Point to the country where men are they offering men money.
For
They
anything.
are
For dick.
in
For dick.
China.
Not even kids, just for dick. You're about
But they are though. They are. I think it's in Asia somewhere. I want to say it's either China or some country over there. They are offering men sperm or offering them money for their, stuff. But what they do is they have to sign over rights and they can't come back to the country and they have no legal recourse for the child. It's only to boost
Back to
their.
the country. They can't come back to the country.
No, they can come back to the country, but they can't later say that they want to meet the child or be in the child's life.
Oh,
But
let's
see,
play with y'all.
that's what I'm saying. They're not
Yeah.
because essentially it's like I don't understand them having a program for that where like men can go to the sperm bank. They don't. The thing is, they need the sperm. They don't need the man. And when it comes to children, you need the woman. That's the difference.
Right. They're just trying to get their numbers up in population again, and they just want them for their stuff and send them on their way.
Oh yeah.
And it's specifically American men they're looking for.
I never heard of that. I'm going to look that up. They looking for American men to go to China.
I want to say it's either China or South Korea. It's one of those. My friend was telling me about it because she just came back from South Korea.
I'm going to look that up because I don't know if that makes sense. All right. What about the part about fixing a man? Why do y'all think that women? What messages do y'all think women get that make them think, oh, this man he got problems, but I can fix him? Yeah, Fana, I ain't gonna lie, that does sound like it's not accurate. That's why I'm wondering.
No,
like,
it absolutely is. I looked it up myself. I didn't believe it at first, but no, it is accurate.
let me look online. Y'all go ahead. Y'all can answer the second part.
About trying to fix a guy. It's just more that brainwashing. I don't know why we do it. I do know why we do it to girls because we need somebody to hold stuff down and be stressed out so they can do whatever. But yeah, you can't fix nobody. You have to only worry about fixing yourself. And the men don't want to be fixed. They don't want to be the better partners. There was a therapist the other day who was talking about how men in society are socialized to hunt women but not to sustain relationships. So when you hear old people say courtship ain't marriage or courting ain't marriage, and it's just like, what do you mean? They're talking about that instance where when y'all are dating, everything is good. Y'all always spending time together. Y'all amazing. Oh my God. Then as soon as you get married, all these married women are complaining about being alone, being lonely, not being able to interact with their partners. Their partners never want to do anything with them or take them out or being taken for granted. It's just like, yeah, they got you, the thrill of the chase, and now that they got you, they're more concerned about continuing that process with others, which is why they have this whole, wife responsibility and everything, and mistress and other women. That's fun. That's keep the thrill of the chase. So it's just like, how you gonna fix something in somebody that they don't even see as problematic?
I think that harmful rhetoric unfortunately came from our elders. I think when I hear a lot of older women say, well, that's just a man. You can't expect that from a man. It's the
Oh,
man
that's
always gonna be like it's almost kind of like you're inadvertently setting the bar in hell. And then when women get in relationships, they're like, well, that's just a man. It's almost kind of like settling in a
yep.
sense. And they've kind of conditioned some women to think that that is okay, or you can fix him if he likes you enough, type of thing. It's a weird brainwashing thing that I've heard, and I don't understand why they say that. And I always push back on elder women when they do say that mess. I'm like, please stop doing that, because you're, one, brainwashing women to stay in a relationship that is not, benefiting them at all. And then two, you're setting the bar in hell to where those men say, well, I'm just a man. Remember, I could get away with that, type of thing. It's like weaponizing competence.
hmm And they do it for themselves, and then we do it for them too, and our elders do it for them. It's always these excuses. Boys will be boys. That's just the way men is. It's just like, so we can't have any expectation for them to be better.
Exactly.
Real quick, y'all. I got this from the Global Times. So
hmm
apparently, it's about like the black market of sperm drives in China. So
I didn't want to
apparently,
say be. I
I
didn't
don't
want to
have
say
all
be.
the information, but apparently the infertility rates is a lot of Chinese men. I think it said 15% are infertile. They trying to get other men. I can see why they would want somebody from another country if they have that perception. I don't know. I haven't enough time to sit down with it, but yeah, it does seem to be a thing in China. That's crazy.
I didn't want to say BW men because I didn't want to validate them on this app. So I just said men. And I figured you would look up and see exactly which ones they want. Yeah.
What's that, princess?
Hey, ladies, how are we?
Hello.
Hey.
Just to answer, I guess the prompt, but maybe the last question you guys were talking about things that we feel like we can, or how we feel like we can fix a man. I think also too, just like women just being in silent competition with each other and feeling like, oh, um, he's out here on these streets lusting after women because you don't cook good, and you got to make sure you do X, Y, and Z when he gets home, and, run his bath, and all of these things that at the end of the day, he is going to be who he is. And unfortunately, a lot of women don't see that and they just drive themselves crazy. And then on top of that, it's like we're straying more away from community with each other. And you saw the last man who was on here just running his mouth. They're scared of that. They're scared of women like just looking towards each other and focusing on building our community and kind of leaving them on the back burner. He was single too. Like, that's wild. So yeah, that was my 2 cents.
That's a really good point, because you're right. He instantly went into shaming. Like, he's single, but then was like, well, you're single. And I was like, huh? How is he going to try to call out somebody else for being single when you're in that boat? And you're right. There are some women, and I think it was you, not I said earlier, that said there are women that'll say, well, at least I got a man, or you can't keep a man. It's that level of shame.
Right.
Yeah, because when we talk about just having a man or whatever, we're not talking about like again like. All right, so what about the man? Like, is any man to do is crazy.
Just to
Man,
say you got one.
man, Carl, you said women want married. What are you talking about? Maybe he don't know how to unmute. Hold up.
In the chat, he said men get more attention from other women when we are in relationships. Why? I don't. I mean, people say that, but it's hard to validate. And if you want to use anecdotally, I mean,
I honestly think being in a relationship most of the time is exhausting. It's unnecessary energy when you could be pouring it into yourself.
No, it exactly is. Like that's why I said like um. So my bad, East. But here's the thing. It is exhausting, and because the brainwashing is so strong, right? You literally can hear that. Oh, you're gonna unalive. You're gonna lose like a decade of your life or whatever by messing with this man, and a woman will still walk into that situation like it's worth it. And it's like you could tell somebody that, hey, you do this thing and it's gonna unalive you, and you like, no, I'm good. Like I don't want that at all. But for some reason, it bypasses when we think about relationships with men, and that doesn't make sense to me.
No, like it's literally so draining. I mean, if you look at like Michelle Obama and just her saying like she had a decade where she couldn't stand that man, like even if the man is really good, no matter what, like you're sacrificing a lot. And a lot of the times too, it's very performative. And I'm not saying that a lot of relationships are like that, but most of the time it's like the woman in the relationship who's bearing most of the like household, the emotional toll, cleaning, cooking, all of those things. And that takes a like toll on your body, physically. You deal with a lot of stress, that you have like immune disease, like there's just so many things that come with it. And I don't know, like it's so much better to just be single and maybe date around, but oh, and then having them in your space, like oh gosh, you
And
can't
that's what's key.
decorate the way you want to, like oh,
Oh, that makes me the sickest, princess. I have white sheets and these,
oh yes.
and oh, it makes my stomach turn when I just think of
yeah.
my space being invaded and potentially something on my white sheets that I don't want to see. Oh, I don't know how women do it when they live with a man. Y'all built different.
Some men are so exhausting to be with, so you have to be on 24/7. Because we all know how men have these really, really weird expectations out of a lot of women. Like, you can't have any bodily functions, although you can't poop, you can't fart. Your body is, I mean, so a lot of women are just on. So they have to do this performance and they have to keep it up, even as they sleep, even as they like just daily life shit. They can't even do that because they're afraid of looking less than feminine in front of their man. And I like that is so exhausting.
No,
So
literally.
yeah,
And then they
can't
want
do
you
it.
to go 50-50. Like, what? Like, you want me to do all this stuff? Like, my nails, my hair, my feet. Like, obviously, I do all those things myself. But on top of that, I have to perform for you. And then the house got to be clean. And you're not going to wash the dishes because you don't like doing it. And it's just, you're a slave.
Yeah, and if y'all it's interesting because we was a while back was reading there's this article they released where they did a study on like red pill spaces and some of the things that men were saying online, and it was interesting because one of the ways that they like essentially train women is by doing shit like if he take his underwear off instead of just putting them in a hamper, he'll purposely put them on the floor next to the hamper because what happens is you're gonna do it instinctively. You're gonna be like, oh, let me pick this up. You'll say somebody like, you gotta stop doing this, and he'll be like, my bad or whatever. But essentially, he's doing that on purpose. He'll leave the one dish in the sink like on purpose, and you don't realize it. But these are like sneaky ways that men try to train women to do domestic work.
No, like you're so
Disgusting.
right. Like it's so scary. I was with somebody who did things like that. Like, and it's exactly like you said. Like they'll leave things around purposely just to see like if you'll do it. Like, okay, and I'm gonna do it because I just can't. The sight of it, I can't.
Hmm.
Like, and you're in your own space, right? So it's like I'm walking around. If I see something on the ground, I'm gonna pick it up. The dishes, I can't start my night. I can't like start my routines without things being clean. And like the moment they catch that, and it will be other things too, like certain things they say to you, maybe things they allow you to see, like maybe a text message that they let you see. Like there are men especially who are very, very manipulative,
They'll test
cunning,
you.
and calculated. And a lot of women don't know that. And I wish they could understand, because if they did, I promise you they would stay away from relationships. It's
Here's
terrifying.
the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, so y'all gotta understand, like, you don't know what you're getting because,
Nope.
like, even red pill is not popular now. Men won't admit to being red pill now like they were in the past, right?
But they knew that.
And part of those circles is learning, like literally learning how to train women. So you think you with this progressive man who have these views, and he's very much red pill, and you just would not know it. And that's the scary part, because you don't know what you're dealing with. And I kind of want to go back when somebody mentioned, like, being single, enjoying your time alone. Someone said something to me the other day I thought was so interesting, because they was telling me I was broken or whatever. I don't care about none of the names or whatever, but they were saying, "Well, you single too long, you're not gonna be able to be in a relationship." And I think that's very interesting, because, like, what if the relationship is so wonderful? Why is it that if I'm single long enough, I'm no longer able to be in a relationship? What's happening while I'm single? And I'm like, you know what? The relationship ain't worth it. Because I think that's very
Right.
interesting.
You
I
asking the wrong
personally think
questions. You gonna make some people mad.
I personally think the longer you're out of a relationship and the more you've poured into yourself and actually inadvertently or purposefully done the work, to truly love yourself and know your worth, you tend to identify red flags a lot quicker. And you'll end up weighing your pros and cons before you can even get halfway through the list in your head. You're like, yep, nope, not beneficial for me. And you're moving on, in my opinion. I
Hold up,
think,
last. My bad. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt.
oh no, I was just going to say, I think they get so fearful when they hear women say, like, I enjoy being single. I've been single for a while, because they know
Hmm.
that we will be able to identify something a lot sooner and a lot quicker. But people who tend to hop from relationship to relationship or monkey bar in relationships, they don't really give themselves the even opportunity to identify some of those red flags.
And that's why they push relationships on women, because, like, when you're young, because if you had your late stage adolescent years to yourself between 18 and 25, you will be able to develop, like, finish your last development into adulthood, and a lot of stuff you would not tolerate. But if you get in a relationship young, you're not going to know any better, and that's on purpose. But less, you were saying they need to be discussed about red pill to talk to me. That's why we do the MPD on the covert. Listen to what I'm saying. Just because that man say he disgusted, don't mean he is. You gotta ask his views in a subtle way to pick up on it. Like, if you want to be with a man, we were talking about. I think we were talking about this yesterday about the rules. You got to know the game and all that. But not only that, you got to be a fucking detective. Like, you have to be a detective, not just today, tomorrow, and years from now, because you don't know what he gonna pick up. That's why I say, like, if y'all know who hashtag digs, that shit is so interesting to me. Hashtag, that man too damn old for this shit. When he
Who
first,
is that?
it's this person. When he first came to this app, that's when I was I was on a different side of TikTok, whatever. And, like, he seemed like this progressive guy. Like, he agreed with the points we made, and somehow along the way, this motherfucker found red pill in this old age. That man in his 50s, and you can see, like, how he is, like, so red pill now.
Hmm.
How did this man come in here and talk about, there's not supposed to be a leader? Like, it's that's not how it works. He was saying that his marriage is based on, who's doing what and who's good at what. Like, but months later, he talking about his wife is like a damaged canned good, and he had to mold her. What the fuck?
That's why I get mad when people say, "Oh, you need to vet. You need to vet." Um, there are entire psychopaths running around here and sociopaths running around here who will make up entire relationships and personalities in order just to get some puss. So it's just
Hmm.
like when you're dealing in that setting, sometimes I mean, you of course read the signs, of course, have discernment, but sometimes it's out of your control because they do so much lying and so much manipulating that it take. I know people have been married for years, and I mean, they just now finding out stuff about their partners. So like a lot of the stuff is impossible to vet for until you're there. And when you're there, you just got to be able to get out.
Man, it's weird that you can text but you couldn't unmute. What else? What's up, Eve?
Hey, yeah, I wanted to say that, okay, one, I wanted to say that I think that the reason why they don't like when we're single too long is I believe that when we are single, it regulates our nervous system. It takes us
Hmm.
we're able it regulates our nervous system, and when we go back into trying to partner with them, we're more aware to when
Hmm.
we're being dysregulated. So that's why I don't like that. And then I know, Coconut, I know. And then when you said hashtag girl, that man, when he first got on this app a year ago, he was all you know, he was pro this and pro. If now he's such a red pill, but you know what though? Who else does that? Big Bam. Big Bam will in the daytime he's a red pill, and at nighttime when he's on women's lives, it's like he turns into like this little submissive little kitten boy. And you gotta watch him. If you watch him from the hallway and he's in a woman's live, it's a total different. So I think that they always have it in them at all times, and they just like turn it on when they're around the men and then turn it off when they're around the women.
Those are the most dangerous type because they don't really know themselves, nor are they confident in themselves.
But
They're
that's not just a dangerous type. That's the thing because let me explain something to you. Men need women for emotional support. The man who come to you and want to tell you all his business because he in around a group of women is the same man who circle jerk with men.
hmm Yep.
My bad, Tam. Go ahead.
No, I mean you said exactly what I was saying. Like they're the energy suckers. Like they're gonna go wherever they feel like they can get the most validation and fulfillment, and they're gonna do what they need to do in order to receive it. That's kind of scary. If during by day he's red pill, by night he's a feminist. That's odd.
That's like them 75,000 men who was found in that chat exchanging ways to grape chicks, and some of them were married, some of them like holding public offices, and everything. The scary part is it could be your brother, it could be your neighbor, it could be your principal. They walk among us essentially.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to clock it with Big Bam because and I'm talking about the second that you say anything, the smallest criticism about black men or men, period, it'll jump out. He can't control himself. It'll At first it comes out real soft core misogyny, right? Real soft core, and then it comes out as and then no. First it comes out as like victim, right? Oh, I'm just a victim of the white supremacy. I'm just a victim of the system. And then when you really start to give him that pushback about fatherless households and the high unaliving rates of each other and stuff like that, then it comes a little bit more soft-core misogyny. When you give him just a little bit of pushback more, that's when he amps it up, and then you'll see like, oh well, black women are the blame for everything in the community. So with when it comes to Big Bam, he's real easy. His ego is very fragile, so he can't hold on to that mass very long. But when it comes to, I think what I always tell people is that dumb men are very common. Smart men are usually something that we want, but men that are intelligent are fucking dangerous. because they're the ones that are smart enough to hold that mask the longest and try to manipulate and lead. So give me a mediocre smart man any type of day, but I don't want no fucking dangerous super like some fucking apex goddamn fucking reptile. Like I don't want that. You know what I mean?
I like
And
it.
it's interesting that you talk about Big Man because Coconut, you right, he is crash out. He one of the few men who like will cause himself to crash out. Like he'll be talking in the middle of him talking, he'll crash out and be like, I'm out of here. And I'm like, what the fuck? That shit is so crazy. But we also have to understand that because of the way men personalities develop and like when we walk down like, hey, you know, from a young age they can't have certain feelings and because they emotionally disconnected from themselves and they mask as a personality and essentially they're method acting throughout their life. Please believe these men can hold up a mask for a very long time because their whole personality is a mask.
Oh,
What up, y'all? Men Carol want to say something.
It doesn't have truth. I think women catfish more than men do, to be honest with you.
Catfish? No, mask, sir, not catfish.
Give me an example. Give me an example of a man masking, wearing a mask, opposed to a woman catfish. Give me an example.
How do you correlate the two?
I see it as women catfish more than men do. So I think women oftentimes, if she really likes a man, she'll be whatever he
So
likes.
what's catfishing?
Say again.
What's catfishing?
I would say pose it to be something physically that you're really not.
Okay, so masking is a little different than that, sir.
Yeah, he said physically, but then he said she'll pretend to be something. I don't think.
I mean, masking and catfishing, whatever. Like, it's just I don't know. I feel like he just don't fully understand what it is. But go ahead, and make your point, sir. We're not going to educate you. Go ahead.
I was asking the question regarding masking. Give me a definition of masking. Men who
No. Go ahead and tell us what you think. Because earlier you were talking about women want men in relationships. Go back there.
I truly believe that. I had one woman I dated who put me on game. She said, Megarod, now that we're together, these women gonna be on your bumper. And I was like, girl, get out of here. And when it happened, I had respect for her because I said, wow, they want what she has, right?
So how many of them women did you try to sleep with?
I didn't sleep with them at all because she put me on game. It made me more loyal to her because she had the vision to see that, the hindsight to see that.
And are y'all married today?
No, we're not.
No, of course not.
So
They're
they
not
didn't.
together.
Yeah, so they didn't get her nowhere. Okay. Anyways,
I'm sorry.
I feel like that's just not gender specific though. Like, people lie to get into relationships, and then some people they go after people who are in relationships because they like validation from people who are partnered. It's just like, oh, it's like an ego trip for them. It's like if I can take this person away from who they're with. That's not specifically women though, because I know plenty of dudes who dirty Mac. I mean, married women will tell you some of the best courtship you get is from men when you are married, because it's just like I mean.
Yeah,
So
I just had a dude tell me he liked to be the side nigga because he ain't got to do none of the main stuff. But I
yeah.
hate that.
Yep.
It ain't even strangers. It be the homeboys. His
Mhm.
homeboys trying to get with you.
I don't
What
know.
are you talking about?
Girl, sometimes it's family members.
we need to, I feel
Here,
like we
why
need
did they
to,
end? Why did y'all break up? Why didn't y'all get married if you had respect for her?
She ended up moving out of state.
She left him.
yeah, she ran away. We need to discuss. I feel like men need to start. We need to discuss how many men have lost their girlfriend to their homeboy and don't even realize it.
Right, because I was just about to say, I feel like that's that
Every man's
situation.
been dumped before. How many women have been dumped
Oh,
before? You ever
brother,
been dumped
we get
before?
it. Women do it too.
No. I said, have you ever been dumped before?
No, actually, I've never had the pleasure of a motherfucker just leaving me alone. I gotta figure it out on my own. I've never had the
Right.
pleasure.
That would have been lovely.
Yeah, y'all keep a bitch hostage
So you never
forever.
reflected on your so you never reflected on your bad choices because it's perceived that whoever gets dumped was the problem, right?
Huh?
What?
Every man has been dumped before, right?
Yeah, cause y'all
For some
dumb.
reason, I meet a lot of women who've never been dumped before. So
It's
how do
the
you
reason. It's the
How do you
reason why.
reflect on your
It's the reason
choices?
why a majority of women initiate divorce as well.
Right. We're the ones that have to get out of it because it's no longer serving or benefiting us. All the benefit goes to the man, whether it's a relationship or a marriage. So it's us that tends to walk away, and then that tends to try to hold on to us.
Yeah, men don't leave. In fact, men will stick around. I mean, because it's always that promise of puss.
And even if they try to monkey bar to someone else and start dating somebody else, they're still going to try to hold on to that ex of theirs just in case the new one don't work out. So they never really leave us alone until you have to either put a restraining order or block them.
Hmm.
They're dudes blackmailing baby mamas for smacks.
Right. It's very weird.
In order to take care of their kids.
Yeah, that's why they're not going anywhere. Like, which is why it's crazy to me that people try and put the scarcity mindset into women over D. It's just like D is everywhere. It's abundant.
Everywhere.
And that's why they say don't deal with a woman with kids because she's still dealing with her baby father, because they understand that men will often extort women sexually in order to be in their child's life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're dealing with men like that, we have to be the ones to do the dumping.
We practically have to beat y'all off. Just being honest. Gotta have a burner phone and everything.
I got 2 phones. All of that. Yeah. So I don't know.
So she moved to another state and you said the relationship is over. Is that what you said, Minkara?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she
I
fight
thought-
you on it, or did she say okay?
It was a family situation. She had to move.
You know, you can't ever ask them, man, they gonna lie because it's tied to their ego. Man, Carol, what you think about the topic?
Yeah, they love to lie.
It's a good topic. I think it's a good topic. That's why I came into our live.
I know, good. It's a good topic. I know, that's why I put it up there. But what's your thoughts on it?
I would say unhappy people shouldn't be in relationships.
Unhappy people?
Why do men stay in unhappy relationships?
Trying to make the woman happy.
Not because they benefit from it.
Hold up. You're saying that men want to be in relationships just to make women happy?
Ask the question.
I'm sorry.
Why do men stay in unhappy relationships? Because the woman's unhappy.
So everything about the relationship is tied to the woman. It ain't got shit to do with the man, right? Because that's the way it sounds like you framing it.
I said unhappy people shouldn't be in relationships, male or female.
But then when we went to the nitty gritty and got to the details, you talking about unhappy women.
You said specifically why are men in unhappy relationships? I said because the woman's unhappy. I
never said no. I clarified because I'm not talking about unhappy relationships. I said bad relationships. The word difference makes a difference. It's important.
I said why do men remain in bad relationships or unhappy relationships? I said because the woman's unhappy.
You're using unhappy and bad synonymously.
I am.
I don't think she is.
She's telling you no.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, emotional intelligence will be prioritize your happiness. Would you agree? It's your job to make you happy. Would you agree?
But see, that's what I'm saying. It's like you want to switch the words around.
I'm not switching it up. I'm trying to agree with you. Would you agree?
Sir, you want to switch the words around and change the whole conversation. Nobody was talking about that. I mean, you are, but that's not the topic. What is a bad relationship, sir?
But you asked me about the topic. I said unhappy people shouldn't be in relationships. I'm going with my definition. But ask the question again.
Lord.
It's in print.
What's a bad relationship, sir?
Somebody who's unhappy. Anytime there's unhappiness, it's going to have problems because there's no fulfillment being made. Somebody feels that they're investing more than the other person. Resentment sets in, and then a space creates, and they don't talk anymore. And now you have situations where you can't even talk. You're arguing, right? Because unhappiness is there. That's why I said, would you agree that prioritizing your happiness is a form of emotional intelligence, right? Just like feeding yourself, you have to do what you have to do to keep you happy. You shouldn't depend on nobody to make you happy. As a man, I can't depend on my woman to make me happy.
All right, pause for a second, because that's the annoying part. No one said anybody's depending on another person to be happy. The thing is, the conversation was not about happiness. It's bad. Let's say bad. The relationship is a bad relationship. It's not a good match, sir. Why do people say a bad relationship?
Because they're unhappy. If you were happy, you would prioritize that, and that would be the
Is
structure.
a man, hold up,
Male or
man is
female?
tied to a woman. Will a man be in a bad relationship? No matter if she's happy or not, sir.
It started off bad. It eventually became bad over time. Would you agree? Would you agree?
Men stay in relationships because with a woman that is unhappy or happy. It does not matter about what her feelings are. The reason why men stay in a relationship is because they see that those relationships are not bad for them, because relationships only benefit the men. Even if she's unhappy, even if she's the most miserable person in the world, he will still hold her hostage, keep her shackled to him, because it still benefits him in some way. This is why, again, 70% of women initiate divorces, because it only benefits the men.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
Why do you disagree, sir?
As I said before, right? Men are the ones who bear the accountability for the success and the failure of the relationship. When
No,
it all
y'all
fails, it's my
don't.
fault.
Actually, no, y'all don't. It's women.
What?
When it all fails, it's his fault. I never met a woman that said, Mikara, I'm willing to leave this relationship and I'm willing to take accountability for the success and the failures that we encounter. Men
I've
do
never met a
that.
man that said that. You.
Men do that.
What pamphlet are you getting this from?
I'm a 43-year-old single father. This is reality. I'm kicking facts.
Okay, so that might be reality for you. You might be one of the few and the proud. But I ain't never, ever heard a man talk about taking accountability for anything, but much less for
Do you have kids? Do you have sons?
in a
What does
relationship.
that have to do with anything?
Because
People break up with and without children. We don't need to bring the kids into it. Can you please explain to us at what point? Give us an example of a man taking accountability for the bad things that he's done, he or she or whatever that has happened in the relationship.
if I'm dating a female, right? I'm talking about me.
A woman. If you're dating a woman,
I'm willing to lead because I have a vision, right? She likes me. She's willing to. Okay, I see the same visions you have, right? Let's work on that. Let's see you manifest that, right? I'm also willing to take accountability for the success and failures because I know she's willing to get with my program, right?
so you're willing to take accountability of the failures of the relationship, like
And the
what?
success. And the success.
Of course, you're
If I
willing to
make a
take
bad
accountability
choice, it's
for
my
the
fault,
success.
right?
Every man does that. But what kind of failures are you taking accountability for?
Anything that arrives. It could be financial. It could be me not communicating with her enough. It could be me not being more emotional intelligent towards her and considering her needs. It's a lot of things,
And
right?
you think a majority of men take on that accountability?
I'm speaking about myself. You asked about Mikara. I can't say that.
We're okay. So
Stay with me. Focus on me.
one
Focus
thing
on me.
that, okay, let me tell you something. One thing that shows a person's intellect is being able to talk on the generalities without bringing their own selves in as a reality. So simply because you were able to do that doesn't make it a reality for all men. It makes it, but we're talking about on the general consensus of men. And more than likely, whenever any type of relationship fails, whether if it was her fault or not, no matter what, the failure of the relationship lies solely on the shoulders of a woman. And this is why women are told you can't keep a man. This is why single women are shamed because you don't have a man. This is why when women are divorced, they're often the ones blamed. This is why even when 70% of women initiate the divorce for any type of reason, it's most likely because she couldn't keep her man happy or she wasn't happy and she destroyed the family. Men never take accountability or are held responsible for the failures of any relationship breaking up. So
I'm gonna take it a
please,
step
if you are
farther.
intelligent enough to have a
I disagree.
conversation about
Respectfully, I disagree.
generalities of relationships, then you can keep yourself out of it. There's not one woman on this panel or the host or the woman in the comments that have brought themselves, specifically their own anecdotal experiences, into this conversation, because we're able to hold an
You are.
intelligent conversation.
I think you are.
Um,
Something you said, and maybe I misheard you, so I just want you to clarify for me, Minkara. Did you call your relationship the program? Is that what I heard you say?
I said with regards to my dream or how I'm want to lead a relationship as a man, and she's willing to get with that dream or program, however you want to lead, semantics, right? She's willing to, okay, it sounds good, make it raw. Show me, right? Now I'm leading. Now she can operate in her femininity because I'm leading, and I'm the one who takes the burden of accountability, right?
I knew I heard that bullshit. I knew.
Yeah. And then
What,
I
what,
want
what,
I
what,
want you to
what would
clock
your
how you
program look
said.
like?
I want
What
you
would your
to
program look like
understand
for a
real
man that
quick,
you want to lead?
real quick. I want you to understand how you just described this relationship. You said the dream that I want, not the dream that we want. This is a problem with a lot of relationships with men is that y'all have a severe main character syndrome, and this is how you end up on a panel as a 44-year-old single father, because you
Mm,
never ever think of the collective. You never think of your happiness is
Oh,
solely
don't work on me, man.
the family survival is solely lies on your happiness. Maybe
mhm.
that's
And
why
that
you're
I didn't say
single,
that. I didn't
and
say
maybe
that.
that's why you can't keep a woman.
I
and
didn't
that
say that.
whole
And I have no problem keeping a woman. That's your assumption. I'm very handsome. I have no problem. I'm in the career I'm doing what I have to do. I'm very happy in my life. That's why I'm on this panel. That don't work
that
on me. You
that
can't project. You
whole
can't project that on me. I'm sorry. That don't work on me.
that whole verbiage of the program, and then he led into leading, right, gives me like the I'm the coach type of mindset. Like you fall in
You
pro
can be a
you
coach
fall
too, but
are
are
you
you willing to
cutting
lead a
me off?
relationship? Have
Are
you ever
you cutting me
took the
off?
position of
Are
leading?
you cutting me
No, I'm
off?
not. No, I'm not. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, disrespectful. um it kind of leads into like I'm the coach, so is either get with what I want to get with, which good point East, it's his selfishness, self-centeredness, or you're dismissed and I move on. um or you fix it and then we can stay together. It seems very, yep, manipulative. Yeah.
I'm just wondering about the part about this whole accountability thing because men do a lot of projecting. Everything they accuse women of is really projection. They are actually guilty of it. So I'm trying to figure out where anywhere in society, much less in relationships, men have ever been willing to take accountability. I mean, when women are raped, the popular thing that people are saying is, well, why was she there? What was she wearing? Oh my God! Like, and no, the conversation is never on, well, why did he wake up today and decide to do a great day of raping? Like nobody else thinks about that. In relationships, if he cheats, oh, she wasn't pleasing him. She wasn't. She drove him away. She this. She that. If she cheats, oh, she's a homewrecker. There's what male accountability are you talking about? We can see from the way we treat single moms in our community. Like, oh my, like we blame the one parent that gave a damn and stayed around. Like, well, the mothers are raising these kids. Yeah, by themselves. Where the fathers at? So the idea that overall that men are being accountable or held accountable in relationships, boy, respectfully, I'm gonna have to go ahead and we're gonna have to agree to disagree because I can't.
Right. And that's why the topic is broken women stay in bad relationships, not broken men, because a man to a man, every relationship is beneficial to him. So it doesn't, because one thing a man gonna do, baby, is when the second that he feels unhappy, he will leave. And if he don't leave because he doesn't want to split his assets, he gonna cheat
Yeah.
immediately the same day. A man will feel unhappy you can have an argument with a man and make him feel unhappy at 11 a.m. By 11:45 he already in something new.
Yeah, it's a monkey bar. You gonna
Yeah,
find something else.
by 11:45 a.m. baby. Yeah, so like y'all, when y'all sit up here and say, women, we need to be accountable, you need to be accountable to who? To you? And that's the thing, is that y'all never take responsibility for anything, but women have to shoulder the burden of responsibility for everything. And this is why y'all constantly saying, take accountability, take accountability, take accountability. Go ahead and, sir, I would hope you please look up the definition of accountability. Because who the hell are we supposed to take accountability to? Who is the authority figure that we need to be accountable to? You? Your homeboys? The only person we should be accountable to is ourselves.
I like to point out that he said in the comments, oh, what did I push? Oh, I thought men stay in relationships. Let's be clear. Y'all's definition of a relationship is she's in a relationship, so she can't do anything else. But I'm in this relationship, but I'm also single. So when we
Yeah.
say that you are willing to monkey bar and do whatever, even though you're technically in this relationship, that's exactly what we mean. Y'all will stay in that chaos because you know it's benefiting you while you still continue to do what you want to do. And then gaslight her later if she catches you and say, well, we weren't really together. You know, we've been having problems.
But let's not also forget that some of that chaos they done caused it.
Yeah.
They caused the chaos, and they sit back and they enjoy it. Cause like just like when we talk to men, they constantly want to argue or whatever. They constantly nag each other, want to go back and forth with each other. It's like a level of like dopamine they must get from that amount of chaos and stress or whatever. They can't just sit and relax. So that's like it's interesting when men say be my peace. Can't nobody be peaceful with y'all because y'all like the drama. You feel the same way now. You gotta argue. You got a problem. You gotta make her feel bad about herself because you feel like shit. Like it's constant drama with them.
And
Men
that's
are
the thing.
chaotic beings. They are chaos walking. They are a stream of chaotic thoughts, feelings, and emotions. They are not at peace unless they are causing someone else to have some type of chaotic experience in their life. Now y'all know the movie Chaos Walking with Tom Hardy, where the men's thoughts they moved to a distant planet, and the men's thoughts were projected so only women can see them. And when the men realized that the woman could see their thoughts, instead of trying to change themselves and better themselves, they just unalived all of the women around them so they can continue to be chaotic beings. It's a real good movie. Y'all gotta watch it. But men are very chaotic. Chaos Walking.
Yeah.
I'll just see that. That sounds intense.
Minka, what are you talking about? Nobody's talking about nobody happiness. Why do you keep saying nobody's talking about that? Nobody's talking about being on. Why someone ain't no typing in the comments? What the hell?
Has someone told you that they were unhappy in a relationship and they classified it as a bad relationship, Minkara? Because the fact that you're trying to make those synopses is so odd to me. Like you're trying to force a square peg into a triangle hole. Like I don't understand.
I actually agree with you guys. No man should depend on a woman to bring him peace. He should already be happy. He should already be happy and confident enough to deal with this woman to have an open relationship between two people.
Oh, so you're
Same thing
talking
for a female.
okay? So you talking to men because men do that. They be like, y'all think that a woman gonna complete y'all.
Mm.
I would say it goes both ways.
That's why it's falling on deaf ears. We like, what the fuck is you talking about? But yeah, we hear men say that they want to get the bag so they get the woman because they think, oh, once I get the woman, it's gonna be all complete. Like I've completed the journey. It's the boss fight, and them niggas still be unhappy and miserable, and they make that woman life a living hell. Go tell the men.
I was gonna say, Tara, that goes back to the other night. I think it was your live where you were talking about, you know, the trope of masculinity, right, and falling into the patriarchy, like knowing damn well they can't live up to that expectation because it is an unrealistic expectation, but they fall into it by wanting this relationship and feeling like I need to find this fine, fit, and feminine woman, knowing damn well it's nothing that they can sustain, and they're going to be just as unhappy.
Yeah, so it's unattainable because the thing is, like in this hierarchy, the men are trying to get higher on the hierarchy, and it's like somebody who chases a dream and they think when they get the dream they're gonna be happy, and then when they get that job that they wanted, they can't fucking stand that shit. So the thing is, like, you can't be the most dominant because you can't be the most successful. You can't have the most chiseled jaw and be the tallest and be the most handsome and have the woman that all the men want. It's always going to shapeshift. It's always going to be something different. But that's the dream they chase. For them, because they think everything's linear. Like once I get, like that's why I say it's a boss fight for them. Once I get to the boss fight, I'm gonna be that nigga. And then they get there and they like, no, he not, and then he's miserable because it's not leading to expectation. Because the problem was never the woman. The problem was never the job. The problem was never the money. And the problem was always him, and he hasn't worked on himself. So instead of him understanding that there's something intrinsic I need to work on, he's gonna make her life a living hell. He's gonna self-sabotage. He's just gonna be miserable, but he's still gonna put that mask up in front of the people he needs to because he's still gonna be playing that game.
They never
Men,
realized that they were set up for unhappiness from the beginning.
yep.
Damn shame.
Men are really good at creating systems that they don't really benefit from.
Right.
Like I'll give you an example: polygamy. Every man is obsessed with this. I'm gonna have multiple wives, multiple, regardless as to how disrespectful it is. That you just out here trying to collect women like Pokemon or whatever. That you just see them as interchangeable objects to like a collection. But they do this, but not realizing that it actually bites them in the behind.
Mm-hmm.
Because they complain about hypergamy, but also polygamy. So, do you understand that if you want a polygamous society, the hypergamy that you was crying about is going to be beyond? Because if you're telling me one man can marry many women, there's going to be a bunch of women flocking to that guy for resources,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to make it harder, it's going to make it harder for the average man to find one. That's actually why polygamous societies went out of style, because the average man could not get a woman because the rich ones all had them all, and men
Mm-hmm.
created that system like idiots because of their
It
dicks.
it never benefits them because if you're financially struggling taking care
Actually, it
of
was African women
yourself,
who created polygamy in Africa, to be honest with you.
Sir, what's her name?
I disagree, but go ahead.
could you give
What's
us a
her?
history lesson on that, please?
Yeah, tell us her name.
Mankara,
Female, but the culture and the criteria for what it means
Yeah, what's her
to have
name?
more than one wife was created by African
What's
women,
her name? What's her
mainly in
name?
West Africa.
What's her name?
What was
Like I
the
said,
tribe? What
I
was the
wouldn't be no
country?
one female. It was with the
No,
culture.
it's
what
women.
was
We
the
talking about
tribe?
humans here,
Africa's
not
a big
the.
old continent,
I
huh?
know y'all be fucking animals, but we talking about women,
Now,
sir.
you know West Africa, there
No,
are
no, no, no,
countries.
no, 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 no. What's her name?
Say her name. Oh.
Sir,
Yes.
no, no, no,
What?
no, no. What's her name, sir?
Whose name?
The sole woman who
It
created
wasn't a sole
polygamy.
woman. It was a
No, no,
collective
no,
group of
no.
women who decided they created the
All right,
criteria for
all
polygamy.
right. What's the name of these women
I'll post in the chat room. Go ahead and talk.
in the chat room?
In your chat
What,
room, you can look
What
at it.
year is it?
Yeah, I don't want to talk over you or take you on this because I'll
no,
just
no,
put
no,
it in the
no.
chat.
I want you to go look it up.
Yeah, because
Tell us these
we
women.
have to fact check
I
because
already have. That's why I'm putting it in the chat room.
Okay, but we
Respectfully.
waiting for you to put it in the chat. Mute up and go find it.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I was trying to do.
You ain't gotta talk about it. Just do it. I'm looking at the chat. I don't see nothing there.
If I hear chat room one more time, are we AOL?
while he's doing that, it's actually the opposite because there are plenty of African societies that were uh practice polyandry where the women have two husbands. So to try and say that it was created by women in Africa when Africa ain't a country, it's a whole continent with
It's
over a million
crazy.
languages.
And he doesn't. I was gonna say he doesn't even realize in some of those African countries, in order for those men to take on multiple wives, they have to prove that they can financially support them. And if they fall behind in financially supporting them women, well, that's your ass.
Yeah, South Africa just passed a law a couple of years ago that was actually hearkening back to some of their earlier pre-colonial practices of women having multiple husbands. So, I mean, we're not just gonna sit here and be ignorant and be like all the African. Like, no, they're not just one person. They're not a monolith.
Right. And let's be clear, a lot of those countries you have to have some sort of dowry to prove that you can financially take care of and support these women. Y'all aren't doing that in the United States. Y'all barely got $5 in your account when you try to talk to somebody at a gas station. We're not being serious.
Hold up, sir. If you don't go ahead and just type the name,
Lord
you
help.
can't click on links in TikTok
I was
comments.
trying.
I copied it. I'm gonna go look at it.
I can't copy it. Everybody looking it up, y'all. Why they did? Could y'all tap the screen? Why they looking it up? If y'all could tap the screen for me. Make sure y'all gift in the panel. Support the live, y'all. The way TikTok works is it only push the live out if people who are in it. The way TikTok works is it only push the live out if people who are in it are engaging with the live. Which is why you gotta tap the screen. Commenting is another way to engage. Gifting is a way to engage. Just so y'all know. Make her stop just posting articles. You done post a whole nother article, sir. What? Don't flood my chat with a bunch of article links. Can't nobody click on that shit. What it say though? Cause I know
Yes,
you
ma'am.
read all them articles that fast, huh? You said what?
I say yes, ma'am. I apologize for posting the links in the
What's
chat.
the name? What's the name of the women? Hey, Free. What's the name of the women, sir? You done read 2 articles, sir. Tell me the name of the women.
It's more or less ethnic groups, not just one individual
What
woman.
ethnic group, sir? So you just read the articles. You could just tell us what's the name of the ethnic group. So you don't know. Got it. You just finding random articles on the internet and spamming them in the chat. No, Les, he ain't read that shit. He wants you to read it. Yeah, I know you didn't read the article. That's the point.
Oh man, this debunked him so bad. This article is actually talking.
No. Let him start off.
Okay, let me finish. I got one more
Because he
little.
didn't read it, Tam. He didn't read nothing.
Yeah, he didn't read it at all, actually.
He didn't read nothing.
Yeah, he didn't read it at all, actually. It actually completely obliterates your whole stance.
That's why I want him to make the first. I want him to make the first statement. Nigga, you back on Teacup, Lord. What's the name of the women, sir? Mankar.
I'm in the chat. I'm sorry.
Don't be in the chat on the panel, sir. Mankar.
We can't all talk at the same time, but we can read together.
Sir, I'm asking you a question, sir. You ain't got the articles to prove your point. What's the name of the women, sir? You said it's an ethnic group. What's the ethnic group? Now you muting up back on Teacup. That's why you need to stop lying. Damn.
Unfortunately for him, I grade papers like this for a living, so I'm pretty good at reading pretty quickly and getting a good idea.
No, he over there struggling. He fighting for his life over there. All I see is him muting up and keep going on Teacup.
He didn't even read his own source.
Now he about to find another one. He just want to put a bunch of articles in the comments and hope one of them lands something. Minkar, sir, Minkar is a very specific question.
I don't know why he think he tested my reading, sir. You don't even know what you put in here. We're not. Thank you, Leslie. And it's talking. I'm not going to go into it, but it actually contradicts his whole point. It's actually talking about how polygamy in Africa was because those men were having multiple partners and women just started reporting them and saying, hey, he has another wife, which I need more financial support. And then they also said that polygamy is also really bad and detrimental to women in Africa, across Africa, specifically in Tanzania, because it's been causing HIV, the spread of it. And they actually completely blame all of that on the man. Like I said, we're not being serious.
This man back on Teacup. He back on Teacup looking for another article. Lord.
And this is just someone's paper and their theory and their hypothesis. And they're talking about how they actually would carry out the specific data, not that they actually did. So you would have failed my class.
Mankar, why are you in the comments, sir? You on the panel.
Right. It's literally a
what? Mankar, seriously.
They're
like,
writing,
just take your L,
Because I
sir.
don't overtalk y'all. That's why I'm being respectful. I'm being very
No,
respectful.
I asked you a
I'm being
question.
very
It was just
respectful.
you. Go ahead, you got it.
I'm being very respectful. That's why I'm in the chat room. I don't want to overtalk y'all. The dialogue. I'm just trying to add.
It's the chat, sir. Just the chat, not the chat room, sir. You got it. Go ahead. I mean, we listening.
Question.
Sir, what's the after group? What are you presenting? What is the article saying that you?
Y'all said that polygamy was wrong. All I said was historically polygamy was created by African women. They created the
Okay, then you
criteria.
say you gonna
They
go with
created
the
the criteria.
information.
They created the criteria in terms of what can and can't be a husband that has multiple wives. It was African women who had a significant role in laying that down. That's all I said. Y'all said
Sir,
no, y'all don't.
you went and got the article. Tell us what the article said, and I confirm what you were saying.
Got to read the article first. History rewards those who do their research.
Sir, Lord, just say you ain't read the goddamn article.
Just say you haven't even looked at it yet.
I'm hosting a live, sir. No, I haven't.
I understand. And I don't carry on.
But you ain't saying shit, Lord. You see what I'm saying? You imagine living with these niggas?
No,
Even like in the incompetence.
He's not a good program manager. Also, if a quick Google search, even if you just research it and find a couple articles that pop up, the actual person that coined the term or the word polygamy and where it started was initially in the Mormon church, and it was a whitey man. Now, what was happening in probably Africa at that time, even prior to that, because that happened in the 1800s when Joseph did it, was probably something different. And we've just kind of used that word to explain what that was, but that wasn't what they did. I need us to really read and really do our research. I'm sorry, I am she. You're right. I'm a nerd. I'm sorry.
It don't matter. He ain't have shit to say. He grasping for straws. He hoping somebody say something he can just attach to. Talking about he commenting in the chat room. But the fact is, he said some bullshit. Instead of being corrected, he gonna ride that wave. Which take me back to my goddamn prompt. You can't fix these motherfuckers.
Okay, I'm gonna stop doing the work. In fact, sir, I need you to cash at me $10 because I did unnecessary labor on my day off. And I don't like that.
Why are you in the comments? This is weird. Sir, her telling you to compensate her for the work is not panhandling. Nigga, you're a scary ass nigga. Why are you in the comments, sir?
That don't work on me. Calling me scary. That don't work on me.
Listen.
The insults
have
don't work. It don't work, man.
sir.
Respectfully, it don't work. I'm sorry.
Why are you on the panel and you're commenting in the chat?
When I spoke, the sister said, "You're not gonna overtalk me." I said, "I'm gonna play my role."
Sir, nobody was over. I told you had the floor.
She's asked you plenty of times to come off mute when nobody was talking to speak, and instead you choosing the thumb thug. What you wanted to be when Menkara? What do you want to be when you grow up? A thumb thug or a panelist?
I'm already an adult. I'm grown. My oldest son is 20. My youngest 18.
Then be the
No,
panelist.
don't change the topic. Stay
I
on
ain't changed the topic. I answered the question. Just carry on with the dialogue. I'm just here to build with y'all, regardless of how y'all feel about it.
Ain't no carrying on the dialogue. We waiting for you to come back with evidence and information. We waiting on you,
You
sir.
refute that. You refute the article with an article. You haven't posted nothing.
That's not an article. Please
Okay.
stop calling that an article.
What would you call it then, my dear?
I know what I call it with my students. That was someone's paper. That was not an article.
I have students too. Consider I'm in education just as well. Consider I have a master's degree working on my doctorate as well. We can do this, but
Hold on. You got, sir, you working on a doctorate in what?
No way possible. All the misspelling, there's no way possible.
Hold on, real quick, Manker, what you getting your doctorate in, sir?
Oh goodness.
anthropology.
No. What are you doing your research on?
Oh gosh.
What is it?
I'm reviewing the bell curve theory. If you guys remember the bell curve, I'm a little older than you guys.
No, break it down,
Wait,
because I know
what?
people do research, love talking about their research, and you like
Bell
tell us
curve.
what
The
you.
bell curve was some racist theory that dictated how we're less intelligent than Europeans, and it was used. That's why some assessment tests can't be used on black kids. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of going back into that, using the book Mismeasure of Man. That's a different topic. But to answer your
Wait a
question,
minute.
I'm questioning the bell curve. I'm going back into the bell curve.
What program are you in for your doctorate?
What the fuck?
No,
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 fuck that.
I
No, no,
gotta,
no,
I
no,
gotta
no.
ask because
No,
that didn't make no
pause,
sense.
sir.
Damn.
The bell curve, and you talking about what is that? Phenology? What the fuck is you talking about?
He said anthropology.
No, when he's talking about the measurement of skulls and shit, what the fuck is you talking about?
It's
It's
a book
eugenics.
called The Mismeasurement of Man, which goes real deep into the bell curve theory. It's an anthropology book, and it's anthropology, like the sister said.
Sir, the bell curve theory is
It's
the data
eugenics.
set, sir. What the fuck is you talking about? You know what the bell curve
He's
is?
not in a doctoral program.
You tell me what the bell curve theory is, and I'm
No, I'm
listening.
not going to educate you,
'Cause
sir. You don't
I
know what
brought
you're
it up.
talking about. You're clearly lying.
Help.
Clearly, I am, according to your logic.
No,
I'm
that's
gonna be
not
whatever you want me to
logic.
be. I'm gonna
Nigga,
be whatever you
according
want
to
me to be.
logic.
I'm gonna be whatever you want me to be. I'm in California. I go to Cal State. That's where my doctorate program is. Carry on.
You're trying to
Nigga
tell
said
us.
the bell curve theory.
I'm
The
gonna be
bell fucking curve theory. You don't know shit about statistics, sir. And you relate that to what? What people measuring skulls and shit? That shit is stupid.
it's
You ain't working
eugenics.
on no fucking PhD.
It's
Why aren't you
literally eugenics,
lying?
and it's been debunked. So no chair is going to have you do a
No, but
dissertation.
Tam, I hear what you saying, Tam. I want to stick on the fact that
Okay,
this
okay.
nigga said the bell curve theory. The fucking meme. Like, what the fuck?
How old are you? How old are you? Respectfully, how old are you? How old are you?
No.
How
Fuck
old are
all
you?
that.
How old are
Sir,
you?
what
How
is
old are
the
you?
bell sir? What is the bell curve
You don't even know
theory?
what the bell curve
No.
is. Just be honest.
You
Be
tell
honest. Be very
me.
honest. Be mature adults.
No. What's the bell curve theory, sir?
As I said before, the bell curve theory was used to determine intelligence for black
No,
kids
it's
under
not.
racial
No, it's
context.
not.
Tell me anything. Your moderator, she's in education, right? Are there certain tests and assessments that they can't use on African American children? Yes or no?
Sir, what is a bell curve?
I'm
What is a
talking to your
bell
moderator.
curve,
I'm
sir?
talking to your teacher. I'm talking to your teacher.
What is a bell curve, sir? Don't try to throw all that shit out there.
I'm not throwing it out there.
No. What's a bell curve, sir?
As I said before, the bell curve was used in terms of measuring intelligence for black people and on a racial context.
Y'all
Did you
hear
know
this
that?
shit?
Did you know that?
Y'all hear this shit?
Do you have children?
What the fuck? Not you don't.
If you had children, you would know how they're being assessed.
Sir.
There's a large
You
number of
don't
kids being
know.
placed in
No,
special
fuck
education.
that, sir. You don't know what the bell curve is, sir.
We
You
have
don't know what the fuck
lost.
a
You don't
bell
know what it
curve
is.
is.
We have lost it. We're not even in reality anymore. I don't know
Thank
what.
you, Summer. He's right. Thank you, Summer. That's why I stay in the chat room. Thank you, Summer. I'm gonna be in the chat.
Oh,
No,
Where is
unfortunately, he's right. There's a bell curve in sociology, apparently,
but it's not tied
besides
to
the regular bell curve we're
anthropology.
thinking of.
No, Summer. But he's talking about. My understanding, the bell curve is about data sets.
Yeah, there's that too, but apparently there's some kind of bell curve theory in sociology for people's intelligence and whatever. I don't know if it's racial, it's just a cursory glance at it, but it sounded crazy the way he put it together. But apparently there's some kind of bell curve theory about that in people's space in society. I never heard
But
of
it's
it before.
still gonna
But
be a normal distribution for somebody IQ, Summer. Like, no. He's talking
But
about the average IQ. And the belt, no. Ain't no motherfucking way.
and also, no chair is going to allow a dissertation on something that's close to eugenics because he would have to acknowledge that eugenics theory, and they're not going to let him write a dissertation on something that's been debunked, something that is inherently racist. You would fail.
yeah,
You would
yeah, none of it
absolutely fail your dissertation.
none of it makes sense anyway,
Thanks for
but
the support, sister. I really appreciate that.
no,
I'll
I'm not
send
really
you a
supporting.
copy.
I'm not really
I'll send you a
supporting
copy.
you.
You would
No, I'm not
fail.
really supporting you. We're just
You don't have
you
to.
know, we
You don't
like
have to
to we
support me.
like to we like to deal in facts. So even when somebody is
very problematic if I think that there's some truth to what we're just going to be honest about it. I don't know that it's racially tied. I don't know anything about it. That's just a really quick glance at it. But there is some specific theory, bell curve theory, apparently in sociology. I'd have to read it. He got us doing a lot of work, and he ain't read nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's
saying. My
what's
whole point is
upsetting
he
me.
doesn't know. So okay, so if he's talking about the average IQ and how that's tied to somebody, some like intelligence or ways perceived, he's not breaking that down. That's the thing. And like, and all of this, he's been deflecting, asking shit like, "Do you have kids? How old are you?" Like, he don't even want to talk about this topic. He's trying to get away from it. So
And I
no,
think it's the way that he even described it. Again, if you are a true doctoral student, you would know how to describe and explain your thesis. You just say the bell curve theory, yeah, and the way that you even present it is not giving doctoral student. It's not polished at all.
Auntie, so the bell curve is a statistical concept. I don't know what he's talking about, but it's not racial. It's just
Why am I being told to?
hold on. When someone's talking about, it's like they use the bell curve like the standard, the norm, or the average of IQ, and how they try to classify it based on groups. Fine, but
yeah,
even that, he's not clarifying that either. Is my point. He's not putting two to two together. This motherfucker is grasping for straws.
yeah. It's just how people used to describe how value spread out in a natural way. I don't know what he's talking about is racial. That's not what that is. That he's reaching for the stars.
That nigga watch a YouTube video and think he eating right now.
Yeah.
That's why he's so
Like
fucking quiet and posting fucking articles. The nigga
it's
don't know
just a
what the
bunch
fuck
of
he's talking about.
it's just a bunch of stats. For real. I don't know
No,
what
why is this man in the comments talking about move? Make her, you are on the panel commenting. That is weird. Not only that, sir, of course you want to move on. Of course you want to move on.
Moving on.
moving
No, let's
on.
dig into
Working
your
on your
Moving
research.
PhD, research
moving
is a
on. I
big
think you
part.
just tried to
Hold
lie.
up, real quick though. Hold up. If you working on your PhD, research is a big part of your life. Given the opportunity to talk about it, you will have a lot more to say than some shit you heard from a fucking YouTube video and put it together like you working on it. You are not, sir.
He's
You will talk
working
about
on
the
his
population you focusing on. You will be more detailed about the focus of the article, what type of data you can obtain. You're not saying any of that, sir. You're just saying some words and putting it together.
he's working on his PhD.
Yeah, this nigga
Yes,
lying.
he said. And it's so clearly what he was talking about was eugenics, but then he don't want to mention that. We don't want to talk about eugenics.
My main question is, why are you on mute? Why are you quiet now?
Because he in the comments. He's talking to us in the comments.
I think he's waiting on us to give him permission. Minkara, speak.
No, it's not permission. No, that's not what
Oh.
it is. Because when I gave him the
Oh.
option to say something, he didn't. He don't want to be censored when he
Ma'am,
runs.
I'm waiting for permission. She got it. Yes, I am. I'm waiting for permission. Yes,
See what
I
I'm
am.
saying? That's why
Yes,
y'all
I am.
can't give
I'm
these
waiting for
niggas.
permission.
Listen,
Go ahead.
you give a
Go
nigga
ahead.
an inch, he gonna take him out. Don't give him nothing. Because see,
But
anything that validates anything he want to say, he gonna ride with it. No, sir. Because when I gave you permission, I gave you the fucking floor to clarify what you were saying. You was on mute, not saying shit, and still was in the comments. That's a motherfucking lie. Right now, you don't want to be censored. You want to be moved on because you're fucking wrong. You don't know what the fuck you talk about. This shit is uncomfortable for you. You want to move on to something else, talking about how many kids I got and shit. So you can fucking neg motherfuckers and censor yourself. It's not gonna work. Sir, what the fuck is a bell curve? Because I'm still there. You have not answered that motherfucking question. Other people came up here and gave you information. You riding on the curtails of the women, but you're not saying nothing for yourself. You in my motherfucking comments. Fucking grasping for straws, sir. You're not saying shit.
Breathe, baby. Breathe. You ain't.
Also,
It's
Chad,
okay.
can I just
Breathe.
say that first of all, there's no such thing as the bell curve theory. That's ridiculous. It's just a way to display statistical data. It's as if it's the same way if you used homicide rates on a bar graph. There's no such thing like if you use homicide rates for between different ethnicities on a bar graph, it's not going to be called the bar graph theory. If you use different ways to show data on a circle, like a circle diagram, it's not going to call the circle diagram theory. So you don't know what you're talking about.
I
You've made that. There's no such thing as the bell curve theory.
I
Like
always took
specifically, it's just a way to show that specific type of data set.
I always took bell curve theory as the same as like mean, medium, and mode when it comes down to that type of stuff.
Exactly.
It
That's
is. That's what it is.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I couldn't wait to get that shampoo up out my hair. I was like, oh, hold on now, because
Yeah, I
baby, ain't no
heard bell
such
curve.
thing.
Yeah, I heard bell curve. I'm like, is he talking about mean, medium, mode?
This nigga talking about standard deviations and shit, but he
What
don't know
I
what the fuck he's talking about. That's what I'm saying, y'all. He don't know what he's talking about.
right, but
He
what I
don't know what
think
he's talking
you
about. He don't talk like a person who's working on that PhD. And
oh,
now he's like,
absolutely
can
not.
we move on? We don't. Let's not center me. Let's not focus on me. Let's go to the next thing. Because he's uncomfortable. Because that nigga don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And the more
What
information, he wants somebody to say something. So he'll be like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Summer said I was right. Yeah, I was waiting for permission. Nigga, you had permission to talk. And it was quiet in this bitch. You went back on fucking Teacup and found another article, post that shit in the comments, and didn't even read the fucking article.
Rita,
Because
what are you
no,
talking
no,
about?
pause.
My bad, auntie.
Because you still have not told us the ethnicity of the women who invented polygamy in Africa, sir. We still ain't got that. There's just a bunch of unanswered questions and bullshit.
He's got that little wrinkled up pamphlet that he's reading off of. And yes, Rita's right. It's a book. Bell Curve is the
Stop
title of
telling
the
this
book.
nigga, no. Stop giving him information, y'all. Let him be
Yeah,
free.
nothing.
Let that nigga be
Shut
done.
up.
I'm gonna shut up.
Because you know
No,
what
because
happened?
whether y'all realize it or not, it's a form of coddling. Stop doing it for this
Yeah.
man. Fuck him.
You know,
He don't know what he's talking about. He don't answer questions. He on mute. He fucking scared, but he can't leave because he fucking stuck. He gotta fucking vindicate himself. He can't do it because he can't keep up with the motherfucking conversation. He don't know what the fucking bell curve is. He watched a YouTube video and he ain't here. He think he's saying something. He ain't saying shit. Stop giving this man information.
no, but here's what's funny. He got triggered because he felt a son, you know? And so then he had to demonstrate that he was a smart man. How about I have a master's too and I'm working on a PhD too. And then if you already feel that these people made you feel less than, how could you think I'm gonna pretend that I'm more educated than I am and they're not gonna clock it? Like nobody's gonna clock it. And even like I hate that of course he thinks that I was up here supporting him. That's what I'm
That's the
saying.
Dunning-Kruger effect, Summer. That's the
it
Dunning-Kruger
really
effect.
but how could you think you already feel you're right. That's exactly what it is. The less I know, the less I know that I don't know. Like it's wild.
No, because that's all it was. It was a competition with Tam. Oh,
Yeah.
you think you educated. I'm super educated. I'm working on my PhD. Well, what you working on your PhD? Bullshit. Some fucking bullshit I can't even support.
And here's the
he's
thing
used
about
to being around
scholars.
women that will take his word as evidence. That's really what it is. He's used to being around women that's gonna simply because he heard a man speaking, they heard a man speaking, they were like, oh, okay, that does make sense. But sir, that doesn't work here. Not with these types of women. It definitely doesn't work here. And the moment that you said that you were working on a PhD, that's really what fucked you up, is that you jumped too far. You know what I'm saying? You bit off more than you could chew. You bit off way more than you could chew. You did it.
I told y'all that shit is unattainable. Now you gotta be the most educated. You don't know shit. You can't even fake being educated. That's crazy.
He said
You
he's
should
provoking
have stuck with
thought.
I'm working on my master's degree. That's what you should have did. You should have said I'm working on my masters.
I already have.
I
I
got
already
my
have a master.
bachelor.
I already have a
No, you
No,
master.
didn't.
no,
No, you
no.
didn't.
Let that man. No,
I already have a
y'all.
master.
Damn, y'all. Let that man tell people he working on his PhD
I already
on the
got my
Bell Curve
master's.
series.
Summer
As I
said
said
he flew
before, that
too
don't
close
work on
to the
me.
sun.
It don't work on me.
Wasn't he just talking about taking accountability? Say he said
Exactly.
take accountability. He can't take no damn accountability because his ego won't allow him to admit the truth in this moment.
And you think that he would admit that he was wrong in that relationship and that lady didn't run off to a whole nother state because of him? Hell
Ran
no.
off on the floor. She ran out of there.
She ran. She's a runner. She's a track star.
Daddled.
What does he have a master's in? I'm so
Special
confused.
education, sir. Thank you for asking. Special education. Thank you for asking.
Oh, okay.
Gonna vindicate himself.
Hold on, Taffy want to know what you wrote
Thank
your
you for
thesis on.
asking.
Hold
Any
up,
more
hold up,
questions?
hold up. No, Taffy want to know what you wrote your thesis on.
And read it just how you read it. He can't.
No, everybody mute up. Man, car is on you. Tell us what you wrote your thesis on, sir. We listening.
I have a BA in anthropology and my master's in special education. What's your question?
Yeah, so what you do your thesis on? What's your field study in, sir? We're listening.
I'm a special education teacher. I told you already, if you're listening. I have a master's in special education. I deal with autistic kids. I deal with problematic kids who get misplaced because of behavioral problems.
So in order to get your master's, you did your
You
thesis
asked me
on
a
what,
question, I'm trying to
sir?
answer it.
No, hold on. In
You
order
asked
to
me a
get your
question, I'm trying to
master's,
answer it. That's
sir.
why
In
I
order
stayed
to
in the
get your
chat, because when I
master's,
start talking,
sir.
you go.
In order, no, because you like permission, you don't have permission. In order to get your master's, sir, you need a thesis. And if you didn't need the thesis, you need some capstone project, sir. What did you work on to obtain your master's, sir? What did you publish? Sir, we listening. Go ahead, we listening. Go ahead.
We're asking about your thesis, OG. What was your thesis?
I'm showing you.
No,
Sir, I don't
yeah,
want to
that's
see no
cool.
degrees.
That's
You
what I'm
have
showing you. I'm showing you
photoshopped and put on a
degrees. I'm
motherfucking
showing you
wall.
degrees.
What did you,
Right?
sir? What did
What
you
you want your
learn, sir?
thesis
What did
on?
you learn?
Like, that's cool, but what'd you write your thesis on? Is the question.
No, so when
Thank
you work in education, listen what I'm saying. When you work in education, there's a lot of courses you got to take, and there'll be fucking certificates. Those are not degrees, sir. What did you learn, sir?
Crickets. All right, enough about him. Hey, what should I order from Tropical Smoothie?
That man didn't answer one question.
And this is
No,
the program
Summer, it's
with a
okay.
leader.
We gonna be silent for a moment for him to get his shit together. No, don't put in the comments. Like, we literally, you got the floor. Go ahead.
I don't have the floor, because as soon as I start talking, I'm going to get cut off.
We're all
You asked me about my
So
doctorate
mute
degree,
up.
right?
Mute up, JoJo. He got the floor. Go ahead, sir.
Like I said, as soon as I start talking, y'all going to cut me off. Right? Thank you. Now, I have a master's degree in special education. I'm a special education teacher, right? My thesis for my doctorate is based on assessments used by the bell curve, right? What was my thesis for my master's degree? Assessments pertaining to African American children, based on Dr. Amos Wilson's book. What book you talking about,
And
Mikra?
for your masters,
What
for
book?
your
What book?
masters,
What book you
sir,
talking about, Mikra? As I said before, as soon as I start talking, you're gonna cut me off. I'm gonna stay in the chat. I'm gonna stay in the chat.
I am, because you didn't
I'm
already told
gonna stay in the chat room. I'm gonna stay in the chat
For
room.
your masters, you have a thesis, sir. For your PhD, you have a dissertation that you will be actively working on.
Which are connected if you listen. Special education is where I'm at now. My master's questioning assessments, particularly assessments pertaining to African American children. Check. For my
What
master's,
about the
that was
assessment,
my
sir?
premise. That was my premise for special education. Why are a large number of
What
African American
conclusion
kids
did
being
you
placed in special
draw?
education, right? My doctorate thesis.
No. What
Using
conclusion
the
did you
bell curve
draw?
as a racist rubric to determine
We throwing the
intelligence.
masters. We throwing the masters.
I'm done, sis.
What
I'm done, sis. I'm done.
conclusion?
You're gonna let me talk.
What
You asked me a
conclusion
question,
did
I
you
can't speak.
draw? We'll wait on the conclusion, sir. Exactly. What the fuck you talking about? You just saying shit. The fuck you talking about? Talking about assessment. What from the assessment? You ain't got shit to say. You're a fucking liar. Want to move right on? Exactly. You had the floor to speak multiple times, sir. Whatever. This nigga a fucking liar. Cause you trying to up Tam. No, Tam is way more educated than you, sir. You not even smart enough to fake a fucking degree. That's the crazy part. You're not smart enough to fucking fake the degree. That's fucking crazy. Anyways, JoJo, what was you saying? This nigga still in the comments. What's up, Drika? JoJo still on mute.
Good morning, everybody. Damn, hey everybody. I walked into some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even wake up and come see what my folks doing without some bullshit happening. But Lord, be a fence around this man brain space, because this is Lord. Let me be careful. I just got my page back. But yeah, broken women stay in bad relationships. Yeah, they do. Because I missed whatever y'all was talking about, so forgive me. But and that's why there is a campaign to break women collectively, to break women within family dynamics, to break women within relationships, so that they will stay, so that they can be owned by the man. I seen your video, Tara, talking about what monogamy and stuff is, and it made me think about how it is solely about ownership. And when I think about this picture and the movie and what it represented, it's this idea that the father
Hold
is.
up, real quick. We not gonna spoil the movie, Drika.
What movie?
Go ahead. My bad.
Girl, I ain't spoiling. I'm talking about the movie right here, Sealy.
Oh, okay, all right, cool. My bad.
Girl, the movie
I've
is
been traumatized. Forgive me.
girl, that
Forgive
movie
me.
don't have nothing to do with this. But I ain't even gonna say the name. You tripping? But even with this movie, The Color Purple, it's this, and the representation of it is that the father is passing on his property to a man for payment, and that child has to be broken to do that. And in that movie, it's a very disturbing breaking that happens, but it's a breaking nonetheless. So they want women to be broken down mentally, physically, so that they will be easier to control and dominate. And that's why a lot of women stay in these bad relationships, because if all my worth is in the relationship, all my value is in the relationship, then you want me, a broken person, to be by myself. I can't do that. And they know that. That's why they weaponize it. They weaponize it with us all the time. I seen a video yesterday where this woman, she a prison wife, she talking about, well, where your man at? I'm like, lady, if getting a man in prison give you value, then anybody could do that. It's it's a prison in damn near every state, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a prison in damn near every state, if I'm not mistaken. And 2 and 3 in some of them. So matter of fact, it might be 5 or 6 in some of them. So if your value is in being in a relationship, no matter how bad it is, then even if I'm broken, I'm gonna stay, because at least I would have something. So yeah, I agree with it.
Thank you, man. Y'all, it's open panel. Being with the bottom of the barrel and saying, like, at least you got one is crazy, though. That's fucking wild. And yet,
That's what happens.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's what happens when you got a society that's created to keep women low, so they always in a state of desperation, or restrict their financial abilities to make money, so that they always have to be reliant on somebody else. Like,
Yeah, that's what patriarchy does. They take resources, natural resources that we should have just access to free. You don't see no animals in the wild paying for fucking resources, right? So they do that. They use military to say these are our resources, and then they give more to the man and say, well, if you want to be able to leave, you got to pay it with a man. That's what patriarchy does.
Why they don't ever bring that up when they trying to talk about gender roles and what women should be doing? Why they never bring up that animals ain't paying tariffs? They don't never talk about that. They don't never mention that part.
I
That
just
shit
get
crazy.
frustrated
I don't know
because
if y'all can.
they made the rules to the game unwinnable for themselves, but they blaming us. Like it's just
No,
and
it's
once you
Why?
stick around.
no, because the problem is black men define themselves by the white man standards. So that's why it's definitely unattainable for them.
Damn. That's
That's
bad.
yeah.
That's
That's
hard.
I heard nothing but truth though. Like nothing but.
That's crazy.
When men be talking about, we made this system, whatever. No, sir. No, you didn't. When black men say that,
No.
they're like, the reason why y'all build is through slave labor and y'all hold that on a pedestal, like it means like you the architect is fucking crazy.
No. And I don't think most men understand, like, patriarchy was never meant for most men. It was only meant to benefit a very, very small, select, elite group of men at the top. But the way they get other men to buy into it is by promising them control over women. Like that's the way that works. It's just like, oh, don't look at me. I'm economically raping you. I'm getting all your money. But you know what I'm gonna give you? I'm gonna make sure you keep a neck on them black bitches, like them black women. It's like that. That's you can keep your foot on their neck, and dudes will basically vote
They
and
love
go
it.
against their own rights. Yeah.
They love it. Damn. I talk. Hey, Flashy.
I don't know who dropped me, but y'all green as hell. I wasn't even talking. Like,
Oh, nobody
God,
dropped you. Your
The thing
connection
wasn't
is trash.
It wasn't working.
type shit.
What's up, Flash? You got a haircut?
Hey, I'm my own barber. I be going crazy with the clippers
I never
too.
wanted people to see his haircut. That's crazy.
Hey, and I got a retwist. Yeah, you feel me?
Nah, I ain't seen you in a while, Flashy. What's up? But go ahead. No, go ahead, not because I don't know if I interrupt you. I was about to agree with you.
You
I
good.
forgot what I was saying though.
Oh no, I was finished. You good? You good?
Oh, no, I've been saying and I've noticed that too. I've talked about that before, like, about how like men who are incarcerated, how they bond with like the COs. Like there's this like broad misconception, like there's this grave distance between the COs and the inmate, and in some situations, in some cases, perhaps. But a lot of times, the way they bond with each other is through misogyny and through this domination over women.
Yes. Yes.
Like, even if they don't really like each other, even if they in handcuffs, and not even just that. Like I seen, I was watching this the documentary about that young YT woman and her boyfriend like going hiking or something. And he unalived her. There was somebody who called the police saying that there was a domestic situation, and when they stopped the van that the couple was in, the man was literally joking with the officers about, you know how bitches be crazy. Like, he was like, and they was laughing, like they was having a grand old time, even in a situation where it's clear he was hitting her, and the caller literally said that. So they were bonding over how crazy women are. So I just thought that was interesting too. Hey,
yeah.
Lynn. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just to respond to that real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just saying hi. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick, like, yeah, that's what they do. That's why that red pill content is like a direct pipeline to alt-right supremacist tactics, because they bond with men over not being able to oppress their women.
Mm-hmm. Amen. But Lynn, I ain't talked to Lynn in forever. Oh my goodness, my baby been working. But I agree with you, Nat. You go, Flash.
Girl, I'm out of here. But I love this prompt, Tara. Hi, Tara. How you doing?
Hey, Lynn.
I ain't talked to you in like a day. Wait, was I talking to you last night, Tara?
No, you called, but I was watching a movie.
That was the night before last I was talking to you then.
Oh, then yeah.
Me and Tara be having our own little powwows in the middle of the night, just so y'all know. They be good conversations too,
I'm
but
about to
yeah.
start a riot. Cause where the hell I be? But anyway, I get on y'all on the back end. But Flashy, stick to the prompt too.
Broken women stay in bad relationships. I agree.
Yeah, it's true. Look,
Yeah.
Flashy, you the other day we was in I think I was in Thai Live and Bread. Lord knows Bread crazy. Look, we know Bread got problems, but Bread ate down when he said something, and I'm gonna try to remember. But and this really to the women. I forget how he said it, but he really broke it down, and it's unfortunate, but it's true. Because of course he doesn't understand like the reason for it, but a lot of times that back to like men being this like you having your value with being in a relationship, it puts men as the prize. So being able, excuse me, to say that you have a man is enough to have women staying in situations, even though it's like the worst of the worst, just to be like, I have a man. So I'm sure Flashy gonna say that too. I just wanted to say what I think he's gonna say. Just
Nah, just to stick to the prompt, like most people are broken, but specifically women, right? Because, and the reason why most women are broken is because they still believe in this fairy tale ideology of like romance. They still believe it's about the butterfly feeling, the lovey-dovey feeling, and it's cool in the movies, so it's entertainment when you're watching it on TV. But in reality, it is so much more devastating because it's like they have this idea of what they think a relationship's supposed to look like. In reality, it's not, because a good relationship, you have to actually look and work on yourself. You can't just be like, oh, it's the man this and it's everything's the man. No, you have to look at yourself and be like, damn, I gotta better myself every single day for the rest of my life for this relationship to work. And most women, realistically, they don't want to do that shit. So that's why they end up staying with bum ass niggas, because honestly, it's easy to be with a bum because you ain't gotta do no self evaluation. You ain't gotta work on yourself because at the end of the day, you're gonna be the good one. He's the ain't shit one, and you get to keep throwing that in circles and like, oh, he ain't shit. He ain't shit. He's a bum. He's a bum. It's like, okay, so if you're so much better than him, why do you not date somebody better than you? The problem is women don't believe that men are better than them, or at least they're scared to date men that's better than them, so they have to keep dealing with broken that bum ass dudes and keep getting their heart broken. Y'all love that shit.
you ain't say shit, Flash. I thought you were about to say something. Nothing.
Okay. The ones that get it, get it. The ones that don't.
Cause
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever dated a guy, right, and from your whole life, and been like, damn, bro, he was a good man. I fumbled the bag. Have you ever do you think women ever would like say that?
you gotta make your mind. You gotta make your mind up. Cause if we broken and we keep picking on these bad men, then how we gonna fumble a good one?
No, but listen to what I'm asking though, right? Because if in your personal life you've never been like, damn, bro, I lost out. This was a good ass man. Don't you think that just means like you constantly are picking bad men? Because there's a reason. Because there are good men, unless you're saying it's absolutely all men are trash, which you might actually believe that. Then it's like, how are you keep picking these horrible men? Why are you picking the man that has more money than you? Why aren't you picking the man that's smart?
Just the thing that's weird. Instead of asking me that, because if I got a bad picker and I can't self reflect on why I'm picking these bad men, how I'm gonna answer that question? So let's run it back. Why do you think a woman would continue to pick a bad man? What is the flaw that you're talking about? She needs to evaluate.
That's easy. She wants to always be the good one. Like, if I deal with somebody less than, no matter what happens, however the relationship plays out, I get to play innocent. I get to be like, he did me wrong. He fumbled the bag. I was the good one. That's why every woman always says I leveled up every man they was with, but somehow that's their talking point.
So that's as simple as it is. The woman wants to be the good one, even at the expense of her body, mind, spirit.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree because it sounds like you're saying that
Sure.
broken women stay in bad relationships because they want to be victims. I'm sure that there's a little bit of that going on because some people do they they find power in victimhood, but we're not going to ignore the fact that a lot of men are not healed and a lot of men are not socialized to be good partners, and so you can be doing whatever you're doing, and then there's a lot of men who also fake relationships just to get puss, and I mean get married just to get that as well, and then switch it up. So like
What?
the reason why these women stay in the bad relationships is because we have all of these mechanisms in our society that tell women that you ain't shit if you don't have a man, that you can't keep a man, that you need to stay with the man no matter what for the sake of having a man, that you if you don't have a man you're gonna die alone, you're gonna have nothing but cats. Like those are it's a bombarding. We are inundated with that nonsense. And to think that that wouldn't have an effect on a woman's psyche and influence her to stay in certain situations that does not benefit her, that's the largest factor here.
Let's push back. Most people don't go to therapy. So this talking point of women, I was like, most men aren't healed. Most people aren't healed. Like, it's not a gender thing. Like, we like to make it seem like most women are going to therapy. They're not.
No, but if you always say you always go to that same talking point whenever there's pushback, and you like you make it even, Steven. So if it's so even, why are you painting women as worse in relationships? If every time your pushback is that it's even, then why do you specifically make it that women are worse?
They're what?
You make it in the relationship context. You make it seem like women are worse in that than men. But when somebody else pushes back on what you're saying, you say everybody's messed up. Like,
No, because the reason why I say like that, right? Because we have to start from the middle. Because if you're already starting off as men are horrible, the conversation is not going to go nowhere. It's like it's going to become an echo chamber of all women are just coming here to spew out their hurt and their pain. If you start from the middle, you can have a genuine conversation, and you have to understand who's having this conversation right now, right? It's women having this conversation. So we have to. The only way you're gonna be able to change or have a new point of view is by looking within. If you're gonna keep saying men are horrible, you're not. Like, let's be real. If your whole ideology is men ain't shit, how do you as a woman grow from that?
But this is what women are saying. So now we're having this conversation, and in this space specifically, we're saying, who gives a damn if y'all say we're so bad at relationships, right? And the people who congregate here are like, well, fuck it. The cat and the toys sound like a game plan. Cause I don't know. Cause we arguing our points. We are constantly trying to explain to y'all what we're talking about. Y'all are saying it's not what it is. Y'all always gotta push back. It's always something. We can't win. So I'm like, look, clearly I'm too bad for this. Like, I don't see what I need to self-reflect on. Like, you're telling me you need to check yourself. You do not check yourself. I'm like, yes, I have. Yes, I have. You said, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. Okay, well, clearly there's a blind spot. This victimhood you say I want to live it, I need to check that. So while I'm checking that, let me put a pause. I'm okay with unaliving with a cat. Y'all mad with that because y'all want cat. Y'all mad that women are like, fuck you. We're so broken. We need to be single, and we're gonna stay single.
That's not based in reality, and this is why I'm saying it's not based. Like, for example, if you go to therapy, right? Since women, all women go to therapy, right? The therapist is gonna always make you self-reflect. It's not gonna be like, what about this person? No, it's gonna make you look at yourself, and you start from there. The starting point is you. So whenever we're having these conversations, and you keep going back, men ain't shit. Men are da-da-da. First of all, if you guys are still giving up the box, you're not really stopping anything. So that's irrelevant.
But giving up the box don't make you a bad person. Since we're
I
talking
never said
about
that. I
therapy
never
and
correlated that. I never
therapists.
correlated those two
But you
together.
did. You implied it. You
No, we're
implied
not about to
it.
do that. Hey, Lynn, we're not about to do that implied shit.
We
You know,
I
I say exactly what I
am
mean,
because
Lynn.
implication is the real thing.
Lynn,
Then
I
why did you
say
bring up then explain to me why you said y'all are still giving up the box then?
because the point is, right, because that's gonna be her rebuttal, right? It's to stop it from even being, because it's gonna be automatically gonna be her rebuttal. Well, we're okay with being by ourselves. Yeah, that would be cool if that was the actual reality of things, right? I could agree with that pushback, but reality is if y'all still giving them the
Oh, you
box,
contradicted yourself.
listen, and you say all guys care about is the box. If you're still giving them the box and you're supposed to be, pushing away from guys, How is that like that's counterproductive? You're
Well,
giving
no,
them
first
what
of
they
all,
want while
that's
saying
not.
that.
Hold on. One thing,
I got
that's
questions.
contradictory. And here's the thing: if women want to sleep with men, women can still sleep with men. That's the thing. I don't advise it. I don't advise it. But if women want to sleep with men, so be it. But the thing is, we're talking
Counterproductive.
about. Hold up, real quick. We're talking about relationships, and it's interesting how like you want to conflate just women sleeping with men to bad relationship. Just because a woman sleeps with a man, don't mean they are in this romantic relationship where they pursuing marriage. That's not always the case.
You think guys
I'm
care about
interested.
marriage?
But man, but that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
When Mia said, it's funny that Flashy will probably be the one who would come up and argue with Mia when she hosts the prompt and she has the talking point that men use sex as control for control and dominance,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
And Flashy will probably be one of the men who will come up and argue about it.
Not
But
smashing.
that's what
That's
he's
what he just said.
describing.
Yeah.
Yeah, men use sex as control and dominance because they
Mhm.
think sex belongs to them.
Yes.
They think like as long as they can like smash you, get the box, like all that shit, then they're in control of the everything and they won.
You know
They
why that don't
won.
make sense?
Even though sex is for two people, right? Both people should be enjoying having mutual pleasure. That like y'all don't give a fuck about sex when it comes to women. Women having pleasure. Y'all only care about your pleasure. And furthermore, like the way y'all talk about sex, the way y'all talk about vagina is disgusting. Y'all
Lean,
don't like vagina at all. The box, the cat,
lean,
the
that's why.
fish, even
But not
gay
even hold
gay
up.
men.
But not even smacks because now you about to allude that men don't want relationships. So men don't want marriage or relationships at all. You think men would just be okay with women saying we gonna have sex with y'all, but we not gonna live with y'all. We not gonna be in relationships with y'all. You saying men are gonna be okay with that, Flashy?
You say we wouldn't? Wait,
Oh, I can
No,
tell
no,
you,
no,
you
no, no,
wouldn't.
no.
what? You telling me if a woman will give me full access to her body, her time, her everything, you telling me I would care to put a title on it?
The thing
Yes.
is,
Um.
yes, that yeah, exactly. So here's the thing, Flashy. We know you hot in the pants, right? It's
Oh
different.
my
Listen,
god!
hold up, pause. You got mute, nigga. Damn. Here's the thing. Men are not just talking about smacks. That's the honest the truth. Men are not just talking about smacks. Men are talking about like being in a relationships, families and shit, having children because he wanna still fuck around. Yeah, of course. Y'all still wanna fuck around. But y'all want a woman back at the house. And to say y'all that's not what y'all trying to pursue is a fucking lie. Men want a woman back at the house, whether she's taking care of kids, whether she cooking and cleaning. Men want a woman back at the house at the end of the day.
Yeah, to
And
sit
I'm
you
gonna prove it
down,
to you.
not
I'm
because
I'm gonna
it's a
prove it to
control
you,
thing.
Flesh.
It's a
Um,
control thing. It's not. It's
Exactly.
not because of anything else besides he just wants control. Like guy,
but
like
that's what I said. That's what I be saying.
no,
But
but
hold on, Flashy, real
hold on.
quick. Hold on, because I know not want to say something, but I want to before you go. Now I want to make this clear to what Lynn was saying. That's why I made the conversation based off what Lynn just said about how the way they view Smack. That's why I'm saying it's about coercion. It's about taking it. It is. Do
Taking it
we
is
really?
crazy.
Do we really under this system? Do we actually have proper consent as women? Because the way men describe having sex with us, it seems like we're absent of a choice in that. And why do they want us absent of a choice? So go ahead, Knight.
I was I
I'm
was gonna
weird.
say in response, the reason why I would say I could prove it is because if men only wanted just sex from women, they wouldn't shame women so much for being single or the whole thing about sex is not just the sex they want, it's the relationship.
Yes,
What
man.
they
That's
want
cap.
is
Yes, man.
they want the relationship where
No, they
you
don't.
are a good woman at home waiting on them while they have you and their multiple mistresses. If they did not want that, then they would not have set up a society where body counts matter, or where you shaming women out of being sexually active, or you're shaming women if she isn't in a relationship. Men always have these fear mongering tactics where they always talking about, I'm gonna bring the cats back up. You know, if you don't do this, you're gonna be alone with some cats. You're gonna die alone with some cats. That's what they're always saying to women, have always said to women in order to shame them into these relationships. They
No.
want the relationships and the sex. They want the wife and the mistress because they benefit. Men lives are actually increased by the marriages. That's where they get their energy, where they get their development from. Meanwhile, they
Where you get
keep
that
the
from?
pussy going with the mistress.
None of that shit you just said
Life.
can be fact checked. None of that shit can be fact checked. I hate when you guys take these dumbass quotes from these articles, these fake ass studies that cannot be proven. Because how can you prove someone being with someone will increase your? That's dumb. That's not a fact
If you don't
based
trust
response.
research, then it's impossible to
That
prove anything. Like,
research
if
does
you're
not
gonna
make it a
discredit,
fact. Research is a study. A study doesn't
oh
mean
my
it's a
god,
fact. There's no
So he
conclusion.
anti-intellectual.
What
as
the
a meta
fuck? That was
analyst, I'm
the
sitting
dumbest
here.
shit ever. There's
No,
also a
you,
study. Like, come on, the studies are. Anyways, back to the point. Guys don't give a fuck about relationships. It's all about controlling. Guys will give you a relationship because that's what women want, and guys shame women using the whole relationship tactic because that's what y'all want. Y'all be wanting relationships, so guys will shame y'all to make y'all feel bad. Those are the ain't shit dudes, and I ain't gonna lie, that shit works every time because here we
well,
are.
then why is politically our whole nation trying to shame women into being married? Like, why are there entire religions with millions of people that trying to shame women into being married that were started by men, by the way?
You're proving my point.
Why worldwide are women being killed or if they don't
You know
have, if
what
they're
you
not in
say.
relationships? Like, you gotta
Man, you
stop.
gotta use
Like,
TikTok friendly language,
You're
man.
proving my point. It's about controlling, which means the guy wants the woman to stay down, right? I want you to only be for me and me alone.
and they do the control by getting them in the relationship, so they
Yeah,
want the
but
relationship as well.
because
Thanks.
yes, but if you took away the title, right? Because let's be real, most people are not married. Most people are just in situationship. So if we're speaking about modern day times, right? All a relationship is she's gonna give it to just me. But nowadays, we know them motherfuckers be cheating. So at one point in time, it used to be respected. I ain't gonna lie. They be getting the box for free. But the point is, it's all about control. That's it, and that's all it's ever been about. Niggas trying to control women with using
Right.
something that they
But
want.
this is useless. Like having conversations with y'all are useless because they're circular. Y'all don't know what y'all want, nor do y'all know what y'all talking
What do you
about.
mean?
Like, because y'all
Control?
don't.
Control?
But I said that, but she just said that I said
No,
that,
but
and you were arguing
but
what
thing is,
I
right?
said. They use sex as a way to control women. If women can't have a whole bunch of bodies,
No, they
and
use relationships. They use relationships as control, not
relationships
sex.
and sex.
No,
Because if I need to be in a relationship to have value, and if I have sex with too many people, quote unquote, for free, I'm valueless.
facts.
For a relationship, then you will dangle a relationship with me to have sex with me, and then have me as your mistress, or maybe have me as your side chick. Cause like my girl down there said, y'all do well. Tara said it too. Tara got a video y'all need to go watch. Y'all want to be able to have a wife, but y'all also want people on the side, and y'all want to keep a roster of women that you can always go back to. Y'all need
Facts.
to want poly. It's
Facts.
something about the thrill of sneaking around and playing these games with women that y'all get a kick out of. So yeah, Smith is used as a way to control too, because that's why one man might be
I don't
dealing
disagree.
with a bunch of women who only deal with that one man because they don't want to get their body count up.
Watch this. Watch this. You're not necessarily wrong. I would actually give you that, right? But who uses SES as a doggy treat, men or women, in a relationship?
Saying as a doggy treat is wild for dogs.
But who uses SEX more for leverage
Men
in a relationship? In a relationship.
in a relationship, men.
Come on, bro. If you do the dishes, you get some tonight. If you do this, you get some tonight. Like,
That man gonna get some tonight anyway. That's a lie. Y'all, you talking about we ain't in a Disney fairy tale. Y'all in a Lifetime movie.
Who
Y'all
is
in a
telling a
Lifetime movie. That is
man?
not what's
Who's
happening.
who's walking around telling a man if you do the dishes, you gonna get some tonight?
Okay.
Nobody's saying that.
Okay.
Matter of fact, women, if you talk to women,
You know
women
how
are
childish that
complaining.
is.
If you talking to women, real women, they're saying, I did everything, even Christian women. My sister, before she got married to her husband this time, they went to their preacher before they got married to get counseling. And he was talking about, yeah, you got to make sure you give them some, like no matter what go on, give them some. And so many women are like, okay, there's this idea that we don't give them none. Some strange woman somewhere else that we don't know nothing about was saying no to her man, so we got to make sure we don't say no to ours. And a lot of times there's not being a no. You are having sex with your husband so much you can't believe he had time to sleep with somebody else. A lot of women find out they man cheated on them and she was sucking, fucking, and everything else. It's the crazy, most bizarre thing. I'm sleeping with you all the time, and you still find a way to sleep with somebody else? Like, what the hell? That's what be happening in relationships.
That's
Y'all are
crazy.
talking about this fantasy to justify y'all cheating is crazy.
That's cap. I'm not gonna lie. That's so cap. The fact that you really act like married men don't get less. This is why. This is the going on thing, right? But don't you get way less more sex or schmex when you in a marriage than when you were single. When you were single, you was able to get it in by, whoever
That's not
smacked.
true. That's statistically not true. Look it up.
Statistically not true. Now here,
It's
okay,
not.
what are the stats?
Married people have more sex than single people
He getting
because a
that
lot
from
of times,
hearsay. That's what I'm saying. He
yeah.
believe in other men, married men when they say
And
that. But the thing about
yeah,
married men when they say that is that they mean that they can't have sex with multiple women. Like we ain't even having as much sex as they mean with a myriad of
yeah,
women. Like they're not able to ethically
because
have sex with a bunch of different women while
Multiple
being
times a
married.
day.
Y'all are so
Flashy, if you're
delusional.
single and you sleeping with a woman today and like y'all going regular for the next 2 months and then y'all break up, a lot of single people aren't immediately sleeping with somebody else the next day, next day, next day. There's months during that year where you probably not laying up with nobody. Married people are next to each other all the time, and most of them are having more sex than single people because it's right there.
And then they
It's
say that
true,
men,
especially nowadays.
It's not true at all, but
okay,
okay.
hold on, Flash. Rick, let me say this part. Because you will have men who make fun of like their girlfriends or wives being clingy, like she want to be in their skin. She obsessed with her husband. You think that's just her being obsessed with like just being around him? They not gonna be intimate. They not being intimate. They just being around each other. A lot of times, if a lot of smacks ain't happening, it might be because they got kids and they both are busy. But it's not like a man is just getting told no by his wife. They be wanting, like, y'all put it like women are not sexual beings. Like y'all are so crazy. You act like
Wait,
that. You think that women they just drowning over there and don't want nobody to swim. That's what's going on. Okay.
y'all be so cap, bro. And then for the girl named Summer, she said statistic. I don't know who's in people's
The
bedrooms
women.
writing these studies. This is what I'm saying. Y'all, these studies that y'all be using just be blowing me. Like, who is in your bedroom writing this survey? Like, how do
So
you fact check? Like,
flashy.
that shit sounds
Let's
dumb. But
so
hold on,
flashy. Let's walk this
let
out.
me get to my original
Uh,
point though.
okay, hurry up because I barely even had
But
something to
the whole
say.
point, the main point is, why do you think it is a meme going around where guys be like, they got to do all these extra shit just to get some tonight, and women make the same video like, and then you go to the comments, there's thousands of men agreeing. Why do you think that is?
Okay, who
Just
Cause
cares? So what? What's
hold
the
up, real
point?
quick. Hold up. It's because y'all grew up watching the same sitcom shows as we did, and y'all believe that bullshit. That's
I'm talking about
why.
married men. Men that are married are the ones
No,
that's
no,
in.
married men. Cause what kind of hold up? What kind of weird ass shit do men like? Don't value yourself that you around the house doing housework just to get something from somebody like that?
They
Like
do
that's a bad
that.
representation on y'all.
They do. That's
That's
the
what I'm
sad part.
saying. Who cares if y'all do? Who cares? You should have to do something. You should have to make me happy. If you want smacks, make me happy. If I'm not happy, I'm not having smacks. It's an easy formula. Why would I give you smacks and my house is a fucking mess? And then you want me to clean up the goddamn house. You want me to bathe the kids, put them to sleep, feed them, and then like fucking take a shower, put on some oils, put on something sexy, or even a big t-shirt, and then like look cute after coming home from work and then have sex with you. No, motherfucker, wash them dishes, help take care of these goddamn kids, Help clean up this fucking house, and then we can have smacks. Otherwise, I'm gonna be tired. It's a
You're
simple
proving my point.
formula.
Hold up,
So
real
you're proving
quick.
my
I
point.
am proving your
Hold up,
point.
y'all.
I'm not.
Hold up, y'all. Easter's open panel, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just
I'm
like,
not.
Lynn, do you want to finish? Go ahead.
She proves
I
my
do want
point.
to finish.
All this dumb
I
shit.
am proving your point. But
Thank you.
men say that they're simple people. So why can't you follow the simple math? If a person is doing all of the work
Y'all
and
don't
going
though.
to work,
Y'all
they
don't.
do. Those women in those relationships, Flashy, clearly they're doing everything. That's why they have to make it that way with their husbands.
Not
If my
true.
husband is naturally, how do you know? Are you taking a survey of these people in their bedrooms,
Yeah, you
Flashy?
didn't know that. Flashy in everybody
Are you
bedroom.
taking a survey? Okay. So let's be realistic. And that's why I was saying earlier we can't have these conversations with y'all because they end up being circular and y'all end up lying. Just for the
Wait,
fuck of like winning an argument. Let's
no,
be
but your argument is
realistic.
based on what you
Can
think.
I
You
wait
believe.
before you go,
And your
Flashy?
argument is based on what you think.
Okay, so
Your
it's a
argument
circular
is
argument. You
literally
just argue
based,
based on what
but
we
it
think.
doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical.
Your
It does
argument
not
don't make
make
sense because you believe women are always doing all the cleaning, like
no.
they're doing deep cleans and they're cooking all the meals.
Not
This is your theory. You
flashy.
don't.
If
Can I
a
This is not
jump? Can I jump
person
factual.
in?
has to, my God.
I,
You're assuming all of
yeah,
these
I
things
wanted to
about me.
say I just found it kind of funny that you the way you're using what you're using to back up your argument is a meme on the internet, and what we're using is statistical
There's no
studies,
studies
right?
that would fact
Statistical.
check that. Like, what
No,
do we stop?
there's an entire
But I thought
there
interrupter.
there's an entire genre of books backed by people who have written. There's an entire genre of books on how to keep a healthy marriage. There's an entire like people have dedicated their lives to studying other married people and how to have a successful marriage. We could I could we there is you can go on Amazon and pull up hundreds of thousands, not hundreds of books, not thousands of books, but hundreds of thousands of books on how to have a healthy marriage. So for you to say that there's a meme going around, and for us to say, well, there's someone that conducted studies where they surveyed thousands of married couples from the 80s to the 90s to today, and they're backing up everything that we're saying. It really just disproves it really just proves that you're just going based off of how you feel and your feelings. I'm not done. Don't go off mute. Take that crusty finger and go back on mute. Also, too, for you to sit up here and say that men don't want the relationship and y'all only want the smacks, that's not true, because y'all wouldn't be actively trying to pull off a government coup in order to get women to go back into the home. That's a thing. That's literally a thing. There was a point in time when a woman could not leave her husband, period. A woman could not just leave her husband, and y'all are trying to actively get rid of no fault divorce, because to y'all it doesn't matter if she's happy or not. It doesn't matter even if she wants to be with you. It doesn't matter as long as she's in that house with you. And for you to sit up here and say, well, it's not about the relationship, it's very disingenuous, because when you have a woman in your house, what is that going to be considered? A relationship. You want the labor, you want the smacks, and that's what y'all want. Y'all want the relationship. And this is why none of y'all can stay single. And when women come up on here, and when women are in the comments, and there's women in these comments every day that talk about how they are celibate and how happy and single they are, y'all immediately say, no, you're not, no, you're not, no, you're not, because men cannot be single and happy. Y'all cannot.
Hold up, but real quick. So I
And
just want
also,
to
too, your hairline is pushed back really far.
I
Ease
doubt
it
it.
ease it with the double tapered edge.
hold up real quick
I
though.
doubt it.
Hold up, because this is what anti-intellectualism looks
I
like.
doubt it. Three
Hold up real
fingers.
quick,
Try
Flashy,
again.
because like none of the books, none of the statistics, none of that means anything. It's like he's like, well, you can't quantify it. But then his conclusion, he drew it from some niggas on the internet. That's literally what anti-intellectualism looks like.
I ain't gonna lie, Terry. You snapped with that one. I ain't gonna lie. That was kind of funny. You snapped. But that's all. The point is, right? Is all this shit is a theory. It's an idea, right? for an example, when I said men be trying to control, they want the relationship so they can have the commitment with, aka the woman being committed to them and them alone. It's not about, oh, guys want a relationship. No, they want to keep
No,
you.
you're agreeing and disagreeing at the same
No, but
time. Do
you
you not
made a
understand
point.
that what
You
you're
made
saying
a
is
point that
literally
I
an
didn't make.
That's what
oxymoron?
I'm
Hold
saying.
on, hold on.
That's what I've been saying.
You
He
made a
don't know
point
what
that
he's
I didn't
talking
make.
about.
You made a
He
point that
don't
I didn't make.
understand. Like he does not understand because he's trying to argue, so he's not hearing us out.
You're
We
not.
literally agree. Like Flashy, we get it. We agree with you. We understand that that's what men want. But then y'all get on the panel and say, no, that's not actually what we want. And then y'all add some caveats and then y'all try to twist. They try to tweak it, East, when they realize how terrible it sounds.
You
They're
know
like,
I
Mm-hmm.
this
don't
is
care.
terrible.
You know I
Because
don't care.
one of the things, okay, that's fine, Flashy.
So
But
can we speak to Flashy?
what you're basically saying is that men don't like women. Y'all only like other men.
That correlation was insane. I don't know where you strung that
So what do
from.
you like about women?
Oh, me personally,
Yeah.
what I like about my woman, I love the peace
And
she
you can't
brings.
say no. I was just about to say
Hold
that.
on, I'm
You
gonna keep
can't
going.
say nothing that
I'm
she.
gonna keep
No, no, no,
going.
no, 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 no. Here's the thing. You can't say anything that has to do with you. It can't be anything that she does for
Okay,
you.
bet. I love the smell of a woman. I love the look of a woman. I love the warmth of a woman. I love the body of a woman. What else? I love how when I say a woman, I'm specifically referring to
No,
a
that's not.
specific type.
Those are
Listen,
things that
Well, let
does.
him.
That's
No,
something
listen.
no,
for
let him say
you.
it. Let
That's
him
for
say the way he
you.
gonna say
How
it
the
though.
fuck is that for
Yeah,
you?
let them say it, Lee East, because
Wait,
it's gonna prove the point that they don't know how to like women other than for them. They don't
I,
enjoy other women. They enjoy their homeboy. Like, what the fuck do your homeboy do for you? Why
oh,
do
I
you
can.
enjoy having a homeboy?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. Want me to tell you that too? Or you gonna cut me off while I'm speaking?
No, go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You positive?
No, I'm not positive. Go ahead though.
But anyways, my homeboys, I like people that like what I like. You feel me? Like common interests. Because realistically, my homeboys is an extension of me, aka the shit that I like. Like I like to play flag football. My homeboys like to play flag football. I like to play sports. My homeboys like to play sports. So it's really realistic when I look at it, is they're just me. If I could clone myself and be friends with myself, I would. But they're in another version of me, right? They have my sense of humor. They have. I'm not gonna say they have my taste in women because you
So
know.
you're not open minded. You don't like doing different things. You don't like variety.
But you know what, Lynn? Clockhouse, he was actually able to answer that correctly. He
No,
said,
yeah.
even if he removes himself out of it, he was able to explain that he likes his homeboy that knows that likes sports. Now, it's not, I understand that he said it's because I like sports, but then he also said that he likes that his homeboy, like, but you see how easy it was for you to
It was easy
describe the
enough for me to
things
say
that
with the
you like
women.
about your homeboy, but you were not able to describe the things that you like about your own
I
woman.
literally was
But
naming
hold
it.
up, but hold up.
I
It's more
literally
than
was
that.
naming it.
Hold
What are
up,
you
real
talking about?
quick.
I literally didn't even hesitate
Hold
to
up for a
name them.
second. Because it's more than that, right? Because we have to remember that the men perform for other men, and that's the base.
Fuck.
Listen, hold up. Because the shit you listed that your homeboys into, all niggas be into that shit. That shit ain't fucking special. Y'all play sports and play
That's
video
the
games. Now
point.
hold up. Pause for a second. Pause for a second. Because that's what happened. They go back to the homeboys to validate who they are. You see his homeboys as an extension of themselves, and they see him as an extension of themselves. Because the motherfuckers want to be a monolith so motherfucking bad. And
They
yet he's
do.
not. But all of this is selfishness. My friends are who I am as an extension of me. That woman can do stuff for me. It's a bunch of me, and they can't deviate from it because it's their whole fucking identity.
But you realize that's why men love women, right? Because you guys aren't us. You guys are the opposite of us. You guys are the taste of something else. Like when I was describing the things I love about women, you guys cut me off, right? I was talking about the warmth, the body. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I love the warmth of my homeboy. I love the body of my. No, that's is weird,
You
right?
do like the warmth of your
Now
homeboy.
let him do.
And
Let him
do.
say it though, because he
Go
definitely
ahead, go
did.
ahead
Go
with
All
ahead.
right,
all that.
go ahead, Flashy. I'm
But
sorry.
yeah,
Go
when I
ahead.
was naming everything about women, right? The warmthness, the way she looked. This, you guys cut that shit off immediately. Like, oh, that's just for you. Obviously, what? Like, my sister say, I love how a woman just goes to work and she's just so independent. Like, the fuck, that's an adult. So I will never look at these requirements because that's, to me, is basic shit. I look at what makes a woman special in my eyes, right? And when I see is the warmth, the look, the way she carries herself. That's what makes me personally attracted to women. When you guys
Okay, so name.
when you
Can
use
you
the,
at least try to name
God
something?
damn, let me finish. And when you use ask the homeboys was just an extension of me. That's just a reminder of myself. That's just that's me.
So East, don't ask him to try to do it. Like, stop. Y'all gotta stop doing that with them. Let him say what he likes about women, and let him walk away with that. Because you got from that what you needed to get from that.
Watch
And
this.
like I said, he can't deviate from it. So all we do is when we say, well, you gotta say it this way, you just help we be helping these men mask even better. Now let him say
True
what
that.
he fucking say it.
Hey East, what do you like about men?
I don't like nothing about you,
There you
motherfuckers.
fucking go.
But
Hey,
see,
look,
hold up, that's the difference though. Cause I said that the other day. I'm like, I'm not gonna tell you a bunch of shit like I like about men, cause I don't fucking like men. I did make a video about that ass though.
so
That
you
thing-
see the difference?
Hey.
Hold
You
up,
see the
real
difference?
quick. Hold up. But I'm not lying saying I like men. And I'm also not pursuing a man to live with him. I'm not on here nagging men, telling them how they not good enough for me or none of that shit. Like, I'm going to say, no, y'all motherfuckers are problematic. And I want to stay the fuck away from y'all. But y'all be on some different shit. No, I love women. You with a woman, but you can't name it. There's a motherfucking difference.
I literally just named it. I don't know how the fuck we're gonna keep acting like I just didn't name anything.
Ass.
Like, what the fuck? I literally named things. I was still going, and then somehow I named nothing. What the fuck are we talking about?
I
You
ain't
like-
name things.
hey, Drika, what do you like about men?
I just told you I like that ass.
Type shit. But that's for you though. That's something for you. You didn't name nothing about men.
But we saying we don't like y'all.
Okay,
That's the difference.
so listen to how dumb the
Women
shit
are
you
not
said sound.
pursuing men. It's the other way around.
Wait, what?
Women are not pursuing men. Y'all are pursuing us.
Who the fuck says that? Why
Wait,
do y'all believe
just like
this shit?
well, the women who do like men in that way, and they're pursuing men, then they could give you a long list of things that they would say. Me personally, especially like hearing
pursuing
the
me?
things that I've heard.
Hey, Drika, you ain't pursuing me?
Sir, I am not pursuing
You ain't
you.
in my DMs talking filthy? You
Yeah.
ain't send me that picture last night?
Yeah, I definitely did. I sent you a picture of my tenant strap, and you got wet. So you right. You started leaking.
You want to talk about shrimp and lobster last night?
You started leaking on the FaceTime. I sent
Leaking
you that.
is
I put that
crazy.
10-inch cock on that screen, and you started leaking. Before I knew, you was squirting all over your screen. But
That
you
be
right.
curved. Hey, that be curved or that be straight?
You like it straight. You want it up there.
I'm talking about my what?
You want mine up there. I got the one that's straight, no curve. You don't like the curve. You like it big, straight.
Hey, bro.
So keep on playing with me.
Hey, bro, hang on. Hey, just end the live, bro.
No, stop playing with me. Y'all
Don't end it live. Now that we know that you like to get that back wall touched.
They love playing with me.
Now we know you like that
ain't on
back
that
wall
weird shit,
getting
bro.
touched on. Don't end the live now.
He like that shit that straighten his back up. But let me say something, y'all. Because Tara, I be talking about this all the time. Y'all men love to go to that defense mechanism. I don't know what it is, flashy.
What's a
And
defense mechanism?
or let me not say defense mechanism. It is a defense mechanism because y'all don't know how to deal with like being uncomfortable. Y'all don't know how to deal with being challenged, and it's a common theme I've noticed that men go to this sexual. They go to this sexual. They get in the sexual arena. And what I mean by that is that when and I don't really care if you meant it or not. That's not what I'm saying. But I've noticed on this app, that's why I start doing the things that I do and saying the things that I say, is like when men feel uncomfortable about something, they'll start trying to sexualize you. Because one thing about men is like if they feel like they don't have no power or they feel like a woman is taking a type of authority that she shouldn't take, because we ain't number women, they will sexualize us to shut us up and to shut us down. It's a way for them to reassert their dominance. It's a way for them to get back the power they feel they lost. Because if a woman thinks she know too much, thinks she checking the man, thinks she's challenging the man, how dare a woman try to regulate a man? How dare a woman know something about something? Them sexualizing us puts us back in our place. It reminds us that we ain't nothing more than a woman.
And that's why they're so obsessed with quote unquote third wave feminism. That's why they're so obsessed with it. When they talk about third wave feminism, they
Y'all
talk
forgetting the
about it
live
with
goal. Hold on. Shout out to y'all for getting the live goal.
shout out to the live goal. Tap, tap, tap. Tara's at 48,000. Let's get her up to 60 because it's a good conversation. But when they talk about third wave feminism, you can see the steam coming out their ear holes. When they talk about women who talk about sexual liberation, you can see the hurt, anger, hatred. Like they be ready to turn into motherfucking Osama bin Laden when you start talk about sexual liberation, because that's the only thing that they have to keep, like you were saying, Drika, they use sex as control. And once a woman is able to take back the control of her own sexuality, what do they have? If a man, that's why they hate when women be like,
Y'all sleeping with men. That just gives us free box. Like, how is that hurting us? Why would we be mad you're giving free box for nothing? I used to have to protect and provide. Now I simply exist and you give up box. Oh, I'm tall. Oh, I get box. Oh, he has dreads. I get box. Oh, he has a chain.
Why
I
do
get
you
box.
call
Like,
it box?
what are we talking about?
Were
Like,
you
Why do you
objectify women?
why
Not
do you
only
call it
that,
box?
were you listening at all? Because that is not what she said.
That's literally what she said. She said they're upset of third word.
Those
You guys
listening
being you guys
skills are
being
very
sexually
bare
liberated
bones.
is
Are
not making men mad.
very
You're
are
giving men box.
very. You do not
Okay,
listen.
but why do you call vagina box?
TikTok. I don't know what words I could say, so I was trying to be TikTok friendly.
I mean, if vagina will do.
I didn't
Like
know I could
y'all,
say
the way,
that.
like I said, the way y'all talk about women and sex for women, it's either degrading or it's like y'all describing something icky. Even GAY men, it's to the liking of GAY men. Like
It's very
GAY,
objectifying.
GAY men calling vagina fish is ridiculous. And like
You guys
I
call it fat ma. You guys call it camel toe. What the fuck are we talking
we
about?
don't call it camel
a
toe.
camel toe.
Ain't
That's
no
not
What?
what
woman that
camel
You don't know
toe
what a
is.
camel toe
That's
is?
not what it is. Oh my
It's
God,
the
are
print.
you an
It's the print.
idiot?
It's the print. I get it.
Jesus God. How did black men just get this dumb in the last 2 to 5 years, or have y'all always been this
Hey, I ain't
dumb?
gonna lie. You
always.
feel
I'm
empowered.
confused here.
You
I'm
feel empowered
confused.
in this
I
live,
have
don't you?
never seen this
Hey,
level of
you feel
anti-intellectualism,
empowered?
this level of
You feel empowered in
just
this live, don't you?
That
stupidity.
interrupting.
But Tara, hi, good afternoon or
Yes,
morning, wherever
yes,
you are,
ma'am.
time zone wise. How is everybody? All the women, good, awesome. I am heads down in Red Pill research because I'm trying to get my series going, and so I'm like eyeballs deep in all this stuff. And whoever said that a few minutes ago about how they refer to us and our bodies and the objectification and the othering, absolutely spot on. That's what all of that crap is about. But what I wanted to explain, not to the gentleman because he doesn't care, but to anyone else in the chat that might be wondering, what was wrong with what he said about why he likes women and the objection to it, I think can be summed up in this. What he likes about her is how she performs femininity for him. That's what he likes about her.
Duh. What the fuck
Does
else would I
that
care
make
about?
sense to everybody
What am I
else?
supposed to care about her going to work? I'm supposed to care about her degree. I'm supposed to care about how
No,
what the
it
fuck?
solidifies your
we
identity.
Like,
That's
that
the
is the
we know
dumbest
you
shit in the
don't.
world. Like,
We
why would
know
I
you
care
don't.
about what you do for yourself? That has nothing to do with me.
Well,
Like,
we know you don't because
everything is beneficial.
you only see women as people, as things, not as people that are there to serve you. You don't really care about her as a person. It's all about what
Why would
labor
I
she's
care
performing
about
for you.
her as an individual if
No,
it has
I don't
nothing to do with
expect
me?
you to. You're a trash person. I've been listening for the
That's
last 15
cool.
minutes. I don't
Like,
expect you to care about
what
anything. And I
woman
wasn't
cares
actually
about a
talking to you.
man?
And I wasn't actually talking to you, sir. I was talking
Like,
to the
what
other
the
women on the
fuck? This
panel.
delusion
And
we
I was
live in.
talking to the people in the
I
chat
care
that might
about
be
men.
curious.
whoa.
I was not talking to you. I was talking to the women on the panel, and I was talking to the people in the chat who actually do have listening skills and want to be able to understand and learn and maybe find a new way to articulate these things. Because sometimes, ladies, I know when you're in these discussions, it's hard to articulate these concepts, particularly to people who are not well read, who don't understand data, sociology, psychology, history, and they're starting from way behind wherever you are. And it's really difficult to break things down simply. And that's kind of how I see a crisp, like easy way to explain what was happening there a few minutes ago.
All those words to say nothing. Hey, Lynn, let me ask you a question. Hey, Lynn or Mia, whichever one. Come on, I know y'all there.
Hold up, Flashy. Hold up. Anybody want to respond to what Teresa said?
She didn't say shit. That's why they ain't all responding.
No, it ain't that.
Drika, let me ask you a question.
No, I stepped away from the phone.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, because I heard some of. Hold on, I stepped away from the phone, so I missed some of what she said. But I'm sure I agree because Therese usually says things that I agree with. I don't know if somebody else wants to respond, but it was something that before I had walked away from the phone that
Well, let me say this because when you speak, Teresa, when you say the part about the men like the femininity, they like this distinct difference, right? Because like it needs to be the opposite who they are. So like it's when he around his other friends, they help him define who he is a man, and you being a woman who's supposed to be this polar opposite further helps him identify who he is. The whole thing about these men is they're looking for themselves. They don't know who they are. And when you don't know who you are, you are constantly looking for a definition. If somebody help you define, it's like they looking for something again. But the problem is they look outward, they don't look inward.
Femininity only exists the way that femininity is supposed to be performed. It's supposed to be performed to complement masculinity. So they don't know who they are as men unless there's a woman performing femininity in the specific way of whatever sort of patriarchal culture.
To draw like those par lines.
So they're designed to complement each other, which is why the objection to when we do something that's sort of like outside the spectrum you're supposed to, how you're supposed to perform your gender, the reaction is so intense because the sin we're committing can be boiled down to one thing. You are incorrectly performing your gender. You are incorrectly performing femininity. You're supposed to perform it this way, and usually the way you perform it is in service of men, free labor, etc. But if you're not doing that we don't realize how just being yourself, even if you just step slightly outside of that, makes them so angry. But that's why, because they conceptualize their masculinity according to your femininity, which is supposed to complement it. And if you're not performing it in the right way, they can't understand who they are if you're not doing it. Exactly what Tara's saying. Exactly, Tara. I agree.
You know how dumb that sounds?
No, it don't sound good.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. Go ahead, Queen Boss. How you doing?
Fine. Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah, please, can I speak?
You got it.
Okay. Let me read what's on the prompt. Broken women stay in bad relationships. Yes, I absolutely agree. Suffering isn't noble. You can't fix it. Yes, that was a mistake some of our mothers and grandmothers made. Sat down in relationships where they were not respected, where they were not heard, where they were not loved. They kept on absorbing insults, disrespect. Yet they will be cooking. They will be the first person to wake up in the house, and they will do the dishes. They will cook for everybody, make everybody happy at their own expense, and they're always the last to eat. They are always the ones that everybody ignore. See, they unalive before they now realize they were there. And our generation, we are not going for that BS again. If a relationship is not adding value to you, it's not making you a better version of who you are, what are you there for? You can't be draining me. There's a lot to deal with already. Work is stressful. Paying bills is stressful. Fixing my home, fixing my mental health, fixing my body is not easy. It's not cheap. Then you will not come and be draining me again. No, I'm not going to entertain that. I'm dealing with too much for me to not be entertaining somebody that will not be depleting me. It cannot work. So suffering, like my family friend will say, suffering is pain is inevitable, but suffering is a choice, and I choose not to suffer. I choose to live the Queen life. That's why I named myself Queen Boss. I live the life of a queen. I live the life of a princess. You see that Snow White or princess we watch on cartoons in Disney. That's the life I want to live. I did not come to this world to suffer. Not for anybody. I can't deal with menstrual pain. I cannot deal with pregnancy pain. The pain that comes with pregnancy. My boss talking to me anyhow because I have to I have to I have to pay bills. I will tolerate his insult and disrespect. Then you now add more problem to my to the ones I'm dealing with. It cannot happen. I will not entertain that. So I know that in this world you will have to deal with pain one way or the other, but I have to reduce my chances of suffering, and I cannot suffer. I beg. That is number one. Thank you. I'm from Nigeria. Then two, you can't fix him. I cannot fix an adult. It's not even possible. Nobody. I'm not Jesus Christ. I cannot change anybody. Even Jesus was rejected. So why should I make it my assignment to change somebody? I've not finished painting my house. I will not change a full grown adult. I've not fixed the light in my house. I will not change for what? How much are they pay me? I'm not a therapist. I said maybe you want to pay me. It's the job of your mother. If your mother cannot do it, oh, that's too bad. I cannot fix anybody. If you even go and trauma dump on therapists too much, they might have mental breakdown. So I can't do that. I can't fix anybody. I can't. That's too much work. Then living doesn't mean you are failed. Yes, I agree. If any man or any woman is threatening your mental health, threatening your peace, leave that person alone. Don't let her turn you to a beast that you now become violent, or don't let him turn you to a shadow of yourself that you will not even recognize yourself. You look at yourself in the mirror and be asking yourself, are you the one? Have you seen, if you want to know whether a man drained you when you leave the relationship, check your hairlines, check your edges. You will see some women, their edges, they don't even know they are broken or damaged. They don't know that the man has depleted them until their friends tell them. Until they look at the mirror, they see that their hair starts with from the half of their head. That's when they will know how bad it was. You will see some women, they will be looking older than the man. Meanwhile, it's the man that is actually older than them, because the man is taking your essence and you are still there. Every day collecting insults in public and private, every day collecting disrespect, and you are still sitting there like you are a tree that cannot be moved. I don't understand. So anyway, that's all I have to say. I hope African women will come to terms that they deserve better. We don't deserve to be treated like a dump site where anybody can just be dumping all kind of BS on you. So that's my take on the matter.
Thank you, Corey.
Why are you covering your face? I'm done. Why are you covering your face?
Cause he think you're a bad bitch. Don't pay him no mind.
Yeah, you preaching. No, for real, clock it, because that was real. Women do get depleted from these relationships. That's why I don't understand why men think that they got this most incredible, like, valuable worth. So what, that y'all built the earth? Y'all were supposed built the society. Y'all
But
were
they didn't build
supposed to.
society. Just so
Look at
y'all
this
know.
woman.
What?
They didn't build
Look
society.
at this
Whatever.
woman. Yeah,
They
look at this woman on the
hold
prompts
on,
now. Look at
hold
this woman
Hold
on
up,
the
hold
prompts.
up,
on,
Look how tired
hold
she
on.
is.
hold up, queen.
Okay. Okay.
Well, we know that they didn't, and we know that they locked women out of many jobs and abilities of doing shit. But shit, if y'all want to say y'all built society, who fucking cares? Y'all work mules. We got it. But women are setting boundaries. We're not gonna do it. And that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay. We'll see where we end up in the future. But right now, we ain't doing it. We're just not doing it, no matter what, because I'm not. Like she said, if you ain't benefiting me, then you can get the fuck on, because that's what men were made to do on this planet. They were made to benefit women, period.
Speak it to
Period.
existence. Maybe one day it might
Yeah.
actually be that reality.
Mm-hmm.
Look
It has been several times. Thank
at
you.
ladies. Ladies,
You get
can
to
you
the
see that
business.
woman? I've not
Okay, you're
forgotten her
right.
name.
I
What's her name?
have
This woman
several
on the
times.
prompt.
You're right.
Hold on,
Ladies,
It
can you see that
happens.
woman on the prompt?
hold
The
on,
delusion is
let's go
insane.
a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, Flashy, you said something in the comments that you said I put in the comments that masculinity cannot exist without femininity, and you said vice versa. When in reality, femininity looks the same across all species, and that's why a lot of one thing I love to advocate to Black women is Black women are the most feminine women out there. Simply because the way we embody this femininity is the way every other female species in the world does. Like most species are led by women. Most species, if you down from the honeybees to prides to lion prides to
So you guys are
um,
animals now?
I need you to one
Yes.
either be
Well, it's cool.
smarter or
It's cool.
two.
It's cool
It's either
when
let me
y'all
let
do
Stop
me
it.
flashy
interrupting,
flashy.
especially if you don't understand what she's saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's either be smarter or shut the fuck up. So what I'm saying is most species are led by females. So and that's why I think that Black women embody the true form of femininity. We are leaders. We're not submissive because it's extremely unnatural, and that really speaks on like the original woman. We still embody what the original woman is. So whenever people are trying to tell us that no, we're not being feminine because we're loud, we're being aggressive, we're trying to be the leader, that's the embodiment of femininity across all species. However, with men, the reason why you need our femininity to embody what your masculinity is because your masculinity doesn't exist, and it's because you're not living in your masculinity. You're not supposed to be leaders. You're not supposed to be talking this much. This is why whenever y'all talk too much, y'all sound like straight airheads and just try to laugh off the
The
embarrassment.
delusion is
when
insane.
y'all when y'all like you say,
The
y'all
delusion is
actually turn
insane.
into straight airheads, and y'all try to laugh off the embarrassment
The
because you know
delusion is
what I'm
insane.
saying is true. Men are not supposed to be the leaders. Men are not supposed to even be talking this much. Men are supposed to be heard and not supposed to be seen and not heard. You're supposed to be laboring. You even tell us, you yourself as men understand this so much that y'all explain it to us, but women, because we've been indoctrinated into patriarchy, we flip it, twist it, and reverse it into something else. Men tell us every single day that they are protectors and providers. They are quite literally telling us to our faces that we are the leaders. We are the ones that are supposed to be protected for and provided for because we are the what do you want to call it? We are the value of the between the two genders. So without servants, exactly. Men are quite literally servants, and I know it's like y'all want to. I know it goes against. I know it kind of women kind of like cringe at that thought, but start to embody it more. Men are supposed to be laborers. They're supposed to go out there and risk their lives for women. They're supposed to go out there and bring back the quote unquote bacon for us. We're not supposed to be doing these things, and this is why they
Speak
don't
it to
have.
existence.
This is why they don't have men plant seeds. Oh God, that's the
Speak it
stupidest
to
shit I've ever
existence,
heard.
baby
So
girl.
anyway,
It might happen in one
this is
day.
why without our femininity, they don't have masculinity because
Hell
they're
yeah.
not living in
Hold
their
on, Flash. I'm gonna
masculinity.
drop. You keep interrupting people.
They're
Please,
not.
can I retrace what East is saying? You see that it just reminds me of that famous foolish question that some funny clowns ask. What do you bring to the table? I bring my womb to the table. I bring my vagina to the table. You think it's easy to put in a human being to sit on your womb for 9 months? You think it's easy? That your body, your hormones will change, your body system will change, your mood will change. Even when you are breastfeeding your baby, you'll be having pains in your nipples, and you are asking me one very annoying question. What do women bring to the table? That
That's
question is
because
always famous
they are
among us.
entitled. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why don't
Yeah.
waste your time explaining anything to them, because like everything you're saying, he feels entitled to that. Like, that's why they don't see it like, oh, you're not bringing nothing, because they feel like the things that you do that they supposed to have it.
Then you
Yeah.
see that.
And they're
Oh,
saying,
you see that.
even in the comment section, they're saying men plant seeds, men are farmers, men are, I can name one construction worker. Yes, because you are a natural servant. You're not supposed to be a leader. You're not even supposed to be talking this much. This is why y'all cannot formulate full conversations, because the only words that you're supposed to be saying is yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. You're not supposed to be here talking about I'm the leader, I'm the head, I'm the neck. Like let's not do that. Name, like, all of the things that you name positive about men, you are quite literally describing a servant, a laborer. You're
Correct.
supposed to be
Correct.
outside the gate. You're supposed to be outside the gates, making sure that no other men, like I always say, we have to protect you from other men. Make sure that no other men are trying to get in here and steal the valuables, which is us. We are the valuables, not you. You have never
That's
been.
well. That's
Then
why
you see that
that's why
Pinafo.
men.
Please.
That's why the other men teach men that their creator is a man, because you see what happened when they believe the creator is a man. Look how they submit to other men. Like, they submit to the creator. They just all fucked up and they don't know what that's going on with that. Hold on, go ahead, Teresa, and then Lynn. Did you want to say something?
See, you see that? Can I speak?
Hold on, Queen. You got to share the mic, ma'am. You got to share the mic. You cooking, but you got to share the mic.
Okay.
Is it my turn? Okay. So someone was saying before, one thing before I say what I was originally going to say, men are the biggest misandrists of all. I love how we are, well, I don't know if everyone on this panel is feminist, but feminists are always accused of hating men. No feminist in the world could ever hate you more than you hate yourselves. And you can tell by, as someone was just saying, the way you talk about yourselves. The way you talk about yourselves diminishes your own value. Like, it's really sad to hear them talk about themselves. It's just really tragic. But the disconnect between masculinity and the problem with men is that they don't understand that masculinity as we understand it, some people call it traditional masculinity, some call it toxic masculinity, but it's all the same thing. Provider, protector, it's control based, it's domination based, whatever. This study I have open now defines it as the constellation of cultural and individual meanings attached to men and boys that are attributed to the self as well as to people, concepts, objects embedded in situational and social cues, performed as social practices and distributed through ecological influences. That was long, I know, sorry. But those things are directly linked to violence. So the more a man subscribes to patriarchy's idea of masculinity, the more violent he's going to be, the worse partner he's going to be. All around, if you perform your masculinity in that sort of dominant, centered way, you have no hope of really being a good person, a safe person, certainly not a good man, and certainly not a good partner. So that's the part that I think that when we say, when everyone's all masculinity is under attack, yeah, it is, because how we conceptualize masculinity is trash. And it literally gets women unalived. But then they're like, well, there's nothing to replace it. If you're saying masculinity is toxic, there's nothing to replace it. What do we replace it with? And I'm like, nigga, I don't know. Like, figure that out. That's your thing. Because we did all that work for ourselves. We did the scholarship. We studied philosophy. We studied history. We built an entire academic studying all this stuff. And we tried new things, and we fought to get women in spaces that we weren't in before. So we spent 50 years, the better part, probably more than that, but in most recent, the last 50 years, redefining what it means to be a woman. Not even really redefining it, just expanding the definition of what it needs to be a woman. Men need to do that work. They need to do that decades and decades of self-exploration, reevaluating, expanding the definition. We can't help you with that. So whatever it is that people want to call this, a gender war, a reckoning, or whatever it is, I don't think it's ever going to get better, because I don't see men taking up that labor on a massive on a massive scale. I see a few men doing it, but I don't see enough men willing to do that work and that have the drive and intelligence and emotional control and everything, the social skills needed to do that work and to get through that process. So I honestly think the human race is probably going to unalive out. And you know what? I really don't care. I don't care.
I think a lot of women don't care. That, like, the whole thing about it being a man is the reproduction is parasitical. But here's the thing, because Isha said it, the men are not leaders. So when we ask them to be a better person or to do the work, you're talking to someone who's already in subservience to stand up and do something. Like, it's very important to understand that men, like, they submit to the other men. It's the reason why black men will come on here and fucking take the white man's rhetoric and like put him on a pedestal. Like, when they say they build, knowing that their ancestors build against their will, you like, what the fuck? Like, these men submit. They're never gonna lead anything. That's how this shit all fucked up. Like, them,
I think at best the
Because
population.
men weren't made to lead, they were made to submit to women. So they fucked up by making a patriarchy because they fucked themselves over, because that's not what they were made to do. They were made to submit to women. They were made to be servants to women. It's quite literally it's our biology. You all were made to, serve women. So now that y'all fucked it up by making a patriarchy, you have to serve somebody. And the person that you're serving is the white man. It's capitalism. It's gracism. It's other men. And that's giving homosocial. So that's not the way that it's supposed to be. They fucked themselves up. They were supposed to serve us. That's quite literally how biology spells it out. Because regardless of any scholars or any degrees or books or whatever, women have inherent value, and women don't talk about like having babies and being pregnant like we should. We don't give the value to that like we should. So one thing I do agree with the man on is the whole like, oh, education and this and this and that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck if I didn't have an education and if I did work at McDonald's. You are still supposed to serve me because I have a womb. Period. Period. You are supposed to bring me back what I need in order to take care of myself. That is what a servant is. It's
and
golden retriever or nothing.
And that's why the whole dark psychology that men teach each other, that's why that is so pivotal in the patriarchy. Because it's like, not only are these men fucked up and confused, you got to teach men, oh, you have to make her want you and all these things. Like, that's not innate in him. Like, and this is why they can't deviate from it. And this is why their manipulation is subpar. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Because essentially, like, he had to be taught how to manipulate a woman. And it's not, this is how, and these motherfuckers are coddled by the system, because it's not like he going out find a woman who don't want him and he able to fight together. No, he's taking a woman who's already been conditioned by the system, and he's furthering that with what he's been programmed with. And that shit look fucking crazy. That's why they when you're leaving, they can't look at themselves and like, all right, let me do this better. Let me do this and whatever. Because it's like, oh, manipulation is supposed to work. Women are walking out the fucking door and this man like, well, I ain't want you because you ain't cook. She fucking leaving you. What are you talking about?
I want to also just one thing I do give women examples of how we are like superior to men. Biology has a way of telling us that female, right? The female across all species is superior. Like in most other species, the female is usually bigger than the male, and that shows you who is superior in that species. In our species, and the female anatomy versus the male anatomy, one thing that you can see which one is valuable is how where our reproductive organs are. A man's reproductive organs are literally hanging outside of his body, protected by a little thin skin sac. Like if a man wanted to donate to like a reproductive clinic or whatever, he can literally go in there and make $10 by jerking off into a cup. Like he can literally just and then he will be able to impregnate 1,000 women. But do you know what it takes for a woman to donate her eggs? It is an actual procedure, and she can make thousands of dollars by donating her eggs. That tells you right there that a woman's egg is more valuable than a man's egg. A woman for infertility clinics, you have to, there's like an entire system to keep those eggs at a certain specific temperature, and it's a big thing. Women can freeze her eggs. Like that's right there tells you whose reproductiveness is more valuable than another. And when what is a woman's reproductive system protected by? That is inside of our bodies. It is but protected behind fallopian tubes, behind a womb, behind all of these things. We can't just help someone. We can't just pop out and pop an egg, you know what I mean, into a cup. We can't do that, but they can, because their reproductive system is not valuable at all. Ours is. That's why it's so hard for I'm sorry. 1 second. Okay. But yeah, that's why biology tells you right then and there who's more valuable. And one example I always give is if you had a planet A and planet B, and planet A lost 90% of all women on their population, and planet B lost 90% of all men in their population, which planet would repopulate the fastest? Which planet? It will always be planet B. We can literally lose 90% of all men off this planet and we will be all right. But the planet A, where 90% of those women disappeared, the other 10% of women are going to be ripped to shreds, because men would rather unalive those women and just the entire humanity just disappear than a man have something without that they don't have. So those are examples that I always give that shows the value of women versus the value of men. Men are not valuable. We can literally lose 90% of them and we'll still be all right.
So your father's not valuable either? Your brothers?
Hold on. I don't know who let this rockhead up here.
Tara, I'm going to drop.
Go ahead, Teresa.
But I wanted to say one thing before I dropped. I found out like yesterday that there's stem cells in our endometrium. So literally in our blood, our tissue that we shed every month, I don't know what TikTok allows you to say, that contains stem cells. And there were like gynecologists that didn't know that. Like I saw it on the channel of a board certified 3 decades long experienced gynecologist. I don't know how this research got buried, but we talk about in these spaces a lot about parthenogenesis and all those things, and how getting stem cells from bone marrow, which is very, very invasive and time consuming. There are stem cells in our period blood, y'all. Like we have them. They're just a much easier way to get stem cells, in my opinion. So that might move that science along a little bit quicker. Anyway, everybody have a nice.
The interesting thing about that is like y'all have to understand that men came from women and women created men. So it only makes sense that anything they have, we got it, right? Even that penis they're obsessed with is a deformed vagina. That shit
is a stem cell is a cell that can become literally anything you make it. It's a cell that can become anything. That's why they're really useful for scientific research and stuff like that, because they can literally become any other kind of cell.
Yeah, but that's also why when you're around women, your body sync up, because like men throw us off, because like as mammals we're supposed to have a mating season. We don't even have a mating season, and from us them picking us off, like we don't know anything about like parthenogenesis and how like when men are not present, women can reproduce on their own, like, and that's the reason why they want women picked off, and you're supposed to be just with a man, because like it throws your body off with, like you're off when you're around men. You're supposed to be around other women.
Right. And I'm not big on the, the book, But one thing that I always will say is when they say man is created in God's image, they are. They are created in a woman's image because everything on our body has a function. Down everything. But on a man's body, you can see how they are quite literally, and we all know that every fetus starts off as female and then morphs or mutates into a male. But even on a man's body, why do men have nipples? Like what you got nipples for? Our nipples is here to feed our babies and have life. Men are created in our image. In the closest thing that we have to God on this planet is always going to be a woman. But men have need to be needed so badly. They had to create an entire religion where women were completely wiped out of it, to the point where even God is masculine. That doesn't make any sense. Men do nothing but create chaos, unaliving, and confusion, versus women, when they say, oh, women bring me peace. We do. We bring peace, love, life, happening, community, society. We bring all of those things. They don't bring those things. And that's why they had to create a religion where where a man is God, create the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which doesn't make any sense. And Tara told me yesterday, even Tara was saying yesterday, that the Holy Spirit is masculine, where it's a triad of masculinity. They have to force these things. But if you let it happen naturally, women will always be the leaders. But that's why they had to come up with this big book of fairy tales to say, see, I'm the leader, God is man, and I'm the man. And like, even the story of how Adam and Eve doesn't make any sense. You mean to tell me I came from a rib of a man, and most of these men can't read? Men can't read.
That's because the Old Testament was made at a different time. The New Testament, Jesus had to be born through the womb, because by then people knew better, right? And it's interesting because if you look at the word parthenogenesis, the meaning is the virgin origin. Like, the story of Jesus makes more sense for Mary to have like have him through parthenogenesis than it is, oh, this immaculate conception. That shit don't even make sense. That's what I said. Like, did God come down with his peen and grape a young girl? What the fuck is y'all talking about? That shit makes no motherfucking sense. But that's what fundamentalism is. It's supposed to defy logic, and that's why they feed it to you before you can think logically. Because now you're saying some dumbass shit, but you lack connections in your brain to draw up conclusions to see reality for what it is. Because that shit don't make no motherfucking sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. And what does make sense is that more than likely, the feeling, if you're a mother and you've ever been pregnant with a baby, and that first time you actually feel your child, it is literally pushing against your rib. So before humanity had the actual words to describe things, we can only describe things at a very primitive level. So if you're thinking, okay, something just came from my rib, that means that came from inside of your womb. My son is 11 years old, and sometimes I can still feel him inside of me, underneath my rib. Like, it is insane. I don't know. Somebody told me what it's called, but most mothers can still feel their children inside of them. So yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
that's why I don't believe
my
in.
rib. Oh, sorry, Lynn.
That's why I believe in female superiority. I do. I don't care what y'all say. And to take it back to Tara's prompt, because I didn't answer it really. Broken women stay in bad relationships because they don't believe in female superiority. The moment you start believing in female superiority, and that you like, I'm not worshiping no fucking man. Why the fuck would I worship a man? I'm not following behind no fucking man. Why the fuck would I do that? Y'all, like the women who have made these TikTok men their leaders. You're doing it wrong. That's not the natural order. I'm not following behind no fucking man. I'm not following behind no man. It's stupid. He has a penis. There's no value in that. You can tell by the way they treat it. They just do anything. Their brains aren't even made to protect themselves. When women, our brains are made to protect ourselves. The women, like they try to weaponize it against us, but women not wanting to have sex with just anybody and like, oh, they say, oh, because you guys, what do they call it? What is that shit called? When you imprint, basically, is what they're describing. I forgot what the shit is called. Our brains and our bodies are made to protect us. Yours aren't. Y'all do stupid shit all the time. Y'all don't value life. Y'all don't value your life. That's why y'all have sex without protection. They bought diseases to us. Like, you guys are nasty, filthy creatures. Y'all don't add beauty to life. Y'all don't give a fuck. If women weren't on this earth, it would look like a wasteland of just nothingness. Flowers were made for women, colors were made for women, different fabrics and materials, silk, decoration, like nature is made for women. You guys fucking suck. Everything about masculinity is ugly and brutal and nasty, and nobody wants to be in a world like that. Not even men.
Like, look
Not
at
even
Flashy's
men.
face. Isn't Flashy's face so ugly and disproportionate? Like, I mean, honestly, like for real, look at
Hold
it.
on,
It's
real quick,
just
y'all. I don't know who let him up. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to talk to the men, cause like they're nagging and the constant, like all that is rooted in insecurity, and it's like another day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like it. But the thing
But yeah.
is, yeah, and it's like that's what they do. They come to distract and they stop conversations. And the way it works, especially on TikTok, like unfortunately, because a lot of women are male centered, it's like you need male men on the panel, but like them niggas don't add shit but chaos. So you not if it's not a case study, they don't need to be up here.
right. And Lynn, I don't. I'm gonna go see if I could find it. But I saw something that said that women can see more colors, and I'm gonna go look it
Yeah.
up. You
They can't see
okay?
magenta. Men
Right?
are unable to see magenta.
Okay.
And
Okay.
men are, they get colorblind.
Thank you,
Women
Lucy.
don't, we don't have that gene. Not really. It is rare for a woman to be colorblind. They get colorblind. Not only that, their brains weren't even made to multitask.
Yeah, that's
Like,
another
y'all
thing
are,
too about but no, go ahead, my bad. I'm
no,
cutting people
no,
off.
go ahead. I was just about to go on another rant. So
No,
thank you.
rant.
Go
I
ahead.
want to hear the rant.
No,
I
they're
vote rant.
inferior. They're genetically inferior. They can't do nothing but literally serve y'all. That's why, like, I just don't understand why women would ever like be with a man who would not be like, y'all know what a golden retriever is, right? When it comes
Yeah.
to relationships. It's
Mm-hmm.
basically a simp. Like, that's what, like, I literally programmed myself to be attracted to, because the men are right. We were programmed to like, we were socialized to like assholes, right? But biology tells us, like, our body tells us to actually like golden retrievers, to actually like simps, to actually like men who give it all to us. You're supposed to show me that you can do any and everything for me. That's biology. Go out and bring back the most for me as possible. And yes, you might be in competition with Tyrone, but if Tyrone gets more than you and brings it back, I'm sorry, Tyrone has won. I can be his wife. Do what you have to do to make me feel the best. Period.
Yep. And
Toughen
you
up,
know what? I just
Buttercup.
looked it up. Men are more likely to be colorblind.
Hmm.
Mm, mm, mm.
Not only that,
Yeah.
all of the genetic issues we have with children is linked to men, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Um, and it's interesting because I love the fact that women like fuck it, we want children to at a later age, because at one point a lot of people believe that by 35 you too old to have children. And like a lot of the things we know about like reproduction is through the male lens, and it's lies, right? Like women, you're not even supposed to lay on your back and give birth. The only reason women lay on their back is because some nigga wanted to see the baby come out. Like
Yeah.
that's not the healthiest way to have a child. It's so much shit that's fucked up. Like men talking about they have seeds. Seeds are from the plant family. Why the fuck are you talking about you have a seed? You don't have a seed, nigga. And even when it comes to reproduction, if the woman's body did not release chemicals essentially feeding the fucking sperm, it couldn't even make it to the egg. Like that shit that's some weak ass shit. But they make it like, oh, this sperm that looks like lint on a fucking microscope conquer this big ass egg. Like, let's be for real. When you can't have children and you having issues with infertility, it's likely like with the man. It's the man. Like, it's not. It don't be the women. It be the men.
Yep. Yeah. I didn't. One thing I did learn on
Yeah,
the
and
panel. Oh no, I was just
go
gonna say
ahead.
one thing I did learn on the panel is that preeclampsia is linked to men, which is insane. If men are not healthy or in a good shape or anything like that, they can cause preeclampsia, and that's that's crazy. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lynn.
No, I was just about to say women's bodies are so amazing. They can't name an amazing thing that their body does. They literally cannot. Literally, if a woman is unconscious, her body can give birth to her child. Like, what are you talking about? Her body naturally will push the child out. Like, uh, you guys are just lackluster humans. Like, y'all are default humans. And no, women don't have to show men that they have value. That's a capitalistic thing, right? Women are inherently value. We are born with value. You are not. You have to make up a system in which you can show women that you are valuable. And even if we didn't have that system and we were hunter gatherers, you would still have to go out and provide and show me that you can bring me food in order to sustain life, in order for us to have children. We are born with value, and women need to start waking up to that shit because y'all pissing me the fuck off with the male worshiping, with the fucking submission. Why would I submit to a lesser being? Why would I submit to a lesser being? I'm not going to. And Flashy's like, keep trying, keep manifesting. I don't have to because y'all biology wins every time. Y'all fold every time. If I take care of myself the natural way a woman is supposed to be taken care of, living in my natural essence, men will come. If I do the things I like to do, that's what y'all are attracted to. Women who do shit they like to do. Women who like to make themselves pretty and smell good and feel good and do things to take care of herself. Men will come. Men will always come. It doesn't fucking matter the type of like it don't matter. There's some nerdy guy who makes like fucking $500,000 right now who's willing to like take care of anybody. All you got to do is go find the nigga. Like, please,
Yeah,
let's
because
be real.
when they talk about being hunters, the fact they forget to say that they went and hunted so that they can have something to present to the women, so they could be accepted in the community, like to prove their worth. It
Correct.
wasn't like like what is y'all talking about? But it's also why when it comes to linguistics, women outperform because we don't want because then this kind of go back to the when men say they created society, like the ability to communicate with each other and label things and cultivate like agriculture and stuff is what got us here in the first place. The thing is, men erase women and they take credit for it. Like
Yeah.
men don't build communities, y'all. They all out for self. So how would you build a society if you only looking out for self? Like that don't make sense. And that's why the society we live in is so fucked up because it's an individualistic society on top of human beings who evolved through collective collaboration. So without that, look how it's our detriment to the point where like the place we live, we like like grasping for straws. I hope we can live here for a certain amount of time because y'all destroy. You don't know what you're doing. It's when somebody take over the company and they don't know what the fuck going on and that bitch go under. That's literally what we live under now.
Yep. Tara, I was reading this study. It's a anthropology study, and it is when men start talking about, oh, you're going to be single alone and all of this other stuff. It is actually very natural for women to have community with each other into elderly, like old age. Like it's extremely like an extremely natural thing. There's this study that they was doing on like early humans in their like social settings, and it said that about when they were studying the bones and the mitochondria DNA of these people, it said that the women, I don't know how they were able to tell, but their bones told them that they lived off of mostly grains, fruit, vegetables, and like very little meat. But there were large numbers of male bones that they lived. You could tell that they lived off of fish, which meant that men were often ostracized and made to live outside of the society, and that there were within like the female bones or whatever, you would every now and then they would come across male bones that lived off of meat, grains, vegetables, and fish. That just lets you know right then and there that there were only a selective few men that were supposed to be in our circles. So whenever they're like, oh, like the way that we live right now, where we're constantly in community with men, it is not something that has always happened. It's actually something very, very new to women. And that's probably what most likely why they had to come up with these systems of patriarchy where they hoarded all of the resources. It's the reason why they never like to admit it, but women are the reason why roads and bridges exist.
The interesting thing is, my bad, I thought you landed.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I could go on and on. Go ahead. Terry, you're going to have to stop me sometime.
Now, here's the thing. Like, you can prove it in real time. Like, men that say, like, that's not what it was. Listen, these niggas love to be passed around. What is you talking about? Y'all love to be passed around. Y'all be like, well, women, y'all will share men, but not in a polygamy sense. Not when you hitting that shit. But we allow like, this a good specimen. He can come in the community. Y'all niggas want to be passed around. What is you talking about? Like, y'all live to be the passed around nigga. That's why y'all want that shit so bad now, and you can't be the pass around because there's too many of these subpar ass motherfuckers in the midst. But the reality is, like, yeah, we do share men, but y'all niggas supposed to be passed around. But you got to prove yourself to get passed around. So what are you talking about?
And
But that shows how invaluable. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Lynn.
No, I was gonna say that just shows how invaluable they are too. If you can be a pass around, you're not valuable. You're not valuable because we can pass y'all around. If we took the rules and regulations that they created out of it, right? And we as a group of women found the man with the superior genetics, right? Or three or four of them with superior genetics, and we were like, hey, we gonna all mate with these five men, and then we're gonna toss them out of the community and raise our babies with each other. Like, life will be beautiful for us, and then you motherfuckers can go play with each other's teams or whatever the fuck y'all want to do. Nobody cares. And we're going back to that. We're going back to that, and they're not the protectors that they say they are. I just seen a video of two women. A woman, they were in a parking lot taking pictures as they should, right? Clock it, feminine activities, enjoying the sunlight. They were complimenting each other and like basking in the sunlight, and they saw another woman being abused by her boyfriend, and they were like, what should we do? They sat there, they contemplated what they should do, they observed the situation, and then they acted. And they were like, they scared him. They went off on him, and they were like, let her the fuck go. They didn't even know this woman. Men are afraid to do that. And the man let her go. They ended up calling the police. Women can be police because all police are, they just have weapons and they're allowed to use them based on society. So yeah, they're like, y'all are not doing nothing. We can do everything too.
Yep.
Thanks for building this society, supposedly.
This trash
Now let us
society
run it.
with
Right.
the poison water and the polluted air and the fake genetically modified foods and the male trees everywhere. Thank you for creating a society where we can't even go out and pick fruit off the tree with our titties out like we should be doing, but because you want to be the only one to sell motherfucking apples. That's really what it is. But whenever I love when they try to bring up our like fathers and especially our sons. I love when they try to bring that up because um y'all are not we are proving that when women have sons and they grow up to be like, like good citizens, it really genuinely disproves that most men are not needed. And also too, what I like to say whenever they try to be like, oh, don't you have a son, don't you have a son, I do have a son, and my son, it will be better than you. My son is a better man than he is today, than the men than you are today, than the man he is yet to become. And that's why women who have sons, single mothers, are such a threat to them, because they know that when women this is why whenever they bring up like single mothers, when you account for like the hoarding of the resources, when we have the proper resources, those children that come from single mothers are as equally well off as those women who that come from those children that come from two parent households, and they hate to admit that. And that's why they have to hoard the resources, because they need us to need them, because they are not needed.
They
Yeah, that's why they say you need a man in a household, because men uphold patriarchy. Like, and it's, I get it, in this system it's not fair to have to raise children away from a man. That's why I say like women should be raising children with each other, because like all men want to do is come in and reinforce the hierarchy with your children. They cause damage. Keep your children away from these niggas. If my ex wasn't a simp, he would not have access to my motherfucking child. Simple as that. Like, y'all need to accept the fact that these men are causing harm. You don't need a man in that motherfucking household, and that's just a fact.
But that's why these men also target these boys specifically. Like, there is this idea that I think that they know that women, if women were able to raise them in the way that we would see fit, that would be more communal, and we wasn't being, you know, conditioned to believe that men have to be a certain way ourselves. They're scared that what they know, being like the idea that they have of being a man, will be erased. So they target these boys, and they specifically target them with single mothers. And what made me think about it like this is when we talk about like not emphasize femininity, but Bell Hooks had said this quote, and I cannot find it for the life of me. I don't know where I saw that, but I'm sure she said it as sure as I can, as sure as these men be. She was talking about how sometimes women who are raising boys may be even more radical with this idea of what manhood is. And that's because society has scared women into believing that you can't raise boys because y'all make them, SISSYs, and y'all mess them up. Y'all make them too soft. So there's a generation of women who want to combat that notion, which fed right into the very thing that they wanted the boys to be anyway, which is to be targets for them to use for the prison industrial complex, for them to use as scapegoats, whatever you want to call it, right? And they put this idea in society's head that boys are supposed to be a certain type of way, and when they act out in that very way, they want to blame women for raising them, even though that's what they're pushing for. Because even if a single mother does all she can to protect, they're gonna have these old heads running around indoctrinating them with bullshit anyway. Whether it's the barbershop, whether it's in school, TV, media, whatever. So I just think that I think that that's always left out of the conversation when men are dogpiling onto women. They leave out all the other factors to it because they target these young boys.
They actively seek out young boys. They do. And that's they are the number one groomers. And it doesn't always have to be sexually. Men are they will actively like seek out your son, because as and especially when it comes to black men, because black men, they cannot participate in hegemonic masculinity, right? So they can't pass anything down to their sons, because they can't pass down like the oil trades. They can't pass down agriculture, resources trades. They can't pass down those things. The only thing that they can do is participate in marginalized masculinity, which is basically being sexually deviant and violence. And that's most likely why our community is the way it is because if we don't have to deal with like white oppression, where the resources is being removed from us, we would still have to deal with men in our community trying to pass down that marginalized masculinity. So that's the thing. When men are in the house, it is more likely that when they are not like financially well off, they will pass down acts of violence. And that's why it's like really that's why we always say that it's very dangerous to be with a broke man, because when he doesn't have like wealth to pass down, he will pass down violence. He will pass down misogyny. He'll pass down patriarchy. So that's why, like, if you're going to be with a broke man, that's one of the most dangerous things that you can do, especially if you have a young boy in the house, because I'm pretty sure a lot of women will tell you the first thing when men be like, oh, I don't want to be in a house where I can't discipline her kids. That's the most insane thing that I've ever heard in my freaking life. But when it comes to a lot of people, like when it comes to like child homicide, boys are more likely to be unalived by their fathers and stepfathers and mothers' boyfriends, because the first thing they want to do is they've already sexually asserted dominance over the woman, right? They've already sexually asserted dominance over the woman. They already feel that they're genetically, like, they're more dominant over the little girls. But when you have a little boy in the house, they want to be physically violent and dominant against your young boy. So that's why it's extremely dangerous for mothers of sons to bring other males into the house, because the first thing that they're going to want to do is physically dominate your child.
Yeah. Even the men who not father, who talk about being around women and their children, talking about, well, I want to be able to discipline, and you like, what the fuck is discipline? They essentially want to whoop your kid's ass. That shit is crazy.
Yeah. Like, you got to look at all of if you really go online and look up dating single mothers, and you watch those podcasts, every single time, the first thing that a man says is the reason why he doesn't want to date a single mother is, and it's usually the number one thing, is that I want to be able to discipline the child. And it is predominantly going to be Black men in these podcasts, because they only have physical abuse to pass down. This is why you don't see YT men. Now they do, but you don't usually see YT men talking about not dating single mothers. YT men have been dating single mothers since forever. This is why YT women usually say, oh, my first husband, my second husband, my third husband, my fourth husband, because YT men don't have to worry about only being able to pass down that marginalized masculinity, they can pass down hegemonic masculinity. So they don't need to immediately resort to violence. They can pass down the trades, they can pass down all of these other things. But when it comes to
But East,
specifically,
clock it. Hold on, clock it, East. You can tell because you said now they are, right? But why is it now they are? And we know the answer. Look at the state of humanity. Look at the
Mhm.
statistics that are coming out. Now more than ever, these men, including white teen men, are locked out of the market. They're not able to perform traditional masculinity even when it comes to YT men because of capitalism. Capitalism has even locked YT men out of the market, right?
Exactly,
They've locked them, yeah.
it
They're
has
not able to
made
buy homes like their dads did when they at least turned 30. Like capitalism and YT supremacy promised YT men that they were going to be able to perform hegemonic masculinity, but they are not able to. They can't even buy homes. They can't go to school because they can't afford it. They can't. So
Yep.
now they got to shame people who are going to school. They have to like join in with Black people, Black
Hmm.
men. They have to push this agenda of marginalized masculinity because now they are marginalized. They are poor. They don't have the opportunities either. They can't live up to the standards that other YT men set because YT men got too greedy. The people at the top got too greedy. So that's why they mad at immigrants. They're mad at like other races because they're locked out of the system that they built. Financially,
Hmm.
they're locked out of the system that they fucking built. So now they mad. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. And that's why they constantly are targeting single mothers, because it goes against everything that they've been taught. Single mothers are not supposed to be able to survive without a man in the house. And the more women are now able to have those resources, go to college and be able to financially provide for their children, the more we see better outcomes for children from single mother households. And they need to stop it. They need to stop it in their tracks. And that is why they're now talking about, getting rid of the, no fault divorce. They need these systems in place, because once it comes out that it is an actual fact that women actually don't need men to raise children, women only need other women to have community with, that's it. They're done. They're cooked. And now the actual real competition has to begin. Who's the better man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, a successful single mother is a threat to patriarchy in so many ways, because it's like, oh, hold up, you need a man, but hold up, I don't need a man. Oh, you need a man because your kids gonna be violent, but my kids aren't violent. Like, you're not gonna be able to survive. Like, hold up, but none of that's being true. That's why
Mhm.
they have a problem with that. And the thing is, they want to be with single mothers too, but they gotta try to like lower your value or whatever with the fucking crazy, or make you feel like you're not good enough. No, a man who is obsessed with having a woman at home in a routine, he is going to flock to a woman with a child. What the fuck is you talking about? Y'all don't give a fuck about the kids. They be like, well, I want my own kid. No, you don't. You don't give a fuck about kids. Shut up. Y'all have children, y'all fucking abandon them and y'all treat them like shit. You can't even fucking hug your kids, tell them you love them, kiss them on the fucking forehead. Y'all don't give a fuck about children. We see that because when women separate from relationships, if she ain't fucking with that man, he leave her and the kids. Like, let's be for real.
Yeah, men don't really care about, like, oh, I want to have my own kids, because adoption has been known throughout humanity. Like, throughout all of humanity, there has always been some type of form of adoption across all different races, in the Indian races, Asian races, Eastern European races, African races. There has always been adoption of other people's children in human history. So men never had a problem with adoption. It's just now they're doing it as a way to shame single mothers. But in reality, like, all of the single mothers can tell y'all on this panel, we never have a problem getting a man. As a single mother, I could walk out the door. Like, before I got on social media, I was never like ashamed to tell a dude that I was a single mom or that I had kids. Like, that has never, ever, ever been a thing for me in my life. I've never had to like been like, oh my God, what's he gonna think when I have a kid? Like, no.
Cause
Like,
them niggas had single mothers. That's why you ain't never. They come
exactly.
online and pretend.
Exactly. They come online and pretend to and try to shame single mothers, but let me tell you, I'm pretty sure we can all attest. You walk out the door, you could walk out the door and put my hand out, and some niggas gonna try to put his dick in it. Some niggas gonna try. You got fruit snacks in there? You got an Xbox in there? What you got in there? You cooking dinner every night, huh?
Hold
Like,
up, Eve, because I know I ain't the only one. I asked this before. They said niggas don't want single mothers, but what happened once you got pregnant? When you was visibly pregnant, what did the men do?
the freaks came out at night.
Yeah, because I had men offer to help me raise my baby. So what the fuck y'all talking about?
The freaks came out like it was crazy. Girl.
They obsessed with it. They
Yeah.
obsessed with the fact that women can have children. They obsessed with, like, y'all heard about the man who wanted his wife to fucking breastfeed him. They obsessed with that shit.
Yep. They have pregnancy corn. They have pregnancy corn. So, like, let's not act like they don't, But yep. I guess the bottom line is men have conditioned women into thinking that we need them. And until other women start to actually listen and understand that men are not valuable, we're going to forever be in these patriarchal societies, because men are incompetent. Like, men are incompetent. They cannot do anything on their own. And that only leads me to believe that there are always going to be women that they need women to uphold patriarchy. So they need us to believe that we need them in
Can
order
I
for them to be needed.
can I go back to like the prompt, like broken women staying bad relationships as it relates to pick me? Um, something that I noticed about pick me is that they believe. I think that pick me know, right? But they believe that if they treat a man how they want to be treated, the man will reciprocate. That's what the pick believe. The pick act like this because they think like, oh well, people when I was a kid, people didn't treat me like I was special, like I was a human being that I deserved like to be noticed. So like I have to treat men like this in order for men to, respond appropriately to me and give me what I want. And that's just not true. Pygmies have not come to the conclusion that women have inherent value. They operate in that sort of masculinity where they believe that, like, oh, I have to show myself approved. And by doing that, I have to stand up for men like I want men to stand up for women because men are human beings too. Men deserve to be seen too. They deserve to be heard. Men have issues too. It's not always about women. Not true.
And that go and it's the most important thing is for women to admit that, hey, we all pick me's by default, because like that woman didn't just become a pick me. You were taught to be a pick me, and you, like, if you're not deprogramming yourself, you gonna be a fucking pick me. But like, think about it. Why would we live in a society where young girls from a very young age, they throw a fucking kitchen set in your face? They put you a baby with another baby. Why they doing that? Why all the fucking movies, some woman going through something and then she go be with a man and you don't never hear nothing else about her. The after don't matter. Like, that's your only story. What you go through to get to the man and then it ends. Like, really think about it. Like, You have, if you're not deprogrammed, you haven't like processed that, and I mean really processed it. Don't just say you have, but like you can uh see it from all fucking angles. You got some fucking deprogramming to do. If you think these men, if you anything we say is fucking offensive, and you feel like, well, not my daddy, not my brother, not the nigga I fuck with, you got some deprogramming to do. Not my brother, not the nigga I fuck with. You got some deprogramming to do.
But I think a good point is made about what Lynn said about this humanizing aspect of it, and yeah, they do have deprogramming, but I think that even like there's the condition is so bad. I don't know if they're recognizing it that way to even deprogram from it, because it's like the thing that's being argued is that we're human too, we're misunderstood, but that and they're leaving it vague, like they're leaving it very vague, and the truth is like they are human, right? And if your argument is that they are socialized and conditioned to act a certain type of way because men knew early on that they need to create this society, blah blah blah, all of it was created, that it's not natural, it's not a part of their biology to be that way, then you have to know that, well, they are human. If they can dismantle what the patriarchy is and how it socializes them and everyone else, then it is some hope. We can have a better group of men. We can see society be better, right? And if that is what they're saying, essentially, well, that's what we are thinking as women in the society, and the men is just saying, hey, we're human too, there's a lot of things that we are experiencing, you're gonna have those women wanting to heal them, wanting to take care of them to the point, right? And the men are being vague because they saying, yeah, we human, but the part that they're not saying that we understand because of the unpacking and the way we deconstruct it, we understand that the quiet part that they're not saying is, but for you to make me feel human or make me feel a certain type of way, you have to submit and you have to be less than me. Because men need women to make them feel like men. And that's what Therese was saying earlier when she talked about the femininity thing. And I was going to speak to that, but I've been doing all kind of other stuff and I have forgot. But men need us to make them feel like men. And they want to appeal, or they want to connect to our softness, and being vague and saying something like, oh, I'm just human, is the way that they do it. So pick me women do believe that they are operating in a certain type of care way. Like they do believe that. But then some of it also too, why they can't see it, is not only that it's the quiet part not being said to them, but we are told that we need to have a man to have value. So if that same woman was devalued as a child, she's desperate for it.
Mm-hmm.
She's desperate for it.
And the thing is,
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
get
my bad.
the desperation. The problem is you never going to get it through a man. You're never going to give it through, because they use it like a carrot. They dangle that shit like, well, I'm gonna give you validation. You feeling good? I'm gonna take that shit away. You're not doing something I don't like. Like, in the reality is like, stop trying to fix these men, right? We like this generation, man. It's over for now. It's a wrap. Like, they can help or just stand to the side, because like they still get coddled, right? They still live in their ego. They can't get away from that, right? Even the ones that say they quote unquote helping the women out, like they get an amount of praise and they can't check themselves. There's no accountability built into the system for men. And you're right, like the whole identity of a man is to not be a woman. Men will tell you up and down what a woman is and what women are supposed to do. They can't do that shit for men. That's why they perform for each other, and they look for women to be the opposite of what they're supposed to be. They don't know what the fuck they're supposed to be, because the system fucking defines it for them. That's why when you see they shift the politics, shift the rhetoric, look how hard they fight for it. Like, yeah, we did have men who didn't shame women for being single mothers per se and fucking making R&B love songs and shit, but the niggas at the top say do something else, and look at them, they shift. They do exactly what they are told, because when you don't know who the fuck you are whoever the fuck people tell you are.
Yep. That's why they hate cats. I know that came out of nowhere. I'm sorry. I was already in the middle of another thought.
But no, that's interesting that you say that, Tara, because another byproduct of not knowing who you are as a human, that breeds narcissistic personality disorder. When you don't have a positive sense of self, and the deeper that goes, meaning the more you are like dejected and don't develop a sense of self, the deeper on the spectrum of narcissistic personality disorder you are. That's why we have a phenomena of women saying like my ex was a narcissist, my ex was a narcissist. Yeah, because it's a spectrum, and the deeper a man has wounds of not knowing who he is from childhood and not being taught to find himself adequately, the more likely he is to have narcissistic personality disorder, and the deeper on the spectrum he will be. Same goes for women, but like women have to form an identity. We have to, because we are told we based on patriarchy and the way that these men set it up, we are left feeling like we have to perform for masculinity. So that causes us to try to form some sort of identity for ourselves.
And
So
that's why when we do when we check for red pill, we use the criteria for narcissistic personality disorder, because if you don't have an identity, of course you want these talking points are going to be what you say. You're going to say it like they're your original thoughts, because like it's a fucking facade. That's why I say it's method acting. Like you're not a person, you're an NPC. You're gonna come up here and say all the things, and even if you gotta dig for it, it be there. Or at the end of the day, I'm supposed to still be a provider. He may not say I'm a protective provider. Talking point, we're gonna say, well, that's what he thrives, that he want to be able to do that for his woman. Like, why? Why do you want that so bad? Where do you think that shit come from? And then like it is, all this shit is fucking narcissism. Then it's like, it's not that, damn, maybe he was a narcissist. He was a narcissist. Being a man is a social construct. It's something that was created. It's not real. And they put that unreal thing on a fucking pedestal. So those who identify with it, whether you a man per se and male identify, it's all narcissism. That's all it is. It's worshiping and hierarchy. We live in a system where we worship a fucking hierarchy. So if you feel some type of way about somebody challenging your manhood, you feel like somebody could take it from you, because the shit ain't fucking real.
Yep. I always say that men are socially conditioned into narcissism, and that's why all of them have main character syndrome. That's why whenever we're talking about like any type of topic on men as a whole, they will say, well, I don't do that. I don't did that. I never did this. I never did that. It's because they're socially conditioned to be narcissists. They're socially conditioned to be the main character. They can never, ever remove themselves from any topic that may pertain to them. And that's why I had to explain to that man, like, you see how we're able to talk about women in generalities. And that's also too why they're so hell bent on not all men. But they're hell bent on not all men, because they are socially conditioned to be narcissists. And also too, it's a good segue to start talking about what a great man they are, which is a narcissistic trait.
It's more to that. Because I wanted to talk about this in my class. There's this, because you're right, Eve. But there's this need for them. I've been trying to figure out, and me and Tara talked about this the other night in our powwow, Lynn. But about how men will want, like, how they want to still be seen as good.
wait, are you competing with me for Tara's
competing.
validation?
Blame it on the patriarchy. I don't give a damn. Fight
Wow,
for
I didn't know. I didn't know, sister. I didn't know we were here, sister. Got it. Got
we
it.
here. I can't help
But
it.
you
It's
go
not
to
my
sleep
fault.
before me, so I'd be careful with trying to compete, because me and Tara stay up late together. You can't do that. So just bow out gracefully, okay?
Damn, because I'm definitely, I could go to sleep right now. But that they want to be able to be deplorable and be able to laugh and mock women and detach themselves from their humanity, whether they be from their emotions. They want to be able to be cruel. They want to be able to say all this deplorable shit, and you still see them as good. Like I talked to Flashy about this one time, because Flashy wants to be able to say these harsh things and still wants to be separated from the bad men he's quote unquote talking about. And it's something eerie about that. And I was trying to find what I had read about that. But yeah, it's something interesting about them still wanting to, and I think it's because that's shielding them from it shields them from being responsible, right? Like on the part about adolescence, when he was the little boy was talking to the psychotherapist or whatever she was, and she was like she's heard all she needs to hear. She was disturbed, she was disgusted, and I relate to that scene now, after this week more than I ever have. And on her way, like, okay, we're done, this is it, I don't have to see you anymore, we good, he was screaming and crashing out because he wanted her to he was like, well, do you still like me? Do you still think I'm good? No, do you like me? Do you still think I'm okay? After he said and admitted to all of those things, and men constantly do that. Men will say, yeah, it's okay to mistreat certain women as long as I don't mistreat you. Aren't I good? They taking a spin on the fake Sojourner Truth thing. It ain't I a woman. Them motherfuckers be like, ain't I good? Them motherfuckers like, ain't I good? They'll say all this weird shit and ain't I good? So it's a need for it. I'm gonna find it in just a second. But yeah, I just want to say that it's somewhere in here. God damn. It was good. It's the truth. But yeah, I think they wanna, I can't find where it's at. But I think, to sum it up, they want to detach from the responsibility of being a deplorable person. They want to detach from that, and saying those things and making it our responsibility to not let it happen is the evidence. We shouldn't let them do these things to us. We're letting them hurt us. We're letting them do it. So they can't be bad if we're letting them do it.
But it also still relates to the point of them not being able to form a sense of identity, because if who I am is a good person and this is what I know a good person to be, and I know what I'm saying is a direct contradiction to me being a good person, then I'm going to stand on who I am and who I know I am, and I'm a good person, and no man, no woman is going to cause me to contradict myself despite what society may think masculinity is. That's not my version of masculinity, so I will not participate in it, right? Because I'm a good person. So although I know that that is that saying that won't make me a good person, I'm not going to subscribe to it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it also goes back to them wanting, I remember earlier I said their biology will always win out. So Flashy saying, cool story, attracted, y'all still perform for us. Y'all are still servants of us. Cause to go against, like, to try to fit into societal norms but still want women's approval, like, we are still the ultimate say so, right? Of if you're a good man or not. Like, you will still tap dance and perform. It goes back to us being like them being servants, because you have to get the validation of a woman always. Even GAY men have to get validated by women.
Yeah, and men who don't get validated by women, other men don't respect them.
Yeah. You're right.
Because if you can't get a woman, then like the way that's what I said, like, because we gotta understand them sitcoms got us all fucked up. But do y'all remember the uncle or the friend who was single? That guy was a loser. He came over and like he was dumb. He didn't know two shits about nothing. Like, men, it's a reason why all the men who are like super successful got to be married, because if you can't prove that amongst the women that they look to you for anything, you are not presenting masculinity right. Something you ain't doing right, and we not going to validate you. That's why they need it so much.
and that's why they also play up like the nerds and the people, the ones that seem undesirable by women. Yeah, they definitely do look down on, and that's why like with men who are like at their lowest and they still have the ability to get women, even if they don't have a good job, they don't have no money, their one saving grace is the fact that women are attracted to them or like them. That's why men are also obsessed with prison culture in the same way that they say that the women are obsessed with like dating the men. Men are also obsessed with talking about that too, because some of the men are envious of that, because it is all about, if a man can be in that situation and still have access to women, then he's gonna get some type of clout regardless of what the situation is.
All right, y'all been on here almost 5 hours. Anybody want to say something? I think I'm gonna take a break and go eat some food, stuff my face. Anybody want to say anything before I end it?
Nah, this was a real good conversation. I really liked it.
No, I'm glad. I was irritated because I wanted to talk about it the other day, and then like that's why when Flash, that's why you can't talk about shit with these niggas around. Like y'all niggas annoying. Come back tomorrow for the case studies, Lord. But yeah, I want to talk about this the other day because I think it's so fucking important. Because like in these conversations, like some of the women who are part of these conversations are in a relationship right now, and they need to realize they need to get the fuck out of it. It's not helping you.
Oh, you know what, Tara? That does remind me. I did want to say something that Lynn was talking about the pygmies. I did want to. One thing I did notice about pygmies is that yes, a lot of them are seeking that male validation, and I think it goes. I think it's because like you were saying that they haven't done the work to become their whole selves. They haven't like one of the things that when the little couple of years that I was celibate, that first year was terrifying for me. It was really scary because it was like the first time that I was actually alone with myself, and I had to, for the first time, I didn't have a distraction of a man to say to distraction of the man to see the things that I was lacking. So that right there was that first year was really, really, really hard for me, because I was finally by myself, alone with myself, and I was learning myself. Not only was I learning the things that I loved about myself, I was also learning the things that I did not like about myself. And during those times where I was finally confronting who I was and the things I didn't like about myself, those were the times where I felt the weakest, where I found myself scrolling on Tinder and scrolling on dating apps and thinking about going out, well, whatever. So those were the weakest, and I wanted to run away, but I stuck with it. And the next couple of years was some of the best years of my life. And then I fucked it up by going back into back into whatever. But I think that a lot of what we're seeing is whenever we come across a pygmy, understand that it is very, very rare that you will ever see a pygmy that isn't bragging about how she hasn't been picked, or or has never had that phase in her life of pure celibacy, pure removal of men from their life, and I think that really speaks volume. And then and that's why usually even when they do have those times of celibacy, the next thing that they will find is religion. And I always found that most pick-me girls are hardcore religious women. It's because they need to have some type of male validation. And one of one thing is, I've found that religion is male validation. Even without a male presence there, they'll say things like, I live for Jesus, I live for this, I live for that. They're usually replacing a man with Jesus, and when Jesus is no longer enough, they'll seek out the man. And this is why, like, the from the hoe to the hoe to priestess pipeline is really deep, because they'll use that as a pipeline to go and find a man. But Lynn, I'm sorry, I just saw what you put in the comments. Yes. Yeah, so they haven't did the time to finally find the things that they like about themselves and the things that they love about they dislike about themselves. They didn't work on those things. And when women come up here, they'll use themselves as like guard dogs, or they'll put themselves in position of guard dogs and attack dogs for men, because what we're doing goes against everything that they've come to accept. I'm better than her because I have a man, but these women are up there saying that that they don't need a man to be happy, and that means, you know what I'm saying? It goes against everything. You know what I mean? So that's why I think that the pick me girls are
Yeah,
they'll
because we taking ourselves out of the race, so now they don't have nobody to be better than. Like, who
period.
am I
There it
supposed
is.
like? How am I supposed to validate myself against another woman? Like, that's why we call it competition, because like I need another woman to care in order to show that I'm better than her. Like, in order to
Exactly.
choose that,
That's
you know?
why in that that podcast, the wifey future dear future wifey podcast, after she had explained how her husband used to abuse her in multitudes of ways, how she was ironing his clothes for him to go see a side chick, even how he was actively in that time talking about how he was still how he was still unfaithful to her, even when he sat up there and said, she's not my preference. The only reason why I was with her is because she used to work at Lane Bryant and give me money, and she used to cook. Even after all of those things, when the man on the podcast said, well, what do you say to the women that say that this rhetoric is harmful? The last thing that she said was, this is why you're single. And that goes to show you that and this is why when women get up here, they used to be able to flex, well, I'm married. But now we get to finally, I'm honestly, I'm very pro podcast equipment. I'm pro podcast equipment, because now we get to see the women that have been touting these marriages over us for the past 3, 4, 5 decades, saying that they were superior to us because they were married. Now we get to see what the reality is, and to see the things that she had to do to keep her husband. And that's why whenever they get up here and be like, well, I got a husband and I'm married, and I'm like, girl, I don't give a fuck, because I know if you're up here still seeking male validation on the internet amongst a bunch of women talking about how happy we are single, I know for a fact that the second that you turn that phone off, turn this app off, you're gonna call your man and say, why didn't you come home last night? But that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, they be lying about the marriages, y'all. The marriages is trash, believe me. But I'ma end this shit, y'all. Thank y'all for coming up. Thank y'all for everybody supporting. Let me drop y'all before somebody unmute. I appreciate y'all. Like, this was a good live. I appreciate everybody coming in the conversation. But we out here. I need to go stuff my face. I'll see y'all later. If one of the girls don't go live, then I'll be live or whatever. But I'll see y'all later. Y'all take care. Go touch some motherfucking grass or something.